Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's Pioneer RCQ season, baby. I am Chandler Birch, and I have here with me
Casey Miller.
All right, Casey. Welcome to the stream. First of all, I've been doing this every single time, but they've never given me the same partner twice. I hope that doesn't say anything about me. Welcome. It's Pioneer RCQ season.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad to join you.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this format. We've done a lot of modern tournaments. This is our first Pioneer tournament that we've put on stream. Today we've got Leo and Selmy on Blue-Red Phoenix. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. On Mono Blue Spirits against Chris Garcia on Blue-Red
Phoenix.
There we go. My producer just moved us away from the screen that shows us what's happening on the table, and so now I don't know what to talk about.
All right, we got to back up. My apologies. I'll fix it. We'll get there. Look, we got a couple of kinks. We're going to work through it, and yeah, we're good to go.
Kinky ain't nothing to be ashamed of.
Alright, so Leo here is playing the Mono Blue Spirits deck, which is a pretty quick tempo deck based around these cheap blue creatures, often with evasion, and effects like Curious Obsession that will have them draw cards when they hit the opponent. So he began here with a Mausoleum Wanderer, a cheap blue flyer, while Chris is beginning by putting a Arclight Phoenix in the bin with a Consider. That's a great start.
That's a great start. And this matchup, classically, I would expect to be a little bit rough for the Mono Blue Spirits player. Blue-Red Phoenix is set up to kill lots of tiny creatures and then has shockingly few spells where the Mono Blue Spirits player will gain a tempo advantage by countering them. Everything in the deck effectively costs one or two on the Phoenix side, except for the Phoenixes, which you're planning to never really cast in this matchup. The only really big spell is Treasure Cruise, and that one famously also costs, only 1 mana if you're doing it right. Hey producer, could I get it so that I can see the screen over here on my side of the computer? Thank you.
Is that better? Sorry.
Thank you.
My bad.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty good start for Leo, actually. Chris led out with a Ledger Shredder, which was met by Leo's Counterspell. Usually it's pretty hard for this Mono Blue Spirits deck to deal with creatures, so having a quick Counterspell to answer this Ledger Shredder is a good start.
Super clutch. That Ledger Shredder would have been an absolute brick wall in the air, but now Leo's got command of the board. And Chris appears to be really gated on mana with just 2 blue sources up.
Yeah, missing his third land drop and no red mana is really rough against these cheap creatures.
Oh my goodness, and this is an absolutely aggressive draw from the Blue Spirits player. Double Lord with Mausoleum Wanderer just pounding face.
And at this point, the Mausoleum Wanderer's ability is actually quite relevant. It can sacrifice itself to counter instant or sorcery unless the opponent pays mana equal to Mausoleum Wanderer's power. And in this case, it's a 3-power creature, so it can counter any removal spell, and Chris just packs it in.
Blazing fast.
Unfortunately, we were not able to update life totals during that. A thing that we also had not considered.
I'll get on that.
Right, so now the players are going to be moving to sideboarding.
Oh yeah, sideboarding will make this fascinating. In the matchup here, so Leo packing 2 Aether Gust, 2 Aether Sphere Harvester, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 4 Mystical Dispute, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, and 3 Witness Protection. What do we got in the sideboard for the Blue-Red Phoenix player?
We have 1 Anger of the Gods, 1 Evasive Surgery, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Chandra Torture Defiance, 1 Lava Coil, 2 Abrades, 2 Aether Gust, 1 Jace Wielder of Mysteries,
okay.
2 Mystical Disputes, and 2 Young Pyromancers.
All right. From the Mono Blue Spirits player, I'm expecting at least 2 Unlicensed Hearse. We got to take care of those Phoenixes before they hit the table.
Absolutely.
And very likely to be seeing the Mystical Disputes coming in as well. You really can't be not answering Treasure Cruise, and you hope that the Mystical Dispute is able to answer that.
Yeah. You can answer Treasure Cruise. I could also answer Ledger Shredder.
Ledger Shredder, too.
And Thing in the Ice, very cheaply.
A huge deal.
From the Is It Phoenix players' side, they're likely probably just putting as much removal as they can into
Absolutely.
their deck. So we're talking Anger of the Gods, Lava Coil, and Abrade for sure, and also probably these Mystical Disputes since, well, it counters every single card in Leo's deck for only 1 mana, unless he pays 3.
Pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful. There's also potential that Chris could want to sidestep some Graveyard Hate and put in some of these threats that can get around Graveyard Hate, such as Young Pyromancer, or potentially the Chandra Torch of Defiance.
I could see that. I would be surprised, I admit, to see the Pyromancer come in. You are right, it does dodge the Graveyard Hit, which is super relevant. It also dodges Mystical Dispute, which is important. It does not do... You love it when Young Pyromancer is making a bunch of bodies that will just block endlessly, and that's not great against a tidal wave of flyers.
That's a good point.
Also noticeable on this, so Chris is on the 1 Temporal Trespass as his 4th Delve spell, along with, let's see, where's the Galvanic? Just one Galvanic iteration. So just kind of hoping to occasionally draw his Pokemon cards and just win, I guess, which is reasonable. I mean, why do more than when you can do less?
Yeah, for players familiar with Arclight Phoenix, as it was really relevant in Standard, Historic, and Modern, the Pioneer version is a little bit different because it has these Delve spells legal. So they play cards like Pieces of the Puzzle, which can turn over huge chunks of their library and put spells into their hand that enable Temporal Trespass, which is the Time Walk Delve, and Treasure Cruise, which lets you draw 3.
Ancestral Recall,
exactly.
Baby. Consider a huge upgrade for this deck as well. When that card was printed, everyone basically looked at it and said, well, Treasure Cruise can't be long for this world, can it? But it's still here. It's still here. They haven't banned it yet.
It's pretty much the one format where you can still play Treasure Cruise. It's
the
great.
only one where it's legal. Obviously making Pioneer objectively the best format, right?
Oh, for sure.
I suppose Treasure Cruise is probably legal on Vintage, right?
I think it's actually restricted. I assume.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yep. Only format where you can play 4 Treasure Cruise.
Yes, absolutely. And yet, Chris is only playing 3.
Oh my goodness, you're right. Yeah, that's important.
All right, so it looks like they've drawn their hands here. Chris is going to be on the play, we presume.
Seems like a strong presumption. Well, Chris's mana is better off right from the jump here. Drew his dual land.
Yeah, all right.
That was clever. Smart strategy, you know? You love it when you update your strategy and it works. Thing in the Ice hitting the table.
Notably, Leo has no 1-drop here, not a 1-drop creature or a Mystical Dispute to answer this Thing in the Ice. So this is kind of a tough start for him.
Yeah, you really want to be able to Mystical Dispute that Thing in the Ice before it actually lands. Well, obviously you can't Mystical Dispute it after it is on the table. That would be a pretty big upgrade to Mystical Dispute, you know, now that I think about it.
Looking at Leo's deck list, it looks like he does have a few answers to the Thing in the Ice. There's an Otawara, there are 2 Brazen Borrowers, but I believe that's it, unless he sideboarded in these Witness Protections.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Witness Protection specifically to answer Thing in the Ice or Ledger Shredder. In any case, though, Leo off to a pretty slow start here. Here we go. Here's a flash creature at the end of Chris's turn. That's a Rattle Chains. That'll give all of Leo's spirits flash, as well as... it has a trigger to make a spirit hexproof, and it targeted itself, and then Chris killed it. So that hexproof did not matter.
Yeah, killed it in response to the trigger. This is looking rough.
Leo definitely on the back foot, and this Mono U Spirits deck doesn't play great from behind. It's pretty tough to dig yourself out of a hole when you don't have a creature on the table. Here's a Witness Protection to turn that Thing in the Ice into a legitimate business person.
Yes. This card turns it into a 1/1 with no abilities, of course named Legitimate Business Person. It's very important.
Just a big old popsicle walking around in a pinstripe suit, carrying a briefcase, talking about its 401k, and gas prices, probably. Ledger Shredder coming out, and getting tagged with a Geistlight Snare, maybe. This will counter it unless Chris can pay 3, which seems unlikely with just the one land untapped.
Looks like Chris is considering fighting back with a Mystical Dispute, potentially.
Spell Pierce would also do it, but doesn't look like Chris is going to pull the trigger if he has it. And he may just be representing that he has the possibility, the ability to do that.
Legitimate Business Person, Thing in the Ice actually can't attack here for 1.
It's Lost Defender. No.
So it's upgraded slightly in that it can start getting the beatdowns in. So Leo's down to 19.
What do you think the odds are that this legitimate business person goes the distance? I'm going to say slim.
Pretty low, but I'm rooting
not
for it.
0.
All right, I believe this is a Shacklegeist here.
Shacklegeist coming down. A 2/2 flyer that can only block flyers and can tap 2 spirits to tap an opposing creature.
Including itself. So 1 more spirit here would enable the Shacklegeist to keep big creatures on lock or get rid of blockers.
Chris's graveyard, 5 cards thick.
I don't believe there's any Phoenixes in there either.
No Phoenixes that I'm seeing either. Chris toying with maybe 2 mana. Nope, we're getting in there with the legitimate business person. Hiya. You go to work, you punch your clock, you punch your opponent. Legitimate business. Chris in his second main phase, throwing down. I don't recognize that.
That is
spell.
just a chart of course, I believe.
Oh, chart of course
So,
to draw 2 cards.
Because he attacked with the legitimate business
Ooh,
person, it's just a draw
tasty.
2. Now, it's notable that he decided not to do the draw 2 discard 1 mode, so that leads me to believe that either there's no Phoenix in hand, or he might just want to cast the Phoenix. You know,
that would be interesting.
He has 4 mana at this point, so he can start just casting it and working through potentially counter spells from Leo, or some sorts of interaction.
We've got the... This is going to be a big break point in this match. Leo Anselmi targeting his Shacklegeist with the Curious Obsession, and Chris does not have a removal spell to tag it.
That's huge.
If this Shacklegeist can keep on... can keep on getting the hits in, Chris is going to fall very far behind very quickly.
Yeah, while Blue-Red Phoenix plays things like Treasure Cruise to get their card advantage, the Mono Blue Spirits deck hinges on attacking with these Curious Obsessioned creatures. So the fact that he was able to get this online means he can maybe keep pace with Chris's card advantage in the late game. Looks like Chris does have a removal spell in hand. I think that's a Lava Coil. So we might see a fight over this spell.
Leo with just 3 cards, but representing any number of interactive spells. He very carefully waited until he was at 5 mana to put that Curious Obsession on the Shacklegeist, representing maybe I have Rattle Chains, maybe I have Lofty Denial. And Chris he hasn't missed a land drop yet, but he's not flush with mana. Lofty Denial will counter anything that he elects to point at this Shacklegeist. And this is really the bind that the Mono Blue Spirits players will put their opponents in. I have a creature, and I have 4 mana up. What are you going to do about it? The answer is nothing. There's nothing that you can do about it because I'm going to counter everything that you point at this.
Right. They're being a flash deck, they just have so many options with what to do with their mana on the opponent's turn.
Oh, slip out the back! Oh, tasty! This will phase out the Shacklegeist and put a +1/+1 counter on it if it resolves.
Now, I'm not expert on phasing, but would it keep the aura?
It would keep the aura, yes.
Excellent.
The creature, as well as any auras attached to it. This looks like an Abrade coming after it. Oh,
brutal.
No.
So it looks like that's all the interaction that Leo had to protect his creature. So he's down the creature itself, the aura, and the slip out the back for 2 removal spells.
Now, not a disastrous exchange. The disastrous exchange would be when you put the Curious Obsession on a creature and then immediately get it killed. Leo is not... He's back to parity, which is not where he wants to be.
Right.
But these Faceless Havens are going to let him keep on applying pressure to the Blue-Red Phoenix deck. But at this point, Phoenix, I think, is... They're not in the driver's seat, but they're climbing in the driver's side window. And this Ledger Shredder will absolutely let him get in the driver's seat.
Right. It doesn't take too long for Ledger Shredder to be big enough to block Faceless Haven and survive.
Yeah, as soon as this thing's up to 5 toughness, it's effectively a moat.
Now, we do know that Leo does have a Brazen Borrower in his hand, so he does have a temporary answer to this Ledger Shredder, or potentially another threat if he wants to just deploy it as a 3/1.
Looks like we're casting Petty Theft, presumably on this Ledger Shredder. And Chris gonna cast his second spell to Spell Pierce the Petty Theft.
That is backbreaking.
No. Ledger Shredder gonna get his Connive trigger.
I believe the Brazen Borrower, if he's putting it in the Adventure Zone there, I believe that's not correct. Oh, the Spell Pierce is still on the stack. My apologies.
Yeah.
So if this Spell Pierce resolves, it will not only answer the Petty Theft, but it'll answer the Brazen Borrower. Brazen Borrower, often a 2-for-1, here just makes it a 1-for-1.
That's interesting. I'm not sure what just happened.
I believe he discarded a Spikefield Hazard to the
Connive trigger,
yes.
and then we resolve the Spell Pierce. I get it. Leo in the awkward position now of having a curious obsession and no creatures on which to attach it. You can attach it to the Faceless Haven, but it's really not what you want to be doing.
That's a steep ask there, because you're basically you're cycling the curious obsession.
Exactly.
You're getting in one hit, and then as Faceless Haven returns to being a land, the aura will fall off. So it looks like he's not going to deploy the curious obsession. Just going to attack for 4.
Haven coming into the red zone. Does the legitimate business person lay down his life for the good of the company? Maybe. It could happen.
We could see a potential double block here as well, with both of these creatures on the Faceless Haven.
That is true. I don't know that... It seems that the incentives are against that for Chris, to be throwing away his Ledger Shredder and leaving himself with just a business person.
Absolutely. It's not a great... it's not a terrific play, but it's an option.
Chris electing to take the 4...
Chris is down to 9. Now, the Mono Blue Spirits deck doesn't have any burn, but with so many flash threats, there can be a lot of surprise damage.
Absolutely. You're never safe.
So while Chris is, probably ahead right now, the game is far from over.
An interesting question to me here is whether Chris is going to choose to get busy with that Ledger Shredder or leave it back to block. Just in case to block Rattle Chains or Spectral Sailor. Spectral Sailor, admittedly, not a quick clock.
He goes for the attack for 2. Leads me to believe that he doesn't have a way of conniving and making it big enough to block the Faceless Havens.
Yeah, Chris on just 2 cards remaining. And Leo with both Faceless Havens active.
The 8th land here is huge, because so now Leo can activate both Faceless Havens, attack for 8, potentially putting Chris down to 1.
Legitimate business person taking it for the team.
Chris now down to 5 life. Looks like Chris hasn't found any of his card advantage type spells to kind of turn the corner into being able to churn through your deck and find a bunch of removal spells. I'm not sure what's in his hand, but it's not great. A whole turn cycle there, he casts no spells.
That being said, though, I mean, the only thing that stands between Chris and absolutely taking over this game is 1 Treasure Cruise. A very cool spot to be in.
For sure. It's very easy for him to turn the corner if he wants to, or if he gets the right card.
Here comes a Galvanic Iteration. Knows it's safe. There's no blue mana up for his opponent. Admittedly, double opt off a Galvanic Iteration is not ideal. It's not exactly what you want to be doing, but it's not nothing. It does explain also why Chris did not cast anything last turn if it was
fair.
Galvanic Iteration and lands.
But it also enables the Ledger Shredder to connive again. It's now big enough to block these Faceless Havens. So potentially if Leo goes to activate both of them, attack with both of them, Chris can go to 1 and kill one of the Faceless Havens.
Absolutely. Ledger Shredder staying back on defense. I think that may have been this. Is this a witness protection? This is a witness protection that he drew. Oh my goodness.
Well, the creature still has the counters.
Oh,
so it's still going to be a 3/3.
Oh my goodness, that's so important.
It'll trade with the Faceless Haven, but it won't survive. So it's still a good play from Leo, but not as good as it could be.
Chris contemplating life, the universe, everything else. Gonna opt in response. Maybe hoping to get 1 more connive trigger. Looks like he's got a lightning axe in his hand over there. Huge.
Leo's
also
last
important,
card,
Leo not able to activate both of the Faceless Havens this turn.
correct. His last card being a Curious Obsession is interesting. There's potential here to animate and just put the Curious Obsession on the Faceless Haven so that it would survive combat against the Ledger Shredder.
That's not nothing. That's I think Leo definitely has incentives to do that. If he does, he is going to get blown out to the Stone Age by this lightning axe.
Absolutely.
Contemplating.
It's a very tough decision whether he plays around removal here.
We're doing it.
Looks like he's going for the Curious
We're
Obsession.
going in. And
2 mana, interesting.
what 2-mana removal spells do we have over here?
There's some Abrades in the sideboard. He could have found the other one. We saw the first one earlier.
We did. That's interesting. I wonder why he's paying 2 mana.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But I believe that did put an Arclight Phoenix in the graveyard as well.
Huge.
At this point, Arclight Phoenix is castable, so he's not cheating much on mana, but it could definitely be a quick threat coming out of the graveyard.
Chris choosing to take the top card off of his Consider. It smells like Treasure Cruise in here. Nope. It's another Consider. He's at 2 spells. Arclight Phoenix.
One more spell would allow the Arclight Phoenix.
Come
now, he does
back,
have
baby.
He does have a Galvanic Iteration in the graveyard. It wouldn't do much as a spell, but it would get back the Phoenix.
It get back. Yeah, I mean, it brings the Phoenix back. Coming across.
Looks like he's going to decline and instead save the save the Galvanic Iteration for another day. But Phoenix back is a pretty strong blocker against this Faceless Haven.
Shacklegeist. And do we wake up the Faceless Haven or no? Looks like Leo's saying nah.
Faceless Haven is all creature types, correct?
It is a spirit, which means that he can activate it and use it plus the Shacklegeist to turn off the blocker. Oh, that's huge. So if Chris attacks here, he is leaving himself dead on the crackback because Shacklegeist will then... you wake up the Faceless Haven, you use the Shacklegeist to tap down the remaining blocker, and you get in there.
It looks like Chris is pulling out his own manland, the Hall of Storm Giants, which would represent a lethal attack here from Chris.
Oh my goodness. Now he would have to get in there with everything, right? We've got the 7/7, a 3/3, and a 3/2.
Correct, but then Leo could just use the Shacklegeist to tap the creatures down. Wow, I think if Leo sees the line here, I believe Leo has the game.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Looks like Leo's taking it, going to 2, I believe?
No blocks. Leo has this. That's it. Chris reading
Chris
the
missed
instrument
the
of
ability.
his demise.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's a tough interaction to spot there.
There
It's
it
tricky.
is.
Wow, but Leo wins game 2 and the match.
Oh man.
Very impressive for this mono blue deck. We were seeing a slow start out the gates in game 2, but he managed to fight through all that the Phoenix deck had to offer in that game.
I was really worried at the beginning of that game when we were at, I don't know, turn 4, turn 5, and Leo had no creatures on the table. I was not a believer. Leo believed the whole time. He never doubted it. He knew the whole time that he could get there. And boy, he was correct. Oh man, this just makes my heart go pitter-pat.
Yeah, that was an expertly played game by Leo. I mean, well played by Chris as well. Just missed a rare interaction there towards the end that you really only see by playing against Mono Blue Spirits a lot.
Yeah.
Faceless Haven having all creature types doesn't come up that often, but Leo knew what all his cards did to expert ability.
Cool. Y'all wanna, we don't
Oh,
have
yeah,
any
we'll,
extra stuff, so
We'll be bringing round 2 to you very shortly here. Thanks so much. Stick around. Hello, everybody. It is round 2 of Pioneer RCQ. I'm Chandler here with Casey Miller, and today we've got, well, it's more Phoenix. We apologize for that, but also it's, boy, it's everywhere, Casey.
Yeah, there was a lot of Arclight Phoenix in this tournament. We'll check out the metagame breakdown after this round, but it is our most played deck here with, I believe, 8 copies.
Out of 45 players?
45 players, correct.
A lot of Phoenixes in the room. We got it going up against perennial favorite and underdog, Mono White Spirits. We do not have SCG grinder Zach Allen on our camera here today.
We have Zach Ashton here on Blue Red Phoenix versus John Baker on Mono White Humans. So John Baker is playing this deck with a bunch of cheap white creatures, powered up with the tribal synergies from Thalia's Lieutenant. I believe that's the only tribal synergy in the deck that puts counters on all the humans he controls.
It sure is, except for the, I'm going to call it a loose tribal synergy of all of his creatures are white, and he's playing Brave the Elements.
Absolutely. A classic card there, Brave the Elements, that will give all of his white creatures protection from a color, I believe.
Yes, protection from a color until the end of the turn. Great for dodging Anger of the Gods, in case you expect that out of your Phoenix opponent.
Certainly.
Also excellent at turning off blockers if all they left behind was a Ledger Shredder and a Thing in the Ice. And Baker off to a quick start here with, I believe that's a Hopeful Initiate into Adeline, Resplendent Cathar. Hopeful Initiate right now just a 1/2. It will get, it has the mechanic Training, the least appreciated mechanic out of the most recent Innistrad set. It'll get bigger when it attacks with bigger creatures.
Right. It'll learn from its friends.
It learns from it. Yeah, it's it's eager to learn things. It's hopeful and it's an initiate. Adeline, probably the bigger prize there. An X4, sorry, probably a star 4 that gets power for all of the creatures that you have on your side of the table, and it makes a little 1/1 human attacker every time that you attack with another creature.
That was quickly met with a Lightning Axe by Zach Ashton, who I believe discarded. Was that an Arclight Phoenix?
It was an Arclight Phoenix going to the bin off of that Lightning Axe, which is a great start for Zach Ashton. Get rid of your biggest, most important creature. Put my burb in the bin. Zach is under not a ton of pressure and is ready to answer anything that Baker may play onto the table.
Right, it's a bit of a slow start for Baker. He did only have a 1-drop and then nothing on turn 2 and then a 3-drop. I'm sure he wishes he could have played a staple of the deck like a Luminarch Aspirant or Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, against this Phoenix player.
Thalia, absolutely the prize human in this matchup, I would expect. Everything in the UR Phoenix deck is cheap. They're trying to cast 3 spells in a turn, and all of those are going to be little 1-mana cantrips that draw a card. Zach did find his... this is maximum beats. Baker doesn't know this, but Zach only has one Thing in the Ice in the entire deck, and he did find it. That's a huge breakpoint in the matchup for Zach to just have this panic button. Anytime that John Baker's board gets too threatening, Zach is going to flip that Thing in the Ice and throw all of it back into Baker's hand.
Yeah. Very powerful card. Essentially the only main deck board wipe out of Zach Ashton, and he drew it. But luckily John Baker had the answer here with a Brutal Cathar, which will act as kind of a Banisher Priest. Now, of course, if Zach does have a removal spell, as he's likely to do, he will kill this Brutal Cathar and get back his Thing in the Ice. But it does slow down the transformation of the Thing in the Ice.
Calm, Cathar, and Collected. That's our John Baker. Now, I do need to remember... Brutal Cathar's toughness. Is it a 1/3?
It is a 2/2 on the front side, and it'll flip into a 3/3 with Ward, pay 3 life.
All right, so everything in Zach Ashton's deck kills it except for the cantrips.
Yes, it's quite easy, and he's going to use a Lava Coil. Whoa, a Brave
the Elements,
and a Spell Pierce.
Oh, man!
Wow, that was a lot going on there. So
oh, no.
Zach attempted to remove the Brutal Cathar. John Baker attempted to give all of his creatures protection from red, which was met with a Spell Pierce by Zach Ashton. Very rare that Spell Pierce is going to, be a card against mono-white humans at all. And here it was fantastic letting him get his Thing in the Ice back.
Oh my goodness, that was absolutely brutal for Baker.
Yeah, this is rough. This is rough. I mean, Thing in the Ice, arguably the most important card that Phoenix can have against humans, and it's looking like John Baker's going to have a tough time getting rid of it.
Baker on draw more Brutal Cathars or bust, basically.
Yeah, that is the only removal spell. There is some giant killers as well, which can take care of the Thing in the Ice after it's transformed.
Once it's on the back
but then
side,
it's done most of the damage by bouncing all the creatures.
Now, admittedly, Baker not off to like a high tempo start, and Baker, of all the players that I've ever known, is the most comfortable grinding with an aggressive white humans deck. This white humans deck is built to kill you very quickly and then brave the elements when you try to kill all of their stuff. That's not going to be available today, but Baker knows what he's about. He's getting in there with put another Adeline Resplendent Cathar on the table and getting across with a 1/2 and a 1/1. Mm-hmm. It's a start. It's not nothing. but he's definitely on the back foot.
And to note, the previous turn, Zach Ashton did get his Phoenix back with the Lava Coil and then the Spell Pierce and then finally a Lightning Axe. The Lightning Axe was just taking out a Hopeful Initiate, not the most important threat. I'm wondering if now he regrets using that Lightning Axe now that there's another Adeline on John Baker's side of the board.
Maybe. He did just rip a Treasure Cruise and put an Arclight Phoenix in the bin, so I don't know that he's regretting anything that he's ever done before.
Yeah, no, this is going pretty well, but... All right, Treasure Cruise, super powerful card here.
It's time to cruise, baby.
Now, it is notable. We did see, I believe, a Galvanic Iteration get milled. A difference in Zach's deck here than our Arclight Phoenix player from the first round is that he has 2 Temporal Trespass and 2 Galvanic Iteration. He's leaning a bit harder on this take an extra turn, copy the Time Walk to take multiple turns in a row. Usually, I would say that puts him at a disadvantage against Mono White because usually you just want to have a lot of removal. Mm-hmm. But he's drawing all the removal he seems to need this game.
Also, the Treasure Cruises, which our Blue-Red Phoenix player last round did not, I think, draw any Treasure Cruises throughout the entire match. And we're seeing just what a big break point that is.
Yeah, one more spell and this Phoenix is going to transform. It's huge. Or sorry, this Thing in the Ice is going to transform.
There it is. Here comes a Fiery Impulse pointed at whatever. It doesn't really matter. Thing in the Ice going to flip into an Awoken Horror. Arclight Phoenix also going back to the hand. A little bit awkward, but I don't know. Again, Zach Ashton in an incredibly commanding position right now, especially bringing back another Arclight from the bin and clocking in for 10.
John's going to need a lot here. Potentially a Giant Killer, potentially another Brutal Cathar. He has to answer some of these creatures.
Thalia a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to do it here. Now he's in Chump Block mode against this Awoken Horror, and as we know, Zach Ashton has another Phoenix in his hand. John can't block those, so that's 6 damage coming across in the air, probably putting John to 1.
Yeah, John definitely in a tight spot here.
All right.
And packing it in.
Doesn't have any rats in the deck.
Plenty.
There's no chance.
Our producer is going to bring up a screenshot of Baker's deck list. This will allow us to read out the sideboards in a way that y'all can see. On Baker's side of the table, we've got 4 Portable Hull, 3 Rest in Peace. We're going to see those. 2 Selfless Spirit, 2 Skyclave Apparition, 3 Elite Spellbinder, 1 Rydane God of the Worthy, and 1 Extraction Specialist. What do we got on the Blue-Red Phoenix side?
We have 1 Negate, 1 Thing in the Ice, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Aether Gust, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Tablet of the Guilds. I'm not actually sure what that one does.
What does that do?
But it's a cool one, I'm sure. 2 Young Pyromancer, 2 Abrade, and 1 Lava Coil. So let's start with the Blue-Red Phoenix player. They certainly just want to put in all the removal they can. So I imagine the Abrades and the Lava Coil are going to come in, as well as definitely the second Thing in the Ice. And I believe they'll probably be trimming definitely these Spell Pierces, even though it did find a good target game 1. It's not going to be good in the future. And potentially probably cutting some other card advantage cards.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Young Pyromancer in post-board as well.
Potentially, yeah. Unlike against Mono Blue Spirits, these 1/1 Elementals can actually do something against John's
block
board.
for days. Now, admittedly, that will get a little bit awkward if John builds a huge board and then braves the elements, sending everything in with protection from red and dodging all of those Young Pyromancer tokens. We've also gotten word from our producer, Tablet of the Guilds, a 2-mana artifact, where you choose a color, and every time you cast a spell of the chosen color, you gain a life.
You actually choose 2 colors with that one.
Oh, choose 2 colors.
Guilds, multicolored stuff.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's the joke. I get it.
That's probably not going to be coming in this matchup, as life gain isn't super effective against the mono-white humans deck, even though you do sometimes want to have more life.
Meanwhile, on the mono-white side, I would expect at least the 3 Rest in Peace got to answer those Phoenixes. John just doesn't have a lot of answers apart from turning off the graveyard. It does drastically reduce his clock to be casting a Rest in Peace on the second turn.
Not to mention, I mean, it's obviously great against Phoenix, but it is huge against these Delve spells, right? Treasure Cruise is what lets him, what's let Zach pull ahead in the late game, and not letting him do that is going to be really impactful. In addition to the Rest in Pieces, I think Skyclave Apparition is a great card to bring in. It answers Thing in the Ice. Even though they do get a body when they kill the Skyclave, it's not going to be a Thing in the Ice, so it's not going to bounce the whole board. And it also can exile Phoenixes if need be.
Absolutely.
If John was really concerned about Thing in the Ice in particular, he could consider putting in some of these portable holes.
He may, yeah.
Some Phoenix decks play 4 Thing in the Ice main deck. As we know, with Zach, he plays 1 in the main deck and 1 in the sideboard. But he drew it in game 1, so John might suspect that there's a lot of Thing in the Ices happening here.
Yeah, I think so. Zach has done something really clever with his deck building here, and he's also been particularly clever in drawing the Thing in the Ice game 1. John is going to be expecting Thing in the Ice in game 2, but Zach is probably only on... the max he can be on is 2. And John may find himself drawing a bunch of cards that answer Thing in the Ice when his opponent did not draw any of them. Additionally, from the mono-white side, I wouldn't be surprised to see Raidane, God of the Worthy, in there, mostly for the backside.
The artifact side.
The artifact side. I wish I could remember what the name of the shield is.
I'm not sure, but it does. It prevents 1 damage. Whenever you or a creature you control would be dealt damage, it instead deals 1 less.
Absolutely, and can answer Anger of the Gods if Baker is expecting that out of Zach.
Sure. It makes all of Zach's removal spells a lot worse, right? Fiery Impulse is great because it can deal 3, but if it can only deal 2, it might not be able to kill everything in John's deck.
Yeah, especially after Thalia's Lieutenant trigger, Baker can build a very thick board very quickly.
Absolutely.
If Zach is not able to interrupt that, either because he does not draw his removal or because Baker is stymieing it with Valkmira Protector's Shield, I remembered it, then Baker may get enough time to build out something that is truly threatening.
All right, once again, we have a Hopeful Initiate from John on turn 1. Now, Hopeful Initiate has an ability that removes counters to destroy artifacts and enchantments. That probably won't be relevant at all against Zach. It's
not
mainly
huge.
just a 1-2 with training, right?
Yeah. And Thalia's Lieutenant coming down, building up the Hopeful Initiate. I have just now realized that John Baker does not have Thraben Inspector in his deck list.
Oh, that is tragic.
Oh, man, my heart breaks. He's probably right, but, man, it hurts. It hurts me deep in my bones.
I encourage them to use the big dice. Is
Oh,
that
yeah.
worth it? Okay, yeah. All right, so we're just going to let our players know that they should probably be using the big dice for counters. We have some small ones that John seems to be using, but all right, we're going to replace with something larger so that everyone at home can see how many counters on this Hopeful Initiate.
What an absolute amateur. Never been on camera before.
We shelled out the big bucks for these big dice. We're going to use them. Wait, on Zach's turn?
Yeah, and he's considering his turn 2 play. He's going to play an Otawara and then a Ledger Shredder.
Ledger Shredder on turn 2, not a common play pattern. Frequently they'll do it on turn 3 so that they can cast another spell afterward.
But, if he needs a 2-drop, I think this signifies that Zach doesn't have a Thing in the Ice in hand.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Thing in the Ice, definitely the better turn 2 play. I don't want to imply that Zach is making a mistake here. I think he's just deciding I'm not going to do anything with these 2 mana. So let's put the burb down on the table now while we've got the opportunity to.
He needs a blocker. It's going to be tough to block here. He could put the burdens in front of the 1/1 token. Or he could just soak up damage by blocking the Hopeful Initiate. It looks like he'll kill the token. But that's 5 damage coming across.
Interesting that he did not block the Initiate, which is I believe is just a 2/3, and Ledger Shredder a 1/3. So Zach deciding he would rather kill the token than prevent 1 additional damage.
It could make sense when Adeline's on the board. Adeline's power is based on the number of creatures you control. So if Zach is unsure if he's able to answer Adeline, getting rid of the other creatures to shrink her power might be effective.
That's a really good point. Zach leading off with a Consider before his land drop, maybe signaling or trying to signal to John, maybe I'm a little bit light on mana.
I'd be a bit surprised as on turn 1 he cast a Consider and he did put Steam Vents into the graveyard, so I believe he has all the lands he needs. Might just be working out exactly what he wants to do for his land drop. And that looks to be the new Innistrad land?
Yeah, it's a Storm-Carved Coast.
Of course, yes.
It's a special printing, too. I haven't seen that version yet. Really love that Innistrad dual lands always look black. That's helpful. For coverage.
All right, going with an Opt. Another Altart. An Altart I approve of. That's a cool one.
Zach definitely in it for the drip,
I believe that's a misplay. Oh no, that was from Ledger Shredder. The Phoenix was put into the graveyard.
Connive trigger.
Right. Opt goes on the bottom of the library, of course.
That's good deck building.
Yeah.
Throw my burb in the bin, make my other burb bigger.
One more spell and the bird's coming back.
Can he do it? That is affirmative, Ghost Rider.
Fiery
He
Impulse
can, in
takes
fact,
out
do it.
Athalia's Lieutenant. Wow.
That's
okay.
huge. Biggest creature on the table, dead now.
And we're seeing how John would be in a much better position if he had this turn 2 Rest in Peace. You know, stopping this Arclight Phoenix would have been really powerful, and Zach is lining up for like a huge Treasure Cruise turn in the coming turns if he has one in hand.
Yeah, Baker's game's so far defined by, well, I suppose the turn 2 play of Thalia's Lieutenant was pretty huge. But the lack of Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, has been not devastating, but certainly a stop to Baker. Portable Hole, you were right.
Oh,
that
yeah,
came in.
yeah, called it.
I completely forgot that Portable Hole just answers a Ledger Shredder with no worries.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Following that up with Athalia's Lieutenant is huge.
All right. We're doing it.
I believe both of his creatures are going to be able to beat the Phoenix in combat, and he might get a training trigger as well.
Let's see. So Adeline is going to be
that's a
4-power
3.
attacker when it attacks.
Well, it is a 4-power attack. It's 4-power now because it has the counter.
Oh, right. It's 4-power now because it has the counter. Yeah.
I think...
Hopeful Initiate is going to get bigger.
Yeah.
You know what? I take it back. Baker's got this.
They might just be confirming with a... Maybe he believes the Adeline to be 3-power right now. Seems to be stepping away from the table to ask a judge question real quick.
Baker, a very careful player. Not going to make a move unless he knows exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. I've played a lot of Magic with him, and I've never seen him make a technical error.
He's deliberate.
Yeah.
You know? Also, undefeatable poker face.
Oh, yeah, you can't read him.
I have attacked him with 1,000 goblins. He did not blink. I did not know that he was dead until his life total hit 0.
So...
Yep.
Okay.
Hopeful Initiate gonna get larger. Thalia's Lieutenant also getting larger. Adeline does have Vigilance if that is what our producer is looking up. Yep.
All right. And then the Adeline making a token also causes Thalia's Lieutenant to grow. Now, Zach's in this position where he has so many different threats to deal with, some of them being enormous, right?
Enormous.
2 creatures here with 5 toughness. The only thing that can answer that is a Lightning Axe, and he'd have to discard a card. You know, running Zach Ashton low on resources. Not to mention that Thalia's Lieutenant can grow even further. Like, these are all must-kill threats.
Yeah, at this point, we're in a rare situation where it's not even clear that Treasure Cruise gets him back in this game. He needs multiple kill spells that will kill huge creatures.
So it looks like he's taking 5, 4 from the Hopeful Initiate, and then 1 from the Soldier, so he'll be going to 8 life.
Good catch.
And then next turn, John also has this Mutavault that he can fire up if he wants to just put maximum pressure on Zach. He can do it.
Wow, from a board of, I think it was 2 creatures last turn against Ledger Shredder and Arclight Phoenix, Baker's absolutely taking control of this game.
Yeah. It looked to be hugely in favor of Zach Ashton with a lot of efficient removal and a Phoenix coming back on turn 3, but it doesn't seem to be quite enough.
Taking care of Athalia's Lieutenant with a Fiery Impulse. It's not nothing.
All right, there's a
And
Treasure
Treasure
Cruise.
Cruise, also not nothing. But Zach in the unenviable position of, if he brings back his Phoenix, it is fully unblocking.
And that's on chump blocking mode.
Now, admittedly, Arclight Phoenix, an excellent chump blocker.
Yeah, it'll come back real quick. What Zach Ashton's really looking for here is a Lightning Axe. Lightning Axe in particular. There's a lot of different removal in his deck, including things like Lava Coil. Only Lightning Axe will be able to kill these gigantic creatures. Unless he has some bounce spells besides the thing that he has. Now, I'm not seeing any Brazen Borrower, so it really is just Lightning Axe.
Meanwhile, Baker's life total completely unassailable right now.
Right. Zach doesn't really have any hope to...
Ooh, a Braid tagging the Portable
Interesting.
Hole to
And
bring
is-
back the Ledger Shredder and the
third
Arclight
spell.
Phoenix.
If he fires up the Mutavault, I believe both of these creatures are going to have to chump block, though.
Let's see. So, Adeline will be a 5-power creature. Dead. He's dead.
Yeah, I believe he's dead on board here. They're going to attack with everything.
Nice calls on the sideboard prediction, by the way, there, Casey. You called Skyclave Apparition and Portable Hole. Both of them have been huge
Absolutely.
in this match.
It's one of those things where John's really just trying to answer Zach's threats, right? Because Zach's threats are incredible defensive threats.
Bring up white, I guess. Yeah, that was huge. Baker consistently applying pressure and removing blockers. I don't care how many of my creatures you answer; they all did something, except for the Hopeful Initiate. But Hopeful Initiate never died.
It was attacking for a lot of damage.
Huge.
I'd count that as something. If you look at John's sideboard here, I think one of the main things that makes Portable Hole so powerful is its efficiency. 1 mana to take care of a 2-mana threat. And with his whole deck being so low to the ground, a lot of 1-drops and 2-drops, having a 1-mana kill spell is huge. If those Portable Holes, if all of these were, say, Skyclave Apparitions, they would have been good, but we don't know that he'd be able to surmount an attack as quickly as he did.
Absolutely. Looking at that match, I kind of wonder if Baker just elected to go, you know what, I don't care about Rest in Peace, I care about you being dead.
It could also be a difference of play draw, potentially. I don't know if we've seen John, change up his sideboarding, but maybe on the play, he's saying, I just want removal, I need to kill you immediately. On the draw, he's thinking about putting in these Rest in Pieces to really, prevent Zach's deck from functioning.
Absolutely. That's certainly inside of Baker's range to just decide, all right, I killed you on turn 5 last game, but now I'm intending to play until turn 10.
And he can play a slow game. A lot of these cards go really late, right? The benefits of playing a mono-white deck or a mono-colored deck in general, is you get a lot of utility out of your lands, right?
Absolutely.
4 Mutavaults, 3 Sheffet Dunes, Cave of the Frost Dragon, Castle Ardenvale. A lot of his lands are relevant to the battlefield. So he could play a longer game sitting back on removal and then getting card advantage out of his mana base.
Mm-hmm. Not surprised. There are only 2, but I'm eager to see Extraction Specialist in this matchup. Specialist, a huge play for the huge pickup for these mono white humans players. You killed my Thalia's lieutenant. Guess what? Here she is again. I don't need her to attack.
Yeah. Also great with Thalia. They have to pay the tax to kill it the first time, and then it comes back again.
I had been thinking that Baker is at kind of at a disadvantage when he does not draw Thalia. Baker very calmly saying,
doesn't need it.
Give me a minute.
Doesn't need it.
I'll show you.
Now, notably, I imagine Extraction Specialist actually came out in this matchup if he put in Rest in Peace. It's hard to say for sure because it's still a good card, but if his plan is revolving around Rest in Peace, his one card that utilizes the graveyard is not fantastic.
Baker drawn is 7. I see a Giant Killer, a Selfless Spirit. Brave the Elements in there. Oh. Yeah, that's awkward.
That was his mulligan to 6, so he's going to go ahead and put a card back.
That was a mulligan to 5.
5. Oh, yikes.
Dauntless Bodyguard, a 2/1 with effectively no other text right now.
If there's another creature in play, when you play the Dauntless Bodyguard, it can sacrifice to protect that creature, but there's nothing else in play now, and it's going to die to the Fiery Impulse.
Dauntless Bodyguard printed in Dominaria, to which we will be returning in Magic's next set.
Very, very exciting.
Zach playing a tapped Shock. What does that say to you, Casey?
Well, no 2-drop is the first thing. So no Ledger Shredder, no Thing in the Ice, which can be very good for John if that's a card he's scared of. Mm-hmm. But also, he did mulligan, so every card in John's hand needs to do something. If he kept a Portable Hole in his hand, it's looking like kind of a dead card, potentially.
I have exciting news. He did keep a Rest in Peace.
Okay, good. Good to hear.
I think he may be planning to wait until Zach pitches something into the graveyard before deploying this Rest in Peace. Or possibly just deciding he needs to get a clock on the table.
There's not a lot of rush. There's a low chance that Zach's going to be returning an Arclight Phoenix here on turn 3, but it's more likely that he's going to be, doing a Treasure Cruise or something on turn 4 or 5. Mm-hmm. So as long as you get the Rest in Peace down by then, it's probably good enough. Whereas, he's playing an aggro deck. He needs to have creatures on the battlefield attacking.
One other thing that maybe is on John's radar is that if he's counting on this Rest in Peace to dig him out of the multi-5, he cannot get it Spell Pierced. And Zach was representing, I have 1 mana blue interaction, maybe. You saw it game 1, it might happen again. Lava Coil coming down to tag the Selfless Spirit.
Another notable sideboard card that John seems to have put in is the Selfless Spirit. Potentially to play around a Anger of the Gods or something like that.
Yep.
Now, we know that Zach doesn't actually have any of those cards, but it's clear that John is thinking ahead about all the options that Blue-Red Phoenix has.
What could my opponent do to me? Very important consideration. Pieces of the puzzle, effectively
worse.
a draw 2.
A lot. I mean, it's getting 2 spells, which is fine, but it's not going to be filling up the graveyard as Zach would want. Now, there doesn't seem to be any removal for this Rest in Peace out of Zach's deck, so once it's hit the battlefield, it's here to stay.
Yeah, blue and red not famous for their ability to deal with enchantments.
Actually,
Brazen
scratch
Borrower
that.
in there?
There's 1 Otawara.
There's 1 Otawara. Okay.
But no Brazen Borrowers, so it's really just relying on the Otawara, and honestly, that's a tough way to do it.
Tough way to do it. Not going to keep that Rest in Peace off the table for very long. Oh, this is not great for Baker. He has drawn a redundant Rest in Peace.
Yeah.
And his only threat is a Giant Killer.
And he's really stuck on lands here. Only 2 lands, and the Mutavault actually hurting him in this instance. I believe he does have another white 1-drop in his hand that he couldn't deploy because Mutavault only taps for a colorless mana.
Ledger Shredder hitting the table with a Consider.
Go ahead and get a Connive trigger.
That Treasure Cruise, good choice to throw that in the bin.
that one's not very good.
Not going to do much. Full retail on Treasure Cruise, I believe, is 8, right?
8 mana. It's a lot of work.
That's a long way from where Zach is right now. Now, don't get me wrong. 8 mana draw 3 is still a draw 3, but it's a ways off. Put that Consider in the exile zone, young man. There you go. It did make it sound like they could hear me. I hope they can't. That would be awkward. Dauntless Bodyguard coming down, and now it does have text. It's going to protect the Giant Killer.
Not a huge one to protect. Usually Dauntless Bodyguard on something like an Adeline or a Thalia is the most relevant that card can be, but protecting a Giant Killer is fine. All right, and now this is the plan when the opponent has Rest in Peace. Is, you know what? Arclight Phoenix is a 4-mana flyer with haste.
Yes, it's still a 3/2 flyer.
It's totally castable. That often is what Phoenix will do against control decks, is instead of just binning your Arclight Phoenixes and hoping to bring them back, you can just play them. You
Cast
just attack
them.
with them. If they get countered or destroyed, then you start to bring them back.
Absorb this, I dare you.
Exactly.
What is the worst you can do to me? Baker very choked on mana right now.
All right, a third land is huge.
Another Giant Killer is not.
Maybe not as huge as I was thinking.
Now, admittedly, so he's got 2 Giant Killers. He's got the mana up. He can tap an opposing creature.
Right.
And maybe stymie Zach's aggressive plan.
Now,
And also, Baker, if he draws Thalia's Lieutenant or Luminarch Aspirant, he can start getting busy in the red zone himself. But he does have to draw that.
here I think he's really looking for some removal, some way to take care of these Arclight Phoenixes. A Skyclave would be perfect. Brutal Cathar would be fine. Oh, God, nothing. He's just sitting back on Giant Killer's tapping ability. It's a hard way to do it here.
Zach with double Arclight Phoenix. At least the Ledger Shredder is not getting huge. Nobody's really casting a lot of spells right now.
But it can still be attacking, so it's 5 a turn. John's on a 3-turn clock here, assuming he keeps tapping, and that's tearing up all of his mana.
Zach charting a course.
Alright, that's just a straight-up draw 2 because he attacked with creatures this turn.
Now this is the drawback of Rest in Peace in an aggressive deck. John had to take turn 2 off in order to cast it. Admittedly, wasn't doing a whole lot else, or not turn 2, I guess it was turn 3, but was not doing a whole lot else with his mana. But the struggle with Rest in Peace is that it doesn't attack.
Yeah. Also, notably, we're seeing Blue-Red Phoenix's resilience here. Yes, they do rely on the graveyard a lot, but they can totally beat a Rest in Peace. These creatures are still have text, you know?
Absolutely. The only uncastable thing in his deck right now is Treasure Cruise, and even that is not that far off. Now, Baker has found the 4th land, hopefully to start tapping down both Phoenixes and maybe delaying Zach's clock even further. Spikefield Hazard coming across, trying to kill the Dauntless Bodyguard and getting blocked with a Brave the Elements. And that ties up Baker's mana a little bit. He's only going to be able to stop 1 threat.
Yeah. Beforehand, when he could have tapped 2 creatures, like, it does buy him another, it buys him multiple turns if he does it multiple times, but now he's going to be going to 3. It's looking really rough. We could potentially see something crazy like a double Thalia's Lieutenant here, but I'm not even sure that would be lethal.
Yeah, Thalia's Lieutenant, even double Thalia's Lieutenant would not take it down.
10 damage, yeah. Not sure how he's going to get out of this one.
And even if he does... Oh, no, that's double Fiery Impulse, and Zach has mana to cast them both.
Yikes.
Now, one of those Fiery Impulses is going to get eaten by the Dauntless Bodyguard if Baker so chooses, but this is not a great spot for our Mono White Humans player.
And
John recognizes
it in.
Oh, man. A brutal mulligan to 5. Baker choosing to throw down the Rest in Peace and hope that it would be good enough. And on a mulligan to 5, I think he was probably correct. Like, what else are you going to do? This Mono White Humans deck is very much a critical mass deck. You do need at least like 2 or 3 creatures on the board to do anything.
Absolutely.
And John taking the gamble of I'm going to put this Rest in Peace on the table. I'm going to turn off your most busted cards and kind of hope that it lengthens the game enough that I can draw into my good stuff. It was a smart gamble. It did not pay off here, but yeah.
Yeah, Zach Ashton takes it down. And we can see, he played that game very well and successfully beat that Rest in Peace. I just want to reinstate how powerful this Phoenix deck is, even through some hate. You can't just throw a Rest in Peace in your sideboard and say, oh, Phoenix is a solved matchup. I got it. I'm fine.
No.
They can absolutely fight through it. They have a lot of threats, and only some of them solely rely on the graveyard.
We'll take you over to the metagame breakdown now.
Yeah, so we can see what everyone in the room here is playing. As you can see, top deck in the room, Blue-Red Phoenix with 18% of the meta. There's 8 players playing it. And one of them's 2-0 now.
Yeah.
All right.
Rakdos Sack in second place. Various versions of Blue-White control. We've got Esper. We've got a couple of versions of Yori on Blue-White. But just that core of counterspells, Wandering Emperor to Fairy 5 to say, you know what, stop. Then in fourth place, we've got Rakdos Midrange.
Yeah, Rakdos Midrange, a pile of 3-drops, it's really just like some cheap interaction, and then these threats that kind of don't seem powerful, things like Bone Crusher Giant, things like Fable the Mirror Breaker, but together they make a really, really strong mid-range deck that can have games against the fast decks and control.
Mono Green in our fifth place here, kind of the Tron of the format, relying on Nykthos to pump out huge amounts of mana and then just throw big things on the table. And they have an infinite combo now.
Right, Mono Green is actually kind of turning into somewhat of a combo deck. They have so many effects that can untap Nykthos. Things like Kiora, things like Nissa, potentially, not all lists play Nissa, but also Cavalier of Thorns finding extra Nykthoses that come into play untapped so you can activate again and get even more devotion, or even more mana because your devotion is increased.
Absolutely.
Their infinite combo usually revolves around Karn getting the card, I believe, Pestilent Cauldron from the sideboard, and then using the back half of it to loop Planeswalkers infinitely. The back half also lets you gain life, and then Pestilent Cauldron mills your opponent equal to the amount of life you gained.
You're 100% correct.
It's a very convoluted combo. We don't see it come up a lot, but
we're going to worry about it later.
Yeah, exactly.
we don't have the bandwidth right now. In sixth place, we've got Mono Red at 3 decks in the room. Then Mono White Humans, one of which we just saw on camera. Mono Blue Spirits, which we saw on camera last round. And then Abzan Greasefang. The good news here that I'm seeing is that a quarter of the room is on other.
Yeah.
Never change, Pioneer players.
There is a lot of other, and there's some really fun others that we're seeing. We saw a Blue-Red Prowess. We saw Bant Spirits. We saw a Green-Black midrange, a Jund midrange.
We've got a Tribal Vampires. Let me try to that one again. One in English. We've got a Tribal Vampires player in the room.
Awesome. lot of very cool decks. So we're hoping to feature some of the other quote-unquote other decks so we can see what fun stuff all the players here are doing.
Absolutely. And, no shade to the UR Phoenix players in the room, but God, I'm rooting for them to lose every time.
Yeah, Blue-Red Phoenix, we've seen it for a long time. Basically, ever since Phoenix was printed, it's been dominant in one format or another. It was really great in Modern, really great in Standard. Now it's really great in Pioneer. So, it makes sense to root against it.
Yeah. If one of us is playing Ancestral Recall, I'm rooting for the other one.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we'll sign off here for a little bit. We'll be bringing round 3 to you very shortly, I hope. I don't know what the clock situation is like out there.
Yeah, we got about 10 minutes left in the round, and then add a little bit on top of that to move things around and finish up matches. But yeah, we'll be back to you soon.
Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to round 3, everybody. It's round 3 of the Dungeons & Java's Pioneer RCQ, the road to... Is it still called a Pro Tour, Casey?
I think it's still called a Pro Tour way down the line. Yeah, first there's a regional Pro Tour, I believe, and then the Pro Tour?
Something like that.
Regional Championship.
Regional Championship. Okay, yes. But, I mean, this is effectively bigger than what used to be PPTQs, and it's a little bit smaller than a PTQ because, you're qualifying for this Regional Championship, which is, in terms of prizes and qualifications, more impactful than... what used to be called an RPTQ.
On the road to fame and glory among nerds. That's what
Absolutely.
We're here for. And today we've got Andrew Shaw running Mono Green Devotion. We mentioned that last round. And Nora Stein on Mono White Humans. You saw that last round. What we're doing is a kind of... Now, this is accidental, but we are just doing... What we had in last round, we'll have one of those again and something different.
Exactly. So there's not many similarities between Nora Stein's Mono White Humans list and John Baker's. They're almost identical. A few little tweaks here and there, but we do want to focus on Andrew Shaw's deck because this is a deck we haven't seen yet today.
Andrew Shaw running Mono Green Devotion. Now, Casey brought this up a little bit ago when we chatted about the metagame. Mono Green is aiming to produce bucket loads of mana and then cast Storm the Festival. Put 2 big things on the table and then do it again next turn. It's a huge deck. It starts with Elvish Mystic and Llanowar Elves to get the party started, and then with Nykthos and various things that cost GGG is going to produce buckets and buckets and buckets of mana. And then eventually, and we'll bring this up if we ever get to this point, it is going to have an infinite combo that utilizes Karn, Kiora, and the Chain Veil.
And Pestilent Cauldron, but we don't need to get into that now. So Andrew Shaw is off to a pretty good start here. He didn't have a turn 1 Elvish Mystic, but he did have a turn 2 ramp spell, followed up with an Old Growth Troll, and an Elvish Mystic.
Is that Thalia on Nora's side of the table?
Yes, that is the new art of
This is Dark Moody Thalia as opposed to heroic sword-wielding Thalia.
Now, while not as good as a card against, amongst Mono Green as it was against Phoenix, Thalia is still going to be pretty impactful in this matchup. There are a lot of non-creature spells in this Mono Green deck.
Absolutely.
We have a bunch of Planeswalkers. We have Oath of Nissa. We have Wolf Willowhaven.
Storm the Festival.
Storm the Festival is a big one because you're wanting to play that as soon as possible. And Thalia just delaying Storm the Festival a turn can give Mono White the time that they need to get through.
Now, Andrew does have command of the board with this 4/4 Old Growth Troll, but not for long. Nora Stein's got a First Striker and a Luminarch Aspirant on the table. Next turn, Thalia is going to be getting busy.
Well, here's a Cavalier of Thorns to potentially put another huge blocker into play. This one is a 5/6.
Yeah, this Thalia might not actually be getting busy next turn.
It's going to be tough for Nora to get through, especially because she's only stuck on 2 lands right now. Now, we have seen the tech from John Baker's list of Brave the Elements, giving all of your creatures protection from a color. That is going to be huge, 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 huge in this matchup.
Notable aspect of the Mono Green Devotion, all of the creatures are green.
All the creatures are green, so it's a 1 mana, basically give your whole team unblockable for a turn, which is super, super powerful. The Mono Green Devotion deck doesn't have much removal. Their main way of stopping Mono White is by blocking.
Now, Nora does need to build her battlefield up in a hurry, though, here. Andrew is building a pretty unassailable board, so Nora is going to need that Brave the Elements to be a 1-turn kill. Is that a Brutal Cathar over there?
Brutal Cathar
sure
is.
is.
The Cavalier of Thorns is pretty good.
Thalia getting beefed up to a 4/3, but deciding not to come across.
Yeah, hanging back this turn. I mean, it is notable that killing the Old Growth Troll isn't always a good thing. It will return to the battlefield as an aura. It keeps giving devotion. It keeps giving ramp. So it's not necessarily a good thing to kill that Old Growth Troll. Maybe Nora doesn't want to offer that chump block.
Another Cavalier of Thorns coming down.
Wow.
This one looking again for Nykthos, and so far Andrew has not found one.
No Nykthos, but still finding these forests. I mean, finding just a forest is fine. We see Andrew has this layer of the Hydra in his mana base. That is the man land that has an X in its cost and turns into an XX. Having just a lot of mana, even if you don't have any spells, you still have a big threat there.
God, this is a huge, chonky board for Andrew Shaw.
Yeah, it's looking like Nora's not going to be able to remove everything. We're really going to start to rely on Brave the Elements if Nora wants to win this game.
Now, admittedly, so Andrew not clocking per se. His clock is just that he's eventually going to be producing 36 mana in a turn, and that clock is imminent.
Right. Unlike back, in the earlier iterations of Mono Green Devotion towards the beginning of this format, there's no walking ballista to win the game. There's no huge threat that's unbeatable. They don't play any Ulamogs. They're mainly focusing on Karn, the Great Creator.
Is Brutal Cathar supposed to take something when it flips to the backside?
Oh, no, I don't believe it is, actually.
Hang on.
It only
All
takes
right.
when it flips to the front, I believe.
All right, Chandler's going to go ahead and ask them to pause because we're not sure if they are obeying the rules of Brutal Cathar correctly here. We're just going to check real quick just to make sure that everything is going according to the rules of Magic. Yeah, Brutal Cathar does exile a creature when it enters the battlefield, and then I believe when it transforms back into Brutal Cathar. I'm not sure if it exiles a creature when it transforms into the werewolf side of Brutal Cathar.
Yeah, I believe it only takes while transforming one direction. I just can't remember which way it is off the top of my head. Is my
okay? So
my
it looks like we
understanding.
have that getting sorted out here.
Yeah.
All right, we have a judge on the way to. We don't have to rewind a whole lot here, but we might have to go back a turn and change some things up. We will see. But yes, as I was saying about this mono green deck, instead of going for something like an Ulamog or Walking Ballista, they're going to win mainly with Karn the Great Creator, getting cards out of their sideboard. There's a lot of high-powered artifacts in the sideboard that they can use to take over a game.
The game state has been corrected. Good catch, producer. Moonrage Brute not allowed to exile something when it transforms, only when it flips back into Brutal Cathar.
Correct. But, notably, that is a powerful interaction here. The next time a player casts 2 spells, we will switch back from nighttime to daytime, and then another creature will get exiled.
Nighttime. Daytime. I'm so sorry. You've activated my trap cards.
Okay. So Andrew's kind of under some pressure to not cast 2 spells, but I believe he's already...
He may have already
2
done
spells?
that.
Yeah, this is a lot of
2
mana.
Cavaliers.
Okay, yeah, that's...
Casting
Woof.
2 Cavaliers in a turn. I don't know that he's that worried about having cast 2 things in a turn. Andrew with, what is this, 15 permanents?
That is a lot.
That's a lot. He can afford to lose one. He won't miss
Certain
it.
that it was 2 spells, because 1 Cavalier was already on the battlefield. And it's not transforming back to daytime.
Oh, no,
so,
there was
there
one
it is.
Cavalier under the Moonrage Brute.
Sure. Okay, yes. All right, so they have that all fixed up. We are back to daytime. Brutal Cathar getting another Cavalier.
And now he's down to only 14 permanents.
Yeah, there's a lot of mana on Andrew's side of the board. I believe at any point here, if he finds a Karn, it should potentially lock up the game.
I don't know if it will be immediately Ogre, but it will be a very difficult position for Nora, especially if, so that Karn Wish board does include... Let me see
the
here.
first thing to get is the Chain Veil to roll again once you have a lot of mana.
Oh, sure.
And then potentially, I believe it's God Pharaoh's Statue is going to be the most important card to get out of the sideboard. God Pharaoh's Statue, makes opponent's opponent spells cost 2 more to cast. So especially when an opponent is stuck on 3 lands, that is going to essentially shut off most of their spells.
Now that is an option that's going to be available to him. I, being a greedy person, would Karn and immediately get Skyboat and kill the Brutal Cathar so I can get more triggers off my Cavalier of Thorns.
I mean, that's a fine play as well. Something to kill this Brutal Cathar. You're getting 2 huge 5/6s. You're digging for lands. To note, I don't know how often this actually comes up with mono green. I wonder if he's concerned about decking. I don't know if you have these Cavaliers enter the battlefield too much.
Yeah, that is a concern. They mill 5 at a time, right?
Exactly. So we've had already 3 triggers of Cavalier of Thorns, chunking his deck for 15. I don't believe that's going to come up, but it might be something on Andrew Shaw's mind.
It could happen.
Another 5 here. An Elder Gargaroth.
Oh,
wow.
Big chunker.
And I'm not sure what that card is.
Is that a Beseju? No, he seems to be...
I'm not sure what that card that Andrew Shaw just played is. He tapped 4 mana for it. What could that be?
Topiary Stomper.
Topiary Stomper.
Okay, I believe, yeah. So I believe right now that's just a 4/4, and that can attack or block because he has
I think it casts
enough lands.
Cultivate, doesn't it? Or not Cultivate. It puts a basic land into play.
It casts Rampant Growth, but then it can only attack or block if you have enough lands, which I believe he does.
Yeah. Pretty easy to hit 7 in this deck.
Okay, and now we have a Kiora. Kiora is going to be able to untap this Nykthos, and he's starting to cast these Storm the Festivals that are in his graveyard from the Cavalier of Thorns.
Oof.
So almost doing an impression of a Dredge deck here, milling over his Storm the Festivals, and then casting them with just Flashback. Very powerful.
Nora is under the gun here. I don't know that Andrew is at the point where he's infinite. I don't think he is.
Nope, not infinite quite yet. You need 2 Kioras
All of the
and 2
Karns at the
Karns.
bottom of the deck? Is that what's going on?
We haven't seen a Karn yet, so I imagine so.
He milled over quite a few with Cavaliers.
Ah, okay. So he's got, looks like at least 1, probably 2 Karns in the bin after milling them with Cavaliers. Now, notably, this deck no longer requires that kind of awkward interaction of I need 1 Karn in the graveyard, 1 Karn on the board, 1 Kiora in the graveyard, 1 Kiora on the board. I don't know. Whatever. It used to be really fiddly and awkward until someone remembered that the Chain Veil existed because they also play Commander. And now it only requires, I believe, Karn, Kiora, Chain Veil, and then you can just do...
I think it has to get the cards in the graveyard, the Planeswalkers in the graveyard.
Oh,
so I think
you're
you still
right.
need 2 of each.
You do need some way to get the Planeswalkers in the graveyard.
But he's milled over a lot already. Of note, if Nora has Brave the Elements plus the Ollie's Lieutenant, that's exactly 20 damage. I would like to point that out.
You're good at counting. That's really important.
Even though Andrew Shaw is very clearly ahead right now, he is not quite out of the woods.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. So Nora's in a position... after this. Nora just needs to survive until she draws Brave the Elements.
It's going to be tough to do next turn. Next turn, she's at this point where she's going to have to start chunk blocking. These Lair of the Hydras are going to be attacking for easily 20, potentially more. Plus all these other creatures. Also, once Elder Gargaroth attacks, you can gain 3 life, and then the win con is not quite there. I guess a Mutavault could add in the extra
Does
damage.
Nora need the Mutavault in order to...
Oh, well, Mutavault's not white, so it doesn't actually get...
So it doesn't contribute to the Brave the Elements. Does she need the Mutavault in order to hit 20? With that
no, so we have
line of...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Lieutenant?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then 5 from the Thalia's Lieutenant.
Okay.
So that's exactly 20.
So Nora's still extremely in this, is what I'm hearing.
Definitely
Especially
in it.
with
It's
that...
going to get harder because she doesn't seem to have it this turn, but there is a chance that she can get it next turn.
She just needs to find it. She just needs to draw it. Now, notably, Nora on the obviously superior tech of
There's the Lieutenant.
Thraben Inspector.
So
She does have a little bit more ability to draw to it. Lieutenant going to make this board enormous.
Now, unfortunately here, she's going to have to be blocking. Yeah, we're running out of dice.
We're running out of dice. Oh, no.
She's activating the Mutavault to put a counter there. Great.
Smart play.
There are going to have
Nora's
to be
done this before.
Nora's going to have to block a little bit. throw some things in front of these gigantic creatures and hope that Andrew Shaw doesn't have the combo. But if she can survive one more turn, then Brave the Elements is going to be a win.
So I don't mean to disagree with you here, but that Thalia is a 6/5 first strike. I don't know that she's actually in a position to chump block. She's in a position to eat an Elder Gargaroth for breakfast.
Absolutely, yeah. The Thalia is going to be, slaying this gigantic beast. I'm more so concerned about those Lair of the Hydras in Andrew
Lair
Shaw's
of the Hydra
mana
is
base.
huge.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Lots of counters on lots of creatures. Let's see what Andrew Shaw has. It looks like his hand is empty, so he just had the one draw.
Drawing off the top. Does he have any more storms in his graveyard?
Okay, that's a redraw. Kiora lets you draw a card. Gives him a bunch more devotion.
That's a Llanowar Elves.
That's a Llanowar Elves. That is not it. And the fact that he didn't go for a storm immediately leads me to believe he doesn't have one.
Yeah, that's got to be your first thing, right? Let's see. He's activating Nykthos for, call it 11 billion mana. Untapping it again.
I believe that's 17 mana.
17 mana. Pay 2 of it to create 17 more of
So
it.
looking at 32. So Lair of the Hydra for lethal.
a million. Coming across.
Probably want to block that one.
Doesn't have trample, does it?
It does not have
Not
trample.
have trample. It's just a big thing.
Just a big Hydra. Does he have only the one Hydra? He has 2 layers of the Hydra,
layers of the Hydra,
in his
yeah.
mana base. So he could attack with 2 15/15s if he wants to whittle Nora's board down a little bit more. It doesn't look... So I wonder if Andrew is just not aware that he is one draw away from getting ganked.
He might be unaware of Brave the Elements. It is not a commonly played card in Pioneer,
Yeah, this deck, despite being one of the most popular decks in the room today, not huge in the Pioneer metagame.
Well,
But-
we say one of the most popular. There are 2 people playing it, and we've seen both of them.
That's
But
4%, baby!
definitely on our cameras, it has been the most popular. So we're really looking for just to Brave the Elements, and then we can call it game, I believe.
Nora also hellbent, like Andrew.
That's the one card.
Now she can afford...
No,
if
she's not Hellbent. She's got a few cards. She's got
Does
a few
she?
cards in there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's just off camera. It's hard for us to see.
Now, if Nora is playing toward this Brave the Elements plan, she can afford to sacrifice these Mutavaults kind of at her leisure. She's not in dire need of them.
Right, yes.
It's possible... I mean, it's also possible that she's not thinking about Brave the Elements in the face of this board of 1 million power. I think it's unlikely that she's not, as she doesn't have that on her radar.
Ooh, okay. Tomik into play. Now, I know Tomik does things with lands. Does it stop what Andrew Shaw has going on in any way?
I believe it prevents lands being targeted. But I can't remember if it's lands in the graveyard or lands that you control, or our producer's bringing it up for us. Lands on the battlefield and land cards in graveyards can't be the targets of spells or abilities your opponents control.
So
Tomik has turned off the ability for Andrew to combo.
Yeah.
Because he can no longer untap his Nykthos with the Kiora ability.
This, I thought it wasn't a great draw, but this is actually pretty good.
That's secretly huge, yeah.
This is, now the only real threat is the creatures plus Lair of the Hydra. And, there's a lot of creatures over here.
Yeah, Thalia is going to beat anything except for Lair of the Hydra that Andrew can put on the table.
We're really just waiting on a Brave the Elements. And Andrew Shaw's trying to kill as fast as he can before Brave the Elements comes into play.
Going to activate Nykthos.
I believe that's not a legal play. Yeah, let's go ahead and... Oh.
Whoop, they got
Players
it.
pause.
Hold on. They
Oh,
got
no,
it.
she got it.
Never mind.
Thanks.
All right, we're going in to stop him from making an illegal play, but it looks like the players have that taken
The
care of.
players have it. They've got it taken care of. They know what they're doing.
We should expect more of them. How dare us to doubt their play? Okay, so this is a big Lair of the Hydra. I don't know if it's lethal. I think it's quite close, though. I imagine it's
You said it's 17 devotion?
Well, there are more things have entered the battlefield since then. So let's see. We got 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, plus a bunch of other lands. So this is almost
that's got to be lethal.
Attacker.
So Nora in the Abyss for sure.
Yeah. If she wants to lean totally into drawing Brave the Elements, there's the option to chump block with Mutavault, because Mutavault doesn't benefit from Brave the Elements. But if she wants to keep Thraben Inspector alive as a redraw, you're going to need that 4 mana. So, to Inspector, Crack the Clue, and cast Brave the Elements.
That's true.
So potentially she might want to block with one of her white creatures. We'll see. Also somewhat notable. So, like I said, Brave the Elements only gives white creatures protection from a color.
Right.
If Brutal Cathar transforms, this might not be lethal.
Oh,
no,
no.
It's still probably lethal. But this is 2 white creatures that have gone down for chump blocking in these past 2 rounds. Brutal Cathar is going to transform. So now we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 14. Okay, it is still lethal, even though the Brutal Cathar no longer benefits from Brave the Elements.
Okay. Now, Nora, maybe incentivized to play toward this Brutal Cathar plan of just eating every meaningful permanent on Andrew's side of the table. What is Andrew drawing to here, except for just kill all of your stuff?
Karn is the main one, I believe. All right, an Extraction Specialist getting back at Dauntless Bodyguard.
Tasty! Oh my goodness!
Giving Brutal Cathar indestructible. Excellent.
That was an incredible draw.
And, okay, yes. So this is going to flip back. Again, on Andrew's turn, take another Cavalier. This Brutal Cathar is hunting down these elementals like it's nothing. All right,
I know I've already made my Calm Cathar Uncollected joke, but Nora is just absolutely keeping a level head in the face of 11 million damage.
There's absolutely a lot of players that would, maybe freeze at the sight of all of these gigantic green creatures and all of this mana. But, she realizes, hey, I still have outs. I'm not giving up.
Arguably, she's doing more with, like, this staring match, right? It's awkward, but it favors Nora.
Yeah.
Especially as long as that Tomic is on the board, preventing Andrew from comboing off for Inf. And also with Luminarch Aspirant, all of her stuff is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Absolutely. Now, she's mainly drawing towards Brave the Elements, of course, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that at some point this Tomic can start attacking. Tomic does have flying.
Yeah, there's a flyer.
All 3 of the 4 creatures with reach have been taken out by the Brutal Cathar. There is still the Elder Gargaroth sitting on the other side of the battlefield, but if these Luminarch Aspirants maybe put some counters onto the Elder Gargaroth, onto the Tomic, then Tomic can beat the Elder Gargaroth in combat. We can potentially see Tomic just fly over the battlefield and win the game that way.
Man, going into this, I expected this to be a story of how fast can Nora kill Andrew before he does something busted. But I'm shocked to realize, like, this long game is favoring Nora by a lot. She has a ton of great draws. She has control of the battlefield. Really, she just needs to solve this, like, layer of the Hydra problem and or draw Brave the Elements kind of whenever she wants. Whenever her deck will give it to her, I suppose. Nora also very astutely holding on to 2 spells there so that she would have control of when the Cathar flips.
Right, yes. And, I've commented that Nora is kind of short on mana, at least, especially compared to Andrew here.
Yeah.
She only has 4 lands, but she is doing so much with this mana, and Andrew Shaw drew another forest there. That's not going to help. Looks like just another big layer of the Hydra turn. And as we can note here, because of Brutal Cathar, this devotion is getting less and less. It is. There might be a point soon where Andrew can only make maybe a 14 power layer Hydra, and Nora says, okay, take it.
Yeah, whatever. I'll take it.
Now, I don't think that point is coming this turn, but it could happen at some point in the future.
Andrew going to wake up the lair. What is this creature up here at the top?
That is the Topiary Stomper.
That's the Topiary Stomper. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So it's a 4/4. That actually might also have reach. I don't recall.
I don't think Topiary Stomper has reach.
It's in the Topiary. That's the top of the trees.
Is it?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention in biology.
Nor did I. Topiary Stomper has Vigilance.
Oh, it has Vigilance, of course. But it looks so big. It's a dinosaur.
It's very big. I guess Tyrannosaurus Rex just not great at snapping things out of the air.
I guess not. And we see because Andrew drew just a forest there, Brutal Cathar flips again. So if Nora can cast 2 spells, it will then slay another creature.
Oof.
I
Absolute
believe
masterclass going
Nora
on here.
chump blocked with Extraction Specialist, so she should gain 3 life because it does have lifelink. For all that has happened in this game, life total's 20 to 20.
Incredible.
Looks like they just begun.
Both of these decks just staring at each other saying, you know what, when I deal damage, it's going to be in increments of 30.
Actually, yes. To note, our round clock, and now I believe the players in here do have a slight extension, but there's only 25 minutes left in the round. This is a long game 1. I think that favors Nora, potentially, because I believe she has the ability to close out quicker. So it looks like she's animating Immutable. I wonder what this means. Is an attack coming soon? Is this a Brave the Elements, potentially?
Maybe? She's putting counters on... Oh, she's activating it for, I think, Athalia's
That is
Lieutenant
Brave
trigger.
the Elements.
Woo!
I imagine naming green.
It would be a real flex to name red on this board, right?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Andrew drawing to find
super
out where his ding-dang
dead.
cards were.
That was a lot of fun to watch. Because
Oh, my
usually we
goodness.
see these mono-white decks winning with... winning with small hits.
Yeah.
2 on turn 2, 3 on turn 4. Like you're hitting throughout the game. But she just said no. We're gonna wait until
It's
very
Nora
late.
Stein on mono white
Well,
humans.
that's
Oh,
the
I
old
see.
deck list. Yeah, we're setting up deck lists here so we can talk about what the players are going to be sideboarding. It's real simple to start with Andrew Shaw.
Andrew Shaw has 3 Skylasher, 2 Voracious Hydra,
And then a bunch of
Karn
artifacts for
board.
Karn.
We've got 1 Tormod's Crypt, 1 Treasure Vault, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Damping Sphere, 1 Pestilent Cauldron, 1 The Chain Veil, 1 Sky Sovereign Console Flagship, 1 God Pharaoh Statue, 1 The Immortal Sun, and 1 Meteor Golem.
Now, there are some cards that would be fine to put in there, such as the Sky Sovereign, but Karn tutors for them. You want them in your sideboard initially.
Yeah, having Karn means you have 4 Sky Sovereign instead of just 1 by putting it in your main deck.
Right. I think the only thing coming in here is the Voracious Hydra.
Voracious
it can
Hydra for
come down
sure.
and destroy a creature. This is, some amount of removal to interact with Brutal Cathars. Just something to interact with what Nora's doing.
Now, arguably the more interesting sideboard from Nora Stein here on Mono White Humans.
All right, here's what she got. She's got 2 Selfless Spirit, 2 Containment Priest, 3 Rest in Peace, 1 Giant Killer, 1 Tomik, 4 Portable Hole, and 2 Archon of Emeria. So I think the obvious ones here are potentially Containment Priest can stop. Well, is that obvious? It only stops the creatures coming in off Storm the Festival.
It will stop creatures coming in off Storm the Festival. Maybe that's worth it?
It could be.
Storm is
it's a
frequently
2/2.
used to bring in Planeswalkers, but it's also, it is a hit to get a Cavalier of Thorns and then bring in a Nykthos, and maybe preventing the Cavalier of Thorns from coming in is worth it.
Potentially. The other more, I think, obvious inclusions are the 1 Giant Killer is really good at taking out these
Absolutely.
big threats like Elder Gargaroth or the Cavalier of Thorns. Also, Portable Hole. It's great. Portable Hole.
Incredible against Elvish
It can
Mystic.
take out Elvish Mystic, the Lenore Elves, the Wolfwillow Haven. Just saying, we saw Nora beat Andrew's ramp plan by going over the top of it, or going through it, I guess, with Brave the Elements, and saying, I don't care about all these big creatures.
Get out of my
I'm
way.
still going to win. Portable Hole allows you to do the other thing and saying, I'm not going to let you ramp. I'm not going to let you play these things super quickly by killing all the Elvish Mystics, and that would let her real aggressive game plan win the game. It's going to be really tough, I think, for Andrew Shaw to win here. Now, he is on the play, so there is a little bit helping him, but it's going to be a tough game, I think.
And honestly, Casey, I've been so impressed with this Mono White Humans deck. Coming in, I was so expectant of you have to kill them on turn 4 or hope for Brave the Elements to get in a sneaky 8 points of damage in order to win against this huge mono green deck. And yet, Nora Stein just sat back for, 12 turns, just building her board,
Yeah.
preventing the opponent from killing her.
20 minutes, just chilling.
Just chilling, just putting counters on my stuff with this Luminarch Aspirant. Eventually, I'm going to draw something and kill you, but you can't get through my Thalia in the meantime.
Absolutely.
Along with all of these blockers.
And that just goes to show, one of the, not only the strength of this mono white deck, but one of the weaknesses of this mono green deck. It is a powerful deck. It has a lot, a really high ceiling, but you're playing mono green. You don't have all this much removal. If your opponent has an 8/6 Thalia, or an 8/7 Thalia, I guess. What are you going to do about it? There's not...
Stone nothing.
I mean,
is the
now he
answer.
does have Voracious Hydra in the sideboard, but
Yeah.
game 1, there was no way to answer that Thalia outside of Karn for a Meteor Golem, I guess.
Yeah, and that is another part of the story of that game, is that Andrew could not find a Karn to literally save his life.
Right.
Two of them in the
end,
bin and 2 of them at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, towards the end, I'm not actually sure if it would have done enough, because there was the
Tomik,
Tomik, preventing the infinite combo. So I believe Karn could have maybe like gotten the Chain Veil, spun again, gotten the Meteor Golem, and potentially survived. But would I call it a win? Not really.
Well, Meteor Golem to tag the Tomik and allow himself to spin it up next turn.
Of course, that would have been powerful.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're jumping right into game 2, and wow, Andrew has a much faster draw.
Incredibly
than game
fast start.
Went Elf into Elf plus Sylvan Caryatid. He's ready to play a 5-drop next turn.
Or 6 even.
6 if he... Well, I mean, he only has 5s, but... you know, if he boarded in some random 6, he could play it.
Is Storm 6?
Oh, Storm is 6. You're
I
totally right.
thought Storm was 7.
I believe it's 6 and then 10 to flashback. And look, yeah, here we see it for 6. All right, turn 3, Storm the Festivals. This is a powerful, powerful start.
Oof.
Nissa and Karn.
Into double
oh my
Planeswalker.
God. Well, Tomik is completely turning off Nissa's ability, actually.
It is. Oh my goodness.
So Nissa still has the passive ability.
Now Karn likely to grab either Meteor Golem or Storm.
Let's go ahead and get... Oh, wait. No, she's got it.
Nora's on it. Nora knows exactly what Tomik does.
I do believe that the Nissa actually... Is Nissa up to 1 land?
Who shakes the world? Yeah. Old Nissa shakes.
Up to 1.
Up to
okay, so
one
you
target.
can still
Okay.
uptick Nissa, even though Tomik is preventing you from targeting any lands.
Andrew grabbing his Sky Sovereign, intending to murk that Tomik next turn and turn his Nissa back into the huge mana generator that it was always meant to be.
Now, notably, it's 3 power on the board.
Yeah, Tomik
Kill this
and
Karn.
Hopeful Initiate together can kill the Karn.
Now, sorry, I was looking away. Did we catch what the Karn tutored up?
Sky Sovereign.
Sky Sovereign. Okay, that is a powerful, powerful card to get. If the Hopeful Initiate gets some counters on it, it could kill the Sky Sovereign.
It could.
You know, we saw last round with Mono White versus Is It Phoenix, the Hopeful Initiate's artifact and enchantment destroying ability didn't come up. But here, it might be able to kill the big old Sky Boat.
Is this an Adeline?
Adeline.
Adeline with Splendid Cathar. All right, baby. Let's see. So what is her best attack here? I'm trying to figure out if she has incentives to try to reduce the loyalty on this Nissa as fast as possible, or if she just wants to murk the Karn. Murk the Karn seems like the obvious play, right?
I think Murk the Karn is obvious, and then I think after that you want to go face. Oh, that's interesting. Putting Karn to 1. Karn's ability much less relevant now.
Can't draw a second card.
No, notably, I believe there was a missed Hopeful Initiate trigger here, unfortunately, for Nora.
That one I'm not going to throw my head out, because I
Yeah.
think that might count as outside interference.
Exactly, yes. It's not a game rule violation, it's just a missed trigger.
Andrew throwing out more green pips.
All right, this one is looking rough. Yeah, that's a lot of mana for this Nykthos. I think there's a
What are we
Kiora in
looking
there,
at?
but it doesn't do anything with
1, 2, 3, 4,
Tone
5,
about
6, 7, 8,
9.
9, 10? Am I miscounting something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Big Nykthos activation here.
It's a Cavalier. That's a good one. That is a creature that can block Tomik in the air. So the pressuring ability on the Planeswalkers is diminished.
Here comes Skyboat.
Well,
Tag the Tomik. Andrew Shaw's Nissa is unlocked.
and this is Andrew's last card in hand. So he's quote unquote out of gas. But Karn's gonna uptick. He can downtick again next turn, and there is a lot of creatures on the board. I don't know how Norstein gets out of this.
Interesting that he did he not uptick Nissa that turn?
He did not. I believe he might have forgot. He did kill the Tomik, so he could have upticked Nissa after the Tomik had left the battlefield.
Yeah.
But he did not.
He's out of cards in hand, you said?
Yeah, he's out of cards in hand. No, there is a Storm the Festival in the graveyard because he had that turn 3 Storm the Festival.
Yep.
So I believe that's going to be his play next turn.
Andrew in a pretty commanding position here.
Yeah, it's tough because I'm not sure Brave the Elements really gets out of this. Andrew's going to be able to get something else good off Karn. He's going to use Sky Sovereign to kill some creatures. We're looking at maybe like over 2 turns Brave the Elements doing something if you have 2 of them, but it doesn't look like he has 2 turns.
Also notable here that missed Hopeful Initiate trigger could be huge here.
Potentially.
Completely turning off Nora's ability to kill the Sky Sovereign. Brutal Cathar taking the Sky Sovereign instead.
Exactly. Brutal Cathar usually can only hit creatures, not artifacts, but because Karn did turn the Sky Sovereign into a creature until Andrew's next turn, Brutal Cathar can take it out.
Huh. I forgot that was an across turn ability. I thought it was just for this turn.
Nope, you can use it to block.
Fire design. Cool.
Alright, so it looks like this is a flashback Storm the Festivals.
Getting a Cavalier and a Wolf Willow Haven.
Okay, not crazy hits, but still quite powerful.
Cavalier milling. That's a Storm the Festival going to the graveyard. And a Kiora maybe going...
I don't think that's a Storm.
Stomper.
I believe that was a Torpedo
was it a
Stomper? Yeah,
Stomper?
that one
Okay.
funky art. But he does have a Karn downtake here. What's he going to get? Pestilent Cauldron. All right, now we get
we're
to have
in
some
it.
fun.
Oh,
So,
no. Oh,
Pestilent
no.
Cauldron is an artifact on the front side, but this is a card from Strixhaven that has 2 sides. The back side is a sorcery that returns up to 2 creatures or planeswalkers from your graveyard to your hand, and each player gains 4 life. So it looks like he's picking up a Kiora and a Karn here. Then the Cauldron, well, the sorcery part of it exiles itself.
Yep.
That was supposed to prevent you from looping it. However,
Except-
Karn's downtick allows you to get an artifact from exile, and because it returns to its front face when it's put into exile, Karn can retrieve it and then do it again. Now, I'm not sure this is quite infinite. I don't know if he has another Kiora in the graveyard, but it's a lot of value.
Nora playing Honest Creatures over on the other side, and Andrew has been unlocked. Good look, chat. Nora packing it
All
in.
right. Yeah. Makes sense. Good concession. They are running low on time. Can we get a check on the round clock? All right, 12 minutes left on the main clock, and they have additional 3 minutes. So we have 15
minutes.
Now, Andrew did finish that game in pretty quick order, so it's definitely possible for each player to win quickly here. But if the game goes like game 1, we might have a draw on our hands.
I don't even know what to say. There are 37 permanents on Andrew Sauce's side of the board.
Yeah, it's taken him a while just to pick them all back up to shuffle them.
Nora probably also very smart for the timing on that concession. Don't demonstrate to me your infinite loop. I know I can't beat 48 cards on the table, and hoping to maybe do a repeat of game number 1 here, where she can force Andrew to play fair, mostly, and just beat him on the board.
I imagine her best route to victory is what I mentioned with the portable holes and killing those mana
Kill
dorks.
the elf.
Andrew Shaw, he won this game through a lot of cards, but I think it was mostly that turn 3 Storm the Festivals hitting 2 powerful planeswalkers. If he can't cast a turn 3 Storm the Festivals, does he have to wait till turn 5 or 6 like most players have to without their crazy ramp?
Like a legitimate business person.
Exactly. Then Nora's chances of winning the game go up hugely.
Now that Tomic was clutch. It was unfortunate that Storm the Festival went directly into Karn into Sky Sovereign.
Yes, exactly. But Tomic was powerful. I was impressed with the ability to stop. I mean, it completely stops the Nissa's activated ability. It stops Kiora's activated ability. Now, they do still have triggered abilities that are relevant, but it stops the main thing that you're doing with those planeswalkers.
Tomic just he's doing his job.
Absolutely. I like when, hate bears like that are super playable.
Absolutely.
And it's not a bad body. 2 mana for a 2/3 flyer, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Perfectly playable, according to Mono White Hate Bears standards.
Exactly.
Which famously not very high.
Mono White Hate Bears has played some much smaller creatures for much higher mana costs.
Sketchy cards in those decks, historically. Now, Nora on the play here, which could be huge against the Mana Elf deck, if she's able to present a threat and then also kill the elf after it goes down. Comes down, rather. excited that we're bringing Maximum Magic. I didn't expect these matches to go this long.
Yeah, this one I was nervous it would be over really quick, but that first game was fantastic.
Absolutely, yes. A wonderful time.
All right, it looks like I believe Nora's taking a mulligan. Looks like Andrew's kept his, I believe that was 7.
Terrifying.
Yeah, that's not what you want. Mono Green Devotion keeping a 7. It's just like when Tron keeps their 7 in Modern. You go,
Yeah.
oh, well, I guess you must have turn 3 Tron and a Karn, huh?
Guess I'm dead, huh?
So this leads me to believe that Andrew's probably going to have a turn 1 Elf, and then probably going to have some powerful ramp to follow that, and, hopefully for Andrew, some payoff. Nora going ahead and drawing her 6, or I guess 7, but you put 1 back.
Her
Turns
7
into
going
6.
to 6, yeah. Andrew contemplating how quickly he can play something egregious. Nora happy with her 7? Rather her 6.
Yeah, now it's a 6. And we're off to the races.
Leading off on a 1-drop. It's a Hopeful Initiate.
Hopeful Initiate, good start. Andrew also has a 1-drop in
Kill
Elvish
that.
Mystic.
Kill that.
Really hoping Nora can kill it here. Or at least play a powerful 2-drop.
Luminarch Aspirant counts.
Bad. Yeah, that's probably the best 2-drop here. Thalia is good, but not super relevant. I guess it could stop a turn 3 Kiora or something out of
That's true.
Andrew, but Luminarch Aspirant just putting the beatdowns in. If Nora can back this up with some more threats and some removal, this is a good start.
Wolf Willowhaven into other Wolf Willowhaven.
Okay, so I take it back. Thalia would have been fantastic. And
this
now
is interesting. So the Hopeful Initiate actually can sacrifice its counters after this combat step in order to kill one of the Wolf Willowhavens.
that's very true. Is that because it does take 3 mana to use that activated ability?
Oh, it's 3 mana? I thought it was 2. Oh, no.
Yeah, so I think if that's the play from Nora, she's not casting any spells.
That's her
and
only
that
thing.
Would be rough.
Yeah. Electing instead to put the beatdowns on. We're coming across for 4.
All right, Andrew's going to go down to 14. Following it up with a Tomik. Wow.
Tasty.
Wow. If that came down on turn 2, that would have been really good against these Wolf Havens, huh?
That would have been good. That's a good point.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Well, we did see Nora play a Mutavault on turn 2, so we don't know if she had the ability to
it's
Tomik.
possible the
She might not
second
have had
white source came down.
Storm the Festival is here. I see a Nissa in there, but Tomik is going to shut that down.
Yeah, Nissa not as great against Atomic. Who would win? Nissa who shakes the world, or one Distinguished Advocist?
He's
Today
very
it's the Advocist.
distinguished, yeah. Right now, it's looking like the Advocist is going to be very powerful.
Point of interesting lore. Rawl's boyfriend.
Oh, excellent, right.
I believe in, let's see, what is it? What's the 5-mana Rawl out of the newest Ravnica set?
Storm something.
Storm something? Well, in any case.
Storm Conduit?
Storm Conduit? Sure, that sounds good. He's carrying Tomic's, like, bandana or something.
Oh, okay.
That little white thing in his hand that he's clutching is from Tomic.
Wow, this is not a great Storm of Festivals. We get a
singular
forest and then a Nissa that can't
Nissa.
do anything.
She can tick up. Oh, boy.
Tick up, but
Andrew long on mana but short on payoffs right now.
now here's a question. If you're in Nora's position here, do you attack Nissa? Do you attack Andrew Shaw?
Great question. I think you have to attack the Nissa to prevent... Well, let's see. So, Andrew going to have approximately 1 billion T mana
Wow.
with the Nissa on the board.
Brutal Cathar taking out the elf here, so all these attacks are going to be unobstructed. If she wants to send, exactly 6 at Nissa and then the rest to Andrew, she'll have the means to. But she can also just send it all at Andrew. This is a pretty hefty attack.
Also relevant, she's got the Sheffet Dunes on her side of the table. She's 2 lands away from activating it, but that could be relevant.
Could totally help. Now, Luminarch Aspirant can put a counter here, and then Training can do something. So I think we could get an attack for 8, all things considered.
Looks like we're coming across, 3, 5, 7, and all of it coming at Andrew's face.
Unfortunately, that is another missed Hopeful Initiate trigger, but that's still, Andrew's at a low life total, and Nora has a flyer. So we're really it's a test to see how much Andrew can do with this bazillion mana he has from Nissa.
I mean, the Storm the Festival is coming back for sure.
Yeah, he could flash it back.
And
he has a lot of cards in his hand, and it looks like
there's a lot of good hits available.
There's a
to him.
Voracious Hydra in Andrew's hand.
Well, that's not great for Nora.
Absolutely not. Being able to take out, I imagine, the Tomik. Oh, okay.
Has to be, right?
Looks like that's
an old growth
troll first, but you know.
And then Voracious Hydra to kill the Tomik.
Okay.
Nissa unlocked. Storm the Festival coming next turn.
And that was a bunch of spells, so Brutal Qualifier will transform.
It will flip. So Nora in a position to do the same thing that she did in game 1 of just... Brutal Cathar won't transform. It's on its face side right now.
Spells, you're totally right.
It's daytime.
And it will remain daytime. Alright, so an attack for 3 with Vigilance coming in.
Nora not super worried about that.
Brave the Elements right now would win the game.
Would it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, hold on. Actually, I believe this. Wait, this is why she read the Nissa. Is the forest green?
Oh, yes, I believe so. I believe when.
Can you pull up Nissa?
Let's see.
Just had a look at it.
It becomes a 0/0 elemental creature. It has no color.
Nissa does not turn the forest into a green creature. So that would be one creature that Brave the Elements. It can't stop it from blocking.
That could be huge.
That could be absolutely huge, especially if Brave the Elements is a big part of her plan, which, as we saw in Game 1, it is.
Dauntless Bodyguard, picking probably Brutal Cathar. Unclear at this time.
Now, that's not to say Brave the Elements is bad, because
it
it still would
bonkers.
get in a lot of damage, and it would probably kill the forest. It just wouldn't be immediately game over as the board stands now.
Brave the Elements.
All right, there it is. Naming green, I imagine.
Now, it's possible that Andrew does not know that his forest is colorless right now. He may be making the same mistake. He knows.
Yeah.
He's finding out.
Well, now we're in this position. If Nora has another Brave the Elements, then it's definitely lethal.
For sure.
Unless Andrew can do some funky things and gain a lot of life, which there are cards in the sideboard with Karn that can do that. You can get the Pestilent Cauldron, and then the backside of Pestilent Cauldron will gain 4 life.
That is true. Meteor Golem also... Well, Meteor Golem... Oh, yeah.
It's another colorless blocker, too.
Golem would do it as a way to kill something and then also block at least one thing.
So it looks like the forest blocked Luminarch Aspirant, so I believe Andrew will be taking 5 this turn. Going down to 2.
Not 0.
Not quite 0. Another Brave the Elements will do it. Andrew's empty-handed.
Storm the Festival.
He can activate that Storm the Festival. That's true, but...
Let's see. Does he need to tap his blockers in order to do it? He does. He does.
In fact, tap some number of them. Well, actually...
Maybe arguing with himself about whether he wants to float some mana off of this Wolf Willow Haven forest.
Of note, Brave the Elements is now... It's getting worse and worse over time, because Andrew's going to have 2 forests this next turn. 2 colorless blockers.
Nora only needs to get in with 1 creature, though. Everything on the table has 2 power.
Yep, 1 creature will do it. I'm seeing he's considering... He might have a card in hand that's relevant to his play.
Might be doing combat math.
Yeah, could absolutely
you think
be doing combat
he's
math.
thinking about whether he can kill her?
Lethal, that's 4, 8, plus 5, 6, plus another 6. This is 18 damage. This is 18 damage. Oh, gosh.
Does Voracious Hydra have trample?
It does.
I bet it does. Yeah.
So does Old Growth Troll.
So she can block one of the lands. Nope. We're flashing back Storm.
Okay, now this is no longer lethal. This is no longer a potentially lethal attack. He hits Cavalier and Gargaroth. So the Cavalier trigger here. Finds a Nykthos, but I don't know how relevant that is anymore.
It's pretty relevant with the
with
Storm of the Festival in the graveyard.
So now we're starting to see the combo potential of this mono green deck. You think they just have this one Storm of the Festival in the graveyard, but then that turns into Cavalier, which turns into a Nykthos.
Hey, producer, how did he gain 3 life?
Gargaroth?
Gargoth
Not when it
gains
ETBs,
freeze
it's just when it attacks or blocks.
Never mind. My bad.
All right.
Coming into the red zone. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no reason for Nora to block here. This is only, looks like 11 damage, so I imagine Nora's going to 4. And he's tapping a forest.
Let's
it looks
see.
like
So Nykthos flashing, let's see, 5, 7, 9, 12. I think I count 14 mana.
Oh, the Karn. I think
this might do it.
Yeah. Well,
He got Karn and a Caryatid.
and he can untap the Nykthos with Nissa.
Has he already... Does
He has not activated Nissa yet. This
No,
turn.
Nissa can only untap a forest.
No, can untap any land.
Only forests?
Any land.
Up to 1 target non-creature land you control. My bad.
So it looks like Andrew is potentially going to be able to string together the combo. Well,
He's untapping a forest.
okay. He's getting something. Let's see what he gets here. If it's Pestilent Cauldron, I think he's fine, but we'll see.
Could also get Meteor Golem.
Meteor Golem would also be quite powerful, killing a blocker and putting up another colorless blocker.
How much mana does he have?
He tapped for 14 off of that Nykthos.
He had some amount floating. We're not sure exactly how much mana he had. The dice were hard to read from here, but I'm assuming everyone at the table is making sure the correct amount of mana has been produced.
I don't know if he has enough to cast the Meteor Golem, now that I think about it. Unless he... Well, I guess he can use the Nissa to untap the Nykthos and then create another 14.
He already
activated it.
Yeah, he
Oh, he already
activated it
activated
to take on a forest.
Oh, that's right. Maybe he's making the same mistake I was making of thinking that Nissa can only target forests. Oh,
It's a dice on 6. I imagine that's mana floating, potentially.
Probably.
And he gets a Chain Veil.
Chain Veil costs 4?
4 to activate, I
4.
believe. So he's tapping this.
Professor Byrne Original in the chat asking if she's going to lose because of missed triggers.
I don't imagine so. Well, I guess it might have been 2 damage potentially missed out, and Andrew is at 2.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's tragic.
That's brutal.
Well, I guess, actually, technically, Andrew did block a 2-power creature over a 3-power creature previously.
That came into play this turn.
Yeah, you want to pause?
1 second, players. Michael, you saw it. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Sorry about this interruption. We believe that Andrew might have tapped a Sylvan Caryatid for mana, and a Sylvan Caryatid entered the battlefield this turn, so we're just making sure the correct... he's playing everything correctly here. Yeah, so the Sylvan Caryatid back into the hand. Okay.
There we go. Thank you, producer. Good catch.
So it looks like that's the end of it. Nor has the Brave Elements!
Oh my god! Oh my god, I think
And
she
one
did
creature
it.
was blocked.
She did it!
And now Andrew's talking about how he should have gained the life. Wow.
Oh
wow.
my
Okay.
god! Oh, that was so tight!
Wow. The Brave the Elements got there, yes.
Incredible.
That was, yeah.
That was some extreme Indiana Jones versus the ninja type energy.
Yeah.
I just have this bullet here.
Andrew Shaw was swinging his sword around like crazy. Nora just bang.
Bang. That was incredible.
That was very,
Wow.
very impressive on Nora's part.
Mono
Wow.
White sneaking it out against Andrew Shaw's
Andrew was put into a
100 million
tough
permanents.
position there of like, what does he play around? And he didn't seem to play around Brave the Elements, and it cost him.
Yeah.
Wow. Very impressive on Nora's part, very impressive on Andrew's part. Both decks played very well.
And we do have standings up. Our top 8 at present, and this will change because we are only representing the points at the beginning
this is
of
the
last round.
So this is going to be updated shortly with our players that have won this round. But As you can see, we have Andrew Shaw and Nora Stein, our players right now. Both at least 2 wins. Now Nora's up to 3, and Andrew is going to go at 2-1, still totally in the running to top 8.
Leo Anselmi from our first round, still in it, undefeated.
Yep, that Mono Blue Spirits player. We also have Joel Farr on Red Black Sacrifice, Zach Ashton on Blue Red Phoenix. Yeah, quite a few great players here, all with 2 wins. And soon we're going to be able to update with who has 3 wins. We'll do that after round 2 has concluded.
God, that was such an incredibly level-headed match from the white player.
Fantastic game. The whole match, obviously. Yeah, that first game was super, super good. Game 2 was kind of a runaway. We saw Mono Green do what Mono Green does. And then Game 3, Brave the Elements, once again, being the best card in Nora's deck.
Really strong against these monocolor strategies.
Super, super strong.
We'll be bringing round 4 to you here shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Round 4 shortly, yes.
Round 4, right?
All right.
I didn't go to school for counting. Don't go anywhere.
All right, welcome back. We're at round 4 here of the Pioneer RCQ at Dungeons & Javas. We have for you Zach Ashton on Blue Red Phoenix, the player from round 2 that we saw win over, I believe, John Baker with Mono White Humans.
Indeed.
Versus Bryce Edwards playing Rakdos mid-range. This is the first time we've seen a Rakdos deck in the feature match, but there's a lot of them here. There's a lot of Rakdos mid-range and a lot of Rakdos Sacrifice.
And we're familiar with the Blue Red Phoenix game plan from the first 2 rounds, right? We're going to trade 1 for 1 on all your cards, and then I'm going to reload with Treasure Cruise, a fully legal card somehow.
Yeah.
On the other side of the table, Red Black Midrange, kind of a similar proposition, except that it's lacking any kind of Treasure Cruise. It's just looking to dismantle your game plan and then kill you with efficient, powerful threats.
Yeah.
All of which cost 3 mana.
Yeah,
this mana curve makes no sense to me.
Fable the Mirror Breaker, Bone Crusher Giant, Graveyard Trespasser, 4 of all of them. All of their big threats cost exactly 3 mana. So we saw Zach Ashton, I believe, took a mulligan down to 6, and then Bryce Edwards led turn 1 with a Thoughtseize, a super powerful card, especially being able to snipe Zach Ashton's card advantage cards here, right? Taking the Treasure Cruise, taking the pieces of the puzzle, making it hard for Zach Ashton to win through pure card advantage.
Yeah, you distinctly do not love to see it, a mulligan to 6 and then getting met with a Thoughtseize.
Especially 2 Thoughtseizes. Now, Rakdos midrange, if you're familiar with Modern, this deck is pretty similar to, like, Jund in Modern.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of 1-for-1 discard, 1-for-1 removal, just kind of straightforward interaction, and then the best threats that you can play at every point in the mana curve.
Zach Ashton casting a Chart a Course with no attack and pitching...
Looks like that's a Galvanic iteration.
Pretty smart pitch, I would say. Galvanic iteration really requires... that's the whole premise of the card, right?
Exactly.
I'm going to cast another spell here.
Well, Bryce Edwards is going to meet it with a Cling to Dust. In this case, kind of a 2-for-1. Zach Ashton put the Galvanic iteration in the graveyard, thinking it would be worth a card there. Bryce Edwards says, no, I'm going to take away that card, and I'm going to draw a card at instant speed for 1 mana. A pretty efficient 2-for-1.
And this Cling to Dust kind of acting as Bryce Edwards' Treasure Cruise at home. He does have to exile a similar number of cards from his graveyard and over the course of a longer period of time. But it does give him the ability to mess around with Zach Ashton's graveyard.
And it looks like on turn 3, Bryce Edwards played a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, getting that 2/2 Goblin that when it attacks can make a treasure. Next turn, he's going to be able to discard 2 and draw 2. Just a super efficient threat, does a lot of different things, very, very powerful, especially once you've already traded 1-for-1.
Yeah, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker, kind of the Cinderella story of the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, right? No one expected much from this card, and now it is, I don't know, maybe the strongest card in Standard, easily the strongest red card in Pioneer.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really been, a staple in a lot of different archetypes throughout Standard, Pioneer, and even Modern. It's seeing a lot of play all over the place. So Zach Ashton going with pieces of the puzzle here, I believe, trying to get some card advantage through Bryce Edwards' hand disruption.
Bryce pitching a Cut to Ribbons.
And I believe a land was the other card there to draw 2 cards. Ooh, Kaoudis was a card drawn. That is a very powerful card.
Huge deal.
Quite good in this matchup if you can pair it with a removal spell for the Arclight Phoenix. Being able to exile it forever, and you get a zombie.
Now, interestingly, Do you see any red sources on Bryce Edwards' side of the table? Are we looking at...
There's the one.
There's
he did
one,
cast the
okay.
Fable, the Mirror Breaker. He didn't break any rules there, but he doesn't have a lot of red mana. But he doesn't need a lot either. This is mostly a black deck. There's a few double red cards. We have some Chandra, Torch of Defiances, but it's pretty much mostly a black deck.
Bryce firmly in the driver's seat here. Zach just desperately trying to put something together.
Yeah, just really hasn't had a lot to do, and largely in part to Bryce Edwards' Thought Seizes.
Now, there's an Arclight Phoenix in Zach's graveyard right now, correct?
I
believe I saw one.
Can't confirm nor deny that. There's one red card there. It's hard to tell. I mean, when he casts 3 spells, if we see a Phoenix on the battlefield, then we'll have an answer. Really, he's just under so much pressure here to, not only get his own things going, but he has to remove this Kaoudis if he wants Phoenix to work. Probably has to start removing these goblins. They're just, powerful threats. Instead, he goes for a piece of the puzzle. He's taking another turn off to generate some card advantage.
There's another bird going to the bin.
And picks up a lightning axe.
Now Zach can still put something together. It's not over for him yet. He can kill this Kaoudis with the lightning axe, and he can still bring his birds back and start clocking in the other direction, because Fable of the Mirror Breaker, incredibly powerful, not an extremely swift clock.
Right.
It will not outrace 6 hasty power in the air.
And notably, Zach Ashton is playing the version of Phoenix with a little bit more combo potential. We've seen 2 Phoenix players today, and Zach Ashton is playing the version with 2 Temporal Trespass and 2 Galvanic Iteration that let you copy that Temporal Trespass. So, he's playing that in favor of, as a, instead of some more removal, but it gives him this combo potential late in the game where you can potentially bring back a few Phoenixes and take 2 extra turns. That might be what he's looking to set up in order to beat the hand disruption that Bryce Edwards has bullied him with.
Maybe. Probably. We're hoping that the life totals are correct. We've been chatting.
16?
Looks like that Kaoudis has bitten the dust.
Yeah, Kaoudis got hit by a lightning axe.
Den of the Bugbear in the mana base now.
Den of the Bugbear, a powerful threat. That can win games very quickly.
Bryce Edwards, so Casey, you don't know about this about me, but I've been a huge Goblins head for some time. I'm very bitter that Bryce is playing the best Goblins in a not Goblin deck.
Yeah, there's
the Bugbear and Fable of the Mirror Breaker, incredible.
No Goblin tribal cards here, but there's a lot of Goblin flavor going around.
Yeah.
So what exactly did Bryce do with his mana that turn? I can't tell. What did he cast?
I believe he flashed... did he escape a Cling to Dust?
No, I'm only seeing the 1 card exiled by Zach. He might have activated Castle Lockthorn. That would be surprising.
Oh, that would do it. In
yeah.
which case, he's probably taken some additional damage, but I'm not sure how much.
Yeah, not quite sure. Life totals might be inaccurate. Is that something we can ask them about? Or do we want to
poke my head out and just check on the life totals?
All right, we're going to get a quick check on life totals. Okay, it looks like we might have missed some steam vents on Zach's side and potentially a Castle Lockthorn on Bryce's side. 13 to 12 is the accurate life totals. And while we were doing that, Zach had a huge turn.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of words.
Very much out of nowhere. Like we said, the combo potential of this blue-red Phoenix deck, he casts a few cantrips and a Fiery Impulse, and bam, 3/2 with flying. Kaoudis is off the battlefield too, so if Bryce is trying to remove these, they're not going into exile.
Coming right back.
They're going to the graveyard. They're going to be backing on next turn. Blood Tithe Harvester, not a super strong card here. Can't activate its ability to give a creature -2/-2 until much later. Oh, he's just using the blood. Wow. Okay. I don't know what he's drawing towards here. I'm not seeing a card in Bryce's deck that can get him out of the spot. No main deck sweepers.
Bryce really needed to draw a Graveyard Trespasser several turns ago.
That would
in
have
order
been
to start
fantastic.
eating those birds.
Yes.
But Zach, despite being disrupted really aggressively in the first 3 turns, just kept a level head, did not die, and then killed his opponent in 2 turns.
You know, he got the card advantage cards taken, right? The 1 piece of the puzzle and the 1 treasure cruise. Found another piece of the puzzle and a bunch of cantrips, you know?
Yep.
It may not be these huge, powerful card advantage cards like treasure cruise, but it still lets him churn through the deck, find the phoenixes, and cast enough spells to return them. Couple that with a little bit of removal to answer the really scary things out of Bryce, like Kaoudis and the what's the guy? The Fable the Mirror Breaker, other side, the Kiki Jiki. Take those cards out, and then it's all said and done.
Yeah. Going to sideboards here. On the Rakdos mid players side, we have 2 Extinction Event, 2 Rampaging Ferocidon, 2 Obnixilis the Adversary, 1 Soul Shatter, an additional Kaoudis, 1 Anger of the Gods, 2 Lifebane Zombie, 2 Go Blank, 1 Rakdos Charm, and 1 Slaughter Games.
All right, so we have a few really good ones here. The sweepers, like Extinction Event and Anger of the Gods. Wait, can we stay on the Rakdos one for a second? All of those cards exile, right? So
Yeah,
Extinction Event
huge.
exiles, Anger exiles. Very, very important to have those in, especially Extinction Event. It hits all the 2 drops and all the 4 drops. Perfect to name even. Also, Go Blank. Super, super good against Phoenix. It's a 2-for-1. It's strong. It exiles the whole graveyard.
There's the important part.
So it prevents future Delve spells from taking effect. It hits any Phoenixes that might be in there. We could also see the other Kaoudis come in. Once again, another exile effect. Potentially, if he wants to go really deep, he could put in the Rakdos Charm. I believe one of the modes is exile all graveyards.
You are the only one of us who would be in a position to know. One
All
of them
right.
is exile all graveyards.
I'm not sure if that's worth a card, but that's up to Bryce. We'll see. It's probably in there for a reason. This might be it.
Other modes on Rakdos Charm include kill target Splinter Twin player. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, and destroy target artifact. Okay, so maybe if he wants to put it in just as a Tormod script, he could. I don't know if it's worth it, but we'll see. And can we take a look at the Blue-Red Phoenix player? All right, so once again, we've already seen this deck. We've already seen this sideboard. He's got 1 Negate, 1 Thing in the Ice, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Aether Gust, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Tablet of the Guilds, 2 Young Pyromancer, 2 Abrade, 1 Lava Coil.
Now, I could see the Aether Gust coming in here. Admittedly, most of Bryce's deck is black, but Aether Gust is huge if it ever tags a red spell.
Yeah, there's a good amount of powerful red cards that an Aether Gust would be good against. I think the most notable ones here, I think the Negate is good. There's a bunch of sweepers. You want to take care of those. Disdainful Stroke, definitely another option. Takes care of the Extinction Event, takes care of Kaoudis, and a bunch of other 4-drops from Bryce Edwards. Also, Young Pyromancer, I think, is going to be really, really important. Just a threat that doesn't rely on the graveyard, makes a lot of bodies. That's good against cards like
Clog up the
Rakdos
board,
midrange.
absolutely. Also, chat, for Flameheart's U, yes, that is a Hazoret in Bryce Edwards' deck list.
Absolutely,
I believe
yes.
it's just the one.
I think just 1 Hazoret.
Bryce really fond of his one-ofs. I'm just going to read this deck list to you. We've got 4 of the Fable of the Mirror Breaker, 3 Fatal Push, 4 Blood Tithe Harvester, and now we get into some one-ofs. Kaoudis, Trader of Get, Kroxa, Titan of Death's Hunger, Unlicensed Terse in the main board. Would have loved to see that in the
Powerful
game one.
card.
1 Tenacious Underdog, 1 Cling to Dust, 1 Hazoret the Fervent, 1 Cut to Ribbons, 1 Kolagon's Command, 1 Shatter Skull Smashing, 1 Urborg, 1 Sekenzin, 1 Takanuma, 1 Castle Lochthwain, and then some 4s. 4s, 3s, 2s.
But a lot of 1/1, or not 1/1s, a lot of 1-ofs in Bryce Edwards' deck. You know, this is kind of the hallmark of a mid-range deck, is you need to be potentially prepared for everything.
Yeah.
You need to have game against control and aggro. And Bryce Edwards is doing that with a lot of different 1-ofs to be prepared for every situation.
I wonder if Bryce is thinking back on that turn when he activated Lochthwain and wondering if he should have clung something to dust on that turn.
Potentially an option. I'm not sure if he had enough cards in the graveyard.
Oh, right.
Because it does cost, I believe, 4 cards to escape Cling to Dust. But definitely an option. All right, we're underway. I believe both players kept their 7.
Yep. Bryce on the play with a basic swamp into an an extra basic
I
swamp.
believe that's a basic mountain. It's just one of those Innistrad ones.
Are you for real? No, that's Urborg.
That is an Urborg, but the first one
Urborg.
is a mountain, I believe. It's one of those grayscale mountains.
Are you for
from
real?
Innistrad. I think so.
God dang it, Innistrad! What are you doing?
I was casting a red spell with it, so I hope it's a mountain.
He's definitely okay. It's a mountain. I take it back.
Yeah, the Hearst main deck is quite strong. We're upsetting that for Bryce that he didn't find it in game one, but he does put in a lot of other graveyard hate, including these go blanks. We're really looking to see a go blank. I don't know if it's actually great on turn 3 here because it's just a mind rot. Really, it's not going to be removing all the cards from Zach's graveyard because there's none there yet.
Yeah, admittedly. So if Bryce is on just the one go blank at this time, probably he does want to wait to pull the trigger in order to get more of Zach's graveyard. This is not great,
I'm not
though.
sure that's a decision that Bryce can make because he didn't play a third land. He did a stomp with Bone Crusher Giant on the end step, and then that's it.
Big oof.
Another stomp with another Bone Crusher Giant, but this is not what you want to be doing is this red-black deck.
Ledger
Ooh.
Shredder coming down and getting
Nope,
a
he is at
connive
18.
trigger
Got
immediately.
spell pierced.
Oof.
Yeah, it's getting the connive trigger because Bryce went for that stomp.
Oh,
so Zach
no.
could spell pierce, say, hey, that Bone Crusher Giant's going to the graveyard. No adventure for you. Stay home.
Also, I'm putting my bird in the graveyard.
Yes. Okay, but third land here, and it's a Blood Crypt, so Bryce is going to take 2 damage. And we have a Graveyard Trespasser. Wow, the perfect follow-up to Zach putting a bird in the graveyard.
Huge.
Yeah, it will drain for 1, so
Drain
Zach
for
will
1.
lose 1, and Bryce will gain 1 life because of this Graveyard Trespasser trigger. And the Phoenix is gone. So even though it looked really rough with that Spell Pierce on the stomp, it's actually working out fine because it put the Phoenix in graveyard at the perfect time.
A lot of back and forth in this red splashing some other color to do mid-range things matchup. Zach contemplating his many, many options.
He's got a Ledger Shredder, so things are looking good. Bryce does want to remove that Ledger Shredder as soon as possible. A good amount of the removal in Bryce's deck is damage-based. There is a Cut to Ribbons, there's a Chandra, a few Chandras. So, potentially, if it grows bigger, that could be a problem. But he's also got a lot of Fatal Pushes, some Dreadbores. It's not the end of the world if it gets big.
Bryce definitely on several outers to murder this Ledger Shredder.
Piece of the puzzle getting an opt, and then one of these other cards. It looks like Zach is still deciding. There's a Treasure Cruise, a Negate, and a Spell Pierce. Now, if I was Zach, I'd be really inclined to go with this Treasure Cruise.
Hard to say no, right?
It's got a lot of cards in the graveyard. Could very easily do it. It is risky. If there's a go blank, then hey, this Treasure Cruise doesn't do anything. The graveyard's gone.
And these Blue-Red Phoenix players, they've been go blanked more times than they can reasonably count.
Oh, absolutely. I am sure
Especially
that's a card
given
on
that
Zach's mind.
If you're a Phoenix player, the only thing that you need to count to is 3.
Yeah.
How many spells have I counted?
Spell.
3 and or more.
I think the ice is 4.
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, right.
Thinking
They
the
do
S
have
is
to count to 4 sometimes. Well, there's the dice. That helps with the counter. Keeps track of it for you.
I wonder if Zach is tempted. Oh,
Looks like he went with Spell Pierce. Interesting move. And I actually kind of like this. We did see Bryce miss his 3rd land drop for a turn. So Zach knows that there's probably not a 4th land in his hand. Obviously, Bryce could draw a 4th land. But Spell Pierce is really, really good when your opponents are short on mana. I think Zach is now considering whether he holds up Spell Pierce or plays this opt to get another Ledger Shredder trigger. Looks like he's
deciding
going to hold up
against
Spell
it.
Pierce.
Going to keep the Spell Pierce up just to force his opponent to contemplate anything that Bryce goes into. He's choosing it. Coming across, going to start chomping on this graveyard.
Don't know if there's any creatures in there.
Not that I've
No, so
seen.
he's just going to hit a Treasure Cruise. He's just saying, I want your graveyard to be smaller, I want your Treasure Cruises to be harder to cast, and he's deciding to target the Treasure Cruise instead of his own Bone Crusher Giant.
Indeed.
He could have targeted the Bone Crusher Giant if he valued the draining for 1 ability, but he doesn't, it seems.
Electing instead to start carving away at Zach's graveyard. This is...
Interesting.
Oh, boy.
So Bryce did draw a 4th land here, and he's stomping, I believe, the Ledger Shredder. I don't think this is going to work out how he wants it to. Wait. Oh, he blocked the Graveyard Trespasser, and the Stomp got it, and the Spell Pierce doesn't work because he had 2 mana up. Wow.
Oh,
wow.
man.
Very impressive.
Everyone in the coverage booth gasped as someone pointed damage-based removal at a Ledger Shredder. But we didn't know what was going on. Bryce knew what was going on.
Great play by Bryce.
Out of curiosity, everyone in the coverage booth, how many times have you accidentally double-bolted a Ledger Shredder into being a 5/7?
I've not double bolted, but I have Fury and Ephemerated before the damage resolved and then lost because of it. So
Oof.
don't do that.
Don't do that.
Stack your triggers the right way.
I'm still at 0. I haven't done it yet, but
Nice.
I have obviously gone for I've gone for the bolt on Ledger Shredder, and then they cast 2 spells.
Oof.
And that looks, it's real rough.
It feels just as bad.
Ledger Shredder, strong card, very resilient. Not against this though. That stomp took it out. All right, looks
Zach
like
gonna
lava
coil this Graveyard Trespasser,
Wow.
and using the ward trigger to his advantage to throw a bird in the bin.
Yeah, so ward on Graveyard Trespasser, if you're going to target it, if you want that ability to resolve, you do have to discard a card. Arclight Phoenix going into the graveyard. If Zach has 2 more spells here, it's coming to the battlefield.
Now, usually Graveyard Trespasser's ward is, a benefit to the person controlling the Graveyard Trespasser. Not today.
Wow.
Oh, no.
1 mana Treasure Cruise, keeping the Phoenix in the bin. This is fantastic.
no.
If you can find 1 more cheap spell to cast, this Phoenix is coming onto the battlefield.
I mean, even if he can't, Zach just absolutely took over this game. Bryce on 2 cards.
It looks
3
like 3 cards in
3
hand.
cards, sorry.
Zach with plenty of cards.
Absolutely flush with cash.
And Bryce playing this red-black deck, there are ways to generate card advantage. There's things like Kroxa and Kolaghan's Command and Chandra. Nothing as efficient and as powerful as Treasure Cruise, though. Bryce Edwards' card advantage comes in the form of multiple turns, generating things over time.
Mm-hmm.
Things like Graveyard Trespasser being a 2-for-1 with the ward. Zach Ashton's card advantage is instant. But he didn't have the 3rd spell, so Phoenix is not coming back this turn. That relieves a lot of pressure.
May have just been deciding to keep holding up the Spell Pierce.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure, one way or another.
Oh, it looks like he did have spells in Fiery Impulse, but there were no targets.
Oof.
The battlefield is empty.
Bryce electing to write down the contents of his opponent's hand and keeping them away from us. Bryce, rude.
Well, we see a Spell Pierce that we know about. We know there's the Fiery Impulse
in
I
there.
think I saw 2 pieces of the puzzle.
2 pieces of the puzzle. Okay, wow.
Keep that engine running.
It's tough because at this point, I'm sure Bryce wants to establish a clock, right? Because Zach has all these tools in his hand to generate card advantage. Bryce has no clock, though, and even if he did try to play something, Zach could probably kill it.
I lied. It was 1 piece is 1 chart, and then 3 red removal spells, Spell Pierce, and something else I couldn't make out.
All right.
Okay, well, the piece of the puzzle has been taken. There's still a chart, of course. If he wants to, he's going to go for a Bone Crusher Giant. That's a fine play.
That's a clock.
We were saying that Bryce only had 3 cards in hand. We forgot about the 2 Bone Crusher Giants, right? They're not the most powerful cards. It's just a 4/3 for 3 with that
Still
little ability. But
2 for 1, baby.
yeah, it's a creature that Zach is probably going to have to spend a spell to answer.
Chart a course coming down. Draw 2, discard 1.
Putting a Phoenix in the bin here would be really, really strong, but I don't think he has one.
Now, noticeably here, Bryce is holding on to a Chandra Torch of Defiance that he cannot cast into a Spell Pierce.
Right. The fact that Zach has the Spell Pierce face up makes it so, Bryce can play around it easily, but also he's priced into playing around
Yeah,
it. He
absolutely.
can't just get it out of the way. He's kind of, essentially 2 of his lands are obligated to deal with that Spell Pierce.
Zach, with an overwhelming glut of options, decides to take the 2 damage off of the Bone Crusher Giant trigger to kill it. Probably better than taking the 4 damage directly to the face.
Yep, no problem for Zach. Both players are at a relatively high life total. I doubt, unless Zach does something very, very crazy, that the game is going to be over anytime soon.
Now, here's a question. Do you think Zach boarded down on the combo post-board?
I think it's quite likely.
The incentives are definitely there, since he's running up against such an attrition-based deck.
but he's very aware that there's a lot of graveyard hate coming out from Bryce. And Temporal Trespass and the Galvanic Iteration both really rely on cards in the graveyard.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure Zach might have trimmed down on the combo in favor for some more meat and potatoes type cards.
Meat and potatoes. Like Treasure Cruise. A card that is legal, somehow.
I was thinking about Fiery Impulse and Consider, but yeah, Treasure Cruise, I guess, as well.
The most meat and potatoes. This is 3 meats and 3 potatoes.
All right, so opt. Cards going into the hand. I believe this is spell number 3 with the Fiery Impulse.
Here it comes. Caw.
Bonecrusher Giant puts Zach down to 13. But we're getting at least 1 Phoenix back. I believe it's just the 1.
There it is.
Cling to Dust.
Tasty.
In response to the trigger, but a Spell Pierce is going to deal with
coming
the Cling
back.
to Dust.
Bryce just got his mana unlocked, though.
Yeah. He's out from under the reign of the Spell Pierce as far as he knows. I mean, there might be another one in hand.
Wouldn't that suck?
But now there's some powerful cards
Bryce
in
with 2 4-drops in his hand. Going for the Chandra. And there's an Extinction Event in there. Oh my goodness.
And Kaoudis.
Yeah. His last 2 cards are
Extinction Event,
Extinction
Kaoudis,
Event.
and Chandra.
Honestly, any one of these 4-drops would have been a perfectly good play.
Yeah.
Kaoudis sets it up so that if this Phoenix gets killed, it gets exiled and Bryce gets a zombie. Chandra is representing the ability to kill this Phoenix immediately or generate card advantage. An Extinction Event just exiles the Phoenix straight up. Bryce has lots of options. He went with the Chandra, and I think it's a good move.
Zach revealing
a braid. That might be known from a previous Thoughtseize or something, but now we know about it, so thanks, Zach.
Appreciate it. Be kind to your coverage team, people. Put the cards face up in the middle of the table.
Yeah, no morphs, please.
Looks like Zach maybe representing that he has a Spell Pierce and is deciding not to, or just waiting to see whether he should opt. Not clear what the holdup is here.
I think that it has resolved. There is a dice on the Chandra. I think Bryce is debating between a -3 and a plus.
Aha.
I want to let them know that we have these nice bigger dice available. Make sure everyone at home can see the loyalty on the Chandra Torch of Defiance. Looks like he's going for a +1, and this is the exile mode.
It's a castable thing.
It's a castable thing, but no revolt.
Not going to do
anything.
Going to take the shock, I imagine, instead.
That should be an exile if it's shocking. I'll let them know. Oh, my bad. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind.
It is important distinction because there could be some merit to casting it because you can target the Phoenix regardless just to get it in the yard for the Cling to Dust.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a difference.
There's justification for either play.
Yeah.
All right, looks like Zach attacks down the Chandra, puts it to 2. Chandra's still alive. Going to get to do some
Still
more
alive.
work next turn.
That's huge.
And then a Ledger Shredder. Now, this Extinction Event is looking
going to be tasty.
strong.
Oh my goodness. The real question is, does Bryce elect to create mana off of the Chandra to play around a potential Spell Pierce?
I think that would be a great option, especially because it looks like he just drew a Trespasser. So, a Graveyard Trespasser. So, he would have something to do with this leftover mana by playing a 3-drop.
Nice!
Sequencing is important here.
The Graveyard Trespasser is odd, so it wouldn't be killed by the
Really?
Extinction Event, but
Not
playing
a
around Spell
time,
Pierce is
right?
important.
They've got this dice out here, and I'm not sure what it's for. Oh, possibly for the Ledger Shredder. No, wait. Bryce untapped.
I think he was just grabbing a dice. All right, plussing for damage, it seems.
What is this card?
That is the Fable, the
That
Mirror
is
Breaker.
Fable? Okay.
Looks like he forgot to flip it back over. I don't believe there's any judge penalties for that. We just move it back to the front. A-okay. But he's debating casting it. This is interesting. I imagine the Extinction Event would just be a foregone conclusion, and it looks like he's not going to be casting the Fable and Mirror Breaker. Zach goes to 9.
So Bryce no longer in a position to double spell with this Extinction Event into Trespasser line.
Correct. Could be susceptible to a Spell Pierce. We'll see. Depends on what what Bryce goes with here.
It's 4.
It's
Extinction event.
Is it going to resolve?
Let's find out. Bated breath in the
Zach
coverage booth.
could also always kill his own Phoenix. That's an option if you really want to keep it in your graveyard.
That is true. Zach flush with ways to kill his own Phoenix in the absence of other creatures. We know already that he has... didn't he have...
A braid, yeah. It's face up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Looking like Zach taking that line. Yep, braid my
braiding
bird.
His own bird.
Notably, though, this sequencing potential miscue here is extremely important because had he plus the Chandra for mana, Extinction event, and the same thing happened, he would have followed it up with a Graveyard Trespasser to exile the Phoenix.
Indeed.
That is, if there's a Graveyard Trespasser here, I'm pretty sure. Not 100% sure. A lot of these arts...
It's definitely a werewolf.
All right, cool. All right, Zach, much lower on cards now. We were talking about earlier how Zach was way up on card advantage, and now... Oh, are they on turns?
Surely not. Oh, it's day-night. They're using a binary to...
Oh, sure.
establish whether it's day or night.
Okay, so I believe that means it is nighttime
now
because Zach casts no
nighttime.
spells. Well, which makes this Graveyard Trespasser really, really good.
Really big. Eats 2 things, drains you for like between 1 and 2. Eats a bird.
And, well, yeah, it only drained for 1 if there's not another creature here.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if that was another creature.
No, spell.
Okay, cool. So Bryce will go to 15, Zach falls to 8.
And Bryce is taking control of the game now.
Exiles a card, it's a land, can't do anything with Chandra. So that is going to deal 2 damage to Zach.
Ugh.
And that Takenuma should be exiled, of course. It's a tricky card. Plays a bit weird, but we got it. Alright, Zach is down to 6. Facing a lot of pressure here. You know, even this Blood Tithe Harvester, not the strongest card at attacking, but it's a 3/2. It's representing half of Zach's life total.
Consistently surprised at how good a card Blood Tithe Harvester is. It reads like a real mopey idiot, but my goodness, I've died to a lot of those.
It's surprisingly efficient. Whoa, Young Pyromancer.
Oh boy.
As we mentioned, Young Pyromancer is coming in out of the sideboard, so this could create some blockers and keep Zach alive for a little bit longer.
A braid targeting the Trespasser. Ward trigger. Throwaway. And this time it is an advantage to Bryce.
Yes.
Costing Zach a meaningful resource.
Well, Steam Vents, I don't know how important his 6th land is, but, you know, it's still working through his cards.
Yeah, admittedly. I mean, Zach may have kept in some pieces of the combo, in which case he does want to at least get to 5 mana. Or...
Potentially.
Is Trespass triple blue?
It is triple blue.
Yeah, okay, so 6.
Now, I would like to point out, Bryce still has this Kaoudis in hand. This Kaoudis, I believe, was in his opener. Hasn't had a chance to play it yet. But now, Kaoudis, follow it up with a -3 on Chandra to kill Young Pyromancer, and Bryce is going to be very, very far ahead.
I believe Zach is hellbent.
Zach is
out of
hellbent,
cards.
yeah.
Okay, looks like Chandra is going to uptick, finds a meaningful spell, and I believe Bryce might have drawn a land, so I think Kaoudis is still coming down. If he wants to pay 2, I believe that's a Blood Crypt.
Bryce electing to leave this Young Pyromancer on the table.
Which is an interesting move. He's also electing to play the Blood Tithe Harvester. He could have used Chandra to deal 2 damage there. Zach is at 6.
Hard to turn down another card. This 3/2. It'll kill the Young Pyromancer just as dead without costing Chandra loyalty. Bryce may also be counting on his opponent to just not draw a lot of spells.
Alright, so Kaoudis has hit the battlefield.
Of course, every time that I've counted on my blue-red opponent not drawing a lot of spells, they ripped Treasure Cruise into Treasure Cruise.
And let's see if that's what he has. Also to note, Bryce is also hellbent, but he has a Chandra, he has these blood tokens to redraw if he draws a dud like a land. So, oh wow, Zach has nothing. Wow.
Nighttime. Certainly Zach is representing having nothing. It's not always the case. Not always guaranteed.
No activation of Chandra yet. And
Also choosing to
attacking
attack
the
rather
Blood
than
Tithe
use the
Harvester.
Blood Tithe to kill the young Pyromancer. Bryce deciding it's time to beat down, baby. Now Zach can either double block the Blood Tithe and prevent Bryce from using it as removal, or elects to go with the double chump block, a classic of the young Pyromancer genre.
Alright, double chump block works. Bryce gains 3 life from Kaoudis' lifelink. And I can't
Is that a
tell what that is in
trespasser
hand. It
now?
might be a trespasser. That'd be good. Alright, goes up with Chandra once more. Fable of the
Hello,
Mirror
Fable
Breaker.
of the Mirror
Interesting.
Breaker. Oh, all right.
It's a good
all
card.
right.
Is it worth more than 2 damage? Zach is at 6.
I mean, Zach is at 6, but also Bryce is like a turn or 2 away from... Sorry, pardon me. 2 turns away from ulting Chandra. And if you have that in play, like, you're kind of legally obligated. It's too cool
That's
to not.
fair. That it does look like a
Oh,
graveyard
boy,
trespasser
that's a
to me.
graveyard glutton, baby, because it's nighttime.
Oh, of course. Okay, 2 cards. I would like to point out, if he's hitting 2 creatures here, then if he would have upticked Chandra twice, Zach would have been dead by now. But,
No creatures in Zach's graveyard. Several
Okay.
creatures in Bryce's.
Yeah, now, I believe Bryce could target the creatures in his own graveyard to drain, but elects to exile cards from Zach's graveyard. Totally makes sense. If the fear is that Zach can win with a combination of treasure cruises, then reducing the number of cards in his graveyard is a great move.
Mm-hmm.
And Bryce gets it. Wow. It was looking really rough there. He missed his 3rd land drop. He got by a Spell Pierce, but it came around.
That was incredible.
We're going to game 3. All right.
Bryce bravely soldiering through his opponent playing literal Ancestral Recall.
Mm-hmm.
You have to admire it.
It's very powerful. Now, can we get a look at the clock? How much time do we have left in the round?
In the
All
round,
right.
10 minutes
Good
plus
10
a 3-minute
minutes.
extension, a 5-minute extension, a
Okay.
5-minute extension.
So this is
15 minutes remaining
they gotta play a
in
little bit quick.
the round.
This could be a draw, but I imagine they'll be able to finish it in time. We will see. I don't think there's any big changes you want to make. Sideboard, play or draw.
Yeah, Zach contemplating whether he wants to switch up his setup.
Yeah, it looked like Zach was moving a few things around. So potentially he's just changing based on what he saw out of Bryce. Maybe saying, like, I need more removal. Maybe, reprioritizing getting rid of Graveyard Trespasser.
Now, while we wait for players to sideboard, we will pop over to player standings, get you an update on who's in the lead. Mike, whose last name I will not disrespect by trying to pronounce it. I worry that I have no ability to actually pronounce that correctly. Bryce Edwards at this table. Nora Stein, whom we saw last round, absolutely killing it with Brave the Elements, or as I've heard it said, all of my creatures are true name nemesis. Joel Farrar on Black Red Sack. Zach Ashton also at this table. Michael Sinclair II, Dungeons and Java's team member. Jamil, I'm not gonna do that one either. I can't do it in a way that would not sound horrible. And Andrew Shaw,
Who we saw on Mono Green last round as well.
hanging in there.
I guess he picked up a draw earlier.
It does look that way, yeah.
Interesting. We did not. I guess we misrepresented it because we thought he was 2-0.
We did.
Well, wait. Why would he be? Because this is after round 3. So how is he 2-0?
Are we after round 3? Do we have updated standings?
Are we sure that Andrew Shaw? Oh, Andrew Shaw's at 6 points. Sorry,
There we go.
that's a typo in our standings.
My bad.
There we
All
go.
right. Now players are shuffling up, getting ready to start.
Zach going to be taking the play here. And do we have a strong guess as to who is advantaged in a game that needs to be done very quickly? My guess would be Blue-Red Phoenix.
That is my guess as well, but Bryce does have the ability to be really quick. Graveyard Trespasser kills very quickly.
Chap pointing out it is Kaoudis.
Thank you very
Michael
much. Flame
Kaoudis.
All right, looks like Zach is taking a mulligan. Bryce seems to be keeping a 7. Yeah, I would say in a quick game, I think Phoenix has the potential to be the most explosive. But, Bryce, with a real quick draw of maybe like Thoughtseize, Blood Tithe Harvester, one of his many 3-drops, could easily end the game in time.
Yeah, Bryce kind of under pressure to present a different 3-drop than Fable if he's intending to get the game over with inside of these 10 minutes.
Absolutely. That's definitely one of the slowest 3-drops. We could even see one of these fun one-ofs. Maybe something like a Hazoret comes down from Bryce to end the game real quickly. I personally would love to see that one.
That's a real fast clock.
It has been too long since we've seen a Hazoret in play. All right, no 1-drops for Bryce. Zach does have an opt.
What's this basic land? It's dark, but it could be a mountain or a swamp. Let's take bets.
I'm going to say swamp.
You're saying swamp? I would take the mountain, but I think I lose the bet.
Yeah, that's got to be a swamp.
Looks a little purple.
I can see rotting trees. That's a swamp thing, not a mountain thing. All right, Bryce plays a Den of the Bugbear.
Taking back a land play to instead put down Den of the Bugbear. Uncertain that was okay.
They have loosened up the rules on quick little takebacks in competitive REL. I think a lot of it relies on how willing your opponent is to let you rewind it, and Zach seems A-okay with that. So, sounds good. All right.
Ledger Shredder into opt, and immediately getting pushed.
Yeah, great move by Bryce. If he doesn't want this game to end quickly, killing the Ledger Shredder is super important.
Now, while Zach resolves his Connive trigger, I'm going to go off for a little bit. It's silly that we don't have an alt art of Fatal Push showing someone shoving a thing with wings into a mulcher. As it exists, Fatal Push is showing a man being flung off of a platform high above the ground. That should not kill a flying creature. We need new art.
All right, Graveyard Trespasser going to eat the Ledger Shredder.
Graveyard Trespasser, an incredible clock.
Yes, absolutely. Like, I was kind of talking bad on this red-black deck, saying, oh, there's all these 3-drops, but I see that they all have their certain roles here, right? Graveyard Trespasser, really, really good against Phoenix.
Did y'all catch that card at the top of Bryce's hand?
Huh.
We did not.
You want to take a guess at what that
Is that a Slaughter Games?
It sure is.
Oh,
wow,
boy.
Okay. Bryce Edwards bringing in Slaughter Games. For those who don't know, Slaughter Games is kind of like a searchable extraction. You name a card and search Zach's entire deck and hand and graveyard and remove all copies of that card. Put them into exile.
Notably, does anyone here know? Can you counter
Slaughter Games? Slaughter Games cannot be
can't
countered.
be countered.
It is part of that cycle. Not many people realize it's a cycle, but Supreme Verdict, Slaughter Games, Abrupt Decay. What are the other two? There's these 5 can't be countered cards from Return to Ravnica. Loxodon Smiter?
Yes, I was like, there's a green creature. Yep. And then
That leaves one more. Would it be blue and red? Is it Counterflux?
it is.
Counterflux,
It is.
that
There
is
we
it.
go.
Nice.
We solved the problem. We solved the riddle.
We put it together.
Solve the problem that we made for ourselves.
Exactly. Well, he's working on
fun
his
fact.
consider. Yeah, it's a neat little cycle. Not many people realize it's a cycle.
Interesting that it's some allied colors and some enemy colors.
Well, I believe Return to Ravnica split it up. They scattered them like that.
Oh, that's right. That's how they do it in Ravnica.
All right, Fiery Impulse.
Wow, this is a tough way to do it.
Discarding Phoenix, huge.
Oh, that Fire Impulse does have Spell Mastery turned on.
Exactly. There
So
are 2 spells in there, so
Not going to need to point 2 shocks and discard 2 cards, is Zach Ashton. Probably happy about that.
Oh wow!
Oh,
Holding
no.
priority, getting another ward trigger. Wait, what is he discarding?
I believe he's letting that one
Oh,
get countered
of
just
course.
to get the third spell.
He
in
just
here.
wanted another spell cast. Wow, very very sharp play by Zach Ashton. Genius way to get your 3 spells in a situation where clearly he didn't have an opt or anything else. He needed to get that 3rd spell. It was a great way to do it.
That's Slaughter Games, baby.
All right, let's see what he names. It's a bit too late. It's not going to hit the Phoenixes.
A little too late. I'm gonna assume that's what was named.
Hitting all but 1 Phoenix, though, is not awful. It's a little bit awkward that you are now under the gun on a 3-2.
This is the downfall of cards like this, like Slaughter Games. They don't impact the board whatsoever. He has spent 4 mana here. Like, imagine if he played a Kaoudis this turn, or a Chandra, or even a Graveyard Trespasser. It would have been really impactful on the board. Right now, he's just getting things out of Zach Ashton's deck. Now, they are good things to get out of the deck. Is that worth a card and 4 mana? It's hard to say.
Tough to call. Bryce electing to say this is actually a game where we're going to go a little bit long and maybe playing toward a draw now.
Yeah, we have 2 minutes left on the clock, but they have a 5-minute time extension.
That's true.
I think this is a game that could end in 7 minutes.
Plenty enough time for an Arclight Phoenix to kill you.
Mm-hmm. As well as that young Pyromancer.
Now, if you're in Zach's seat, when you untap, are you going Pyromancer and pass, or are you going pieces of the puzzle?
Personally, I'd be casting the young Pyromancer. We need to get this game over with. We need to get creatures on the battlefield. Bryce just took a turn off of impacting the board, and you want to punish him as best as you can for that.
My quick 2 cents is be a good gamer and draw Spell Pierce to go along with that that Pyromancer.
Oh,
That would be my way of doing it.
It's
But,
just
you
to
know,
be skillful.
There's a plethora of 1-mana spells, and opt to consider a Fiery Impulse. They'd all be perfectly fine to draw along with young Pyromancer. Looks like he's going to go with a piece of the puzzle. Not a bad play whatsoever.
Zach deciding to reload instead of trying to commit more resources to the board.
And this is my favorite kind of piece of the puzzle, where you get another piece of the puzzle plus a spell.
Going infinite.
Piece of the puzzle. Very glad that this card found a home. I love it in Blue-Red Phoenix. I used to play it back in the day in Standard with Splendid Reclamation.
Oof.
It was not very good, but boy was it fun.
On the good, bad, sweet scale.
Yeah.
Definitively
It was
sweet.
mid-sweet. That's where it was.
Now, Zach doing the gentlemanly thing. Bryce took the turn off of affecting the board, and Zach said, you know what? It's a deal. I'll do the same.
Yes, we're really putting a lot of pressure on Bryce here to do something powerful. Croxa?
Kind of awkward into the face of multiple draw twos on Zach Ashton's side.
Once again, not impacting the board. I'm nervous that Bryce isn't going to be able to win the game on time.
What just happened?
Discarded a Ledger Shredder, it seems.
that can't be good.
That's that says something about Zach's hand. If Ledger Shredder is the card that got discarded, wow, there must be other really good cards in there. We know about the piece of the puzzle. We know about, I guess, a Consider, and we know about the young Pyromancer.
It's time.
All right, that was time in the round. They have 5 more minutes. Should we make sure there's a judge watching it, monitoring the extra time? Okay.
I messaged.
All right.
Timer started. You got it.
All right, another pieces of the puzzle here. We're looking at some Charter Courses, a Lightning Axe. Definitely looks like he's taking 1 Charter Course. I think the consideration is, do you want to take another Lightning Axe to be prepared for something like a Kaoudis, or do you just go maximum card advantage at this point?
I suspect the incentives are better to take the Lightning Axe. Zach agrees. Really want to be able to answer anything that Bryce might put on the table. Bryce clutching a stomp.
I believe he's down to 12 now, right? Didn't he attack?
Yes.
Okay.
Stomping
Stomps
Phoenix at
on
the end of the
end
turn.
step. Interesting. Graveyard Trespasser would be fantastic here.
Also not nothing to be able to activate the Den of the Bugbear in the face of no open mana.
Card hits hard.
Goblins.
You
Good
know,
Goblin.
Zach's been casting spells every turn using his mana, but he only has 3 lands. It's hard for Zach to really cast 2 powerful, relevant spells here. And Bryce might have the ability to start activating main lands or using Croxa or using your adventure cards to really generate a powerful turn. Oh god, is that
Looks like
2 lands?
Bryce is on 2 lands.
2 lands in Bryce's hand. That is not going to be enough.
Oh boy.
Wow. Okay. I'm sorry to
Okay.
Zach for saying that he
Look, this
couldn't
is-
2-spell, but now he's going to 2-spell.
This has happened before. Bryce has fought through a resolved Treasure Cruise before. Admittedly, when he did it, he had more than just 2 lands in hand. I don't know how you come back from this, but he's done it.
It's possible. Something like Fable the Mirror Breaker could do it, discarding these lands to drawing more cards.
That's
However,
true.
he doesn't have much time. Not only does he need more time to, actually win the round on the clock, but he doesn't have a lot of time because Zach is going to be putting a lot of pressure. I'd be very shocked if this Arclight Phoenix did not come back to the battlefield this turn.
One interesting thing is that Zach has elected not to go Young Pyromancer into Treasure Cruise, getting that guaranteed elemental trigger, instead choosing to prioritize getting the Phoenix back. Possibly thinking about an oncoming Graveyard Trespasser that might eat the Phoenix out of the yard. Really can't afford for it to be lingering in death.
Very heads-up play by Zach.
Another one.
Wow.
Wow. It was so good the first time. What if we did it again?
Wow.
So chances this Phoenix comes back, over or under 100%?
I'm going to say over 100%.
125%. Oof is a good... Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. This is a legal card.
Insane.
Twice.
Yeah.
Now, for what it's worth, comparing it to Ancestral Recall, this is turn 6, turn 7, around then.
Yeah.
Can't do this on turn 1 or 2.
He just cast 2 Ancestral Recalls. You can't even do that in Vintage.
It's... Now, look, I'm not saying it's a fair card. We've seen it beaten before, but I don't know if we'll see it beaten this time.
I don't know that... Have we seen anyone go cast 2 cruises in a match so far? I don't think we have.
I believe we've just seen the one.
A Braid, yeah, sure, hit me in the face. I will take 2 damage.
Not
you will
very
take
relevant.
3. Here comes my Burb.
And Bryce with nothing in hand. I think his best option here is like animating Den of the Bugbear and hoping that that's enough, and that is really unlikely to be enough.
Minute 15.
We only have 1 minute left until extra turns. Now the question is, can Zach win on time? And
Do you mind stepping out?
Yeah.
When we hit that.
Oh,
That's
sure.
all. Thank you.
Treasure Cruise into Treasure Cruise, man.
it's a powerful, powerful card. That's the main reason you want to play this Blue-Red Phoenix deck. It's the best at filling the graveyard, and it uses Treasure Cruise very well.
Yeah. Den of the Bugbear, a very powerful land. Maybe not more powerful than double Ancestral Recall.
Well, here's a Graveyard Trespasser. You mentioned it, that was what Zach was playing around by going for the
Just in
Phoenix
time.
instead of the Young Pyromancer. And, that was a really, really good play by Zach, making sure the Phoenix was not sitting in the graveyard for too long. And it looks like Bryce has to build up Escape for Croxa, so he can't really target the creatures in his own bin to gain some life here, which means he's at a multiple of 3. Arclight Phoenix might do it. All right, and we believe that's time in the round because they have a 5-minute extension, so it looks like Zach's turn here will be turn 0. Turn 0 of the 5.
Sorry.
Oh, it looks like they didn't know they had an extension, so they were already on turns?
Incorrect. They
Oh.
received an additional minute from the judges.
Okay, perfect.
Cool. So I still have 1 minute.
All right, so Zach...
Judges are at the table additionally.
All right, so
they
the judges are taking care of the turns for us. All right, looks like that is the discarding to the Connive trigger, it seems.
That's a show of strength.
Very powerful, yeah.
Not going to keep this removal spell that kills your creature at the cost of 2 cards.
At this point, I think Bryce is banking on drawing something like an Extinction Event to hopefully draw the game.
Extinction Event would let him survive, which
Yeah.
would be huge.
And I don't think much else would do it.
He
No.
even has the mana to do it through a Spell Pierce, and I don't believe Zach has any counter magic except for Pierce.
There's the 1 negate, but he doesn't have 2 mana up.
Does he rip it?
He's really making us sweat it.
I wonder if there might have been some merit to holding that Young Pyromancer because this could potentially be the only way that they lose this game, though. Like, I almost wonder if there might have been a thought to
Potentially.
hold that out.
Looks
It's
like
a Takanuma.
Takanuma. Well, that can get back the Bone Crusher Giant, kill the Arclight Phoenix.
Kill the Arclight Phoenix mid-combat, too.
Kill the Arclight Phoenix now, and then eat it with the Trespasser, potentially.
Ooh. Brutal. There's the Extinction Event going
Wow.
to the bin.
Just a few cards away. Unfortunate. Now Spell Pierce could nab this Bone Crusher Giant. I guess technically the stomp. You'd be hitting the stomp.
I think Bryce probably has to go for it here. Kill the Arclight. Eat it. Has he played a land for the turn already?
looks like this is going to be turn 0, probably.
I hope so. I'm going to go confer with the judges real quick.
Mm-hmm. Are we at time now? Yeah. Okay.
All right, Bryce Edwards is on turn 0. He's going to pass. He's going to sit on the... I mean, that hand gesture looked like a pass to me. I mean, there's merit. You gotta block this young Pyromancer potentially. He's going to consider. He's going to get an Elemental. It's looking really rough. I don't... Now he's down to 1 Extinction Event to draw. Would it even be enough? He's going so low here.
Bryce potentially planning to kill the Arclight mid-combat, guaranteeing it can't come back from its combat trigger. And he still has the Graveyard Trespasser back to block the young Pyromancer.
Not for long.
Never mind.
Lava Coil.
Disregard.
This looks to be lethal even through a stomp on the Arclight Phoenix if Zach Ashton can cast another spell to trigger this Connive.
Mm-hmm.
And given that he's discarding a Charter Course, that's a show of strength. It seems like he must have another spell.
Zach contemplating any ways that he could possibly lose here. Now, he doesn't know for certain that Bryce doesn't have Fatal Push.
Of course, yes.
Additionally.
We know that it's just Bone Crusher Giant in the land, but Zach has to play around the potential.
I believe he played his land. He has 1 singular card in hand.
Okay, and we know it to be a Bone Crusher Giant, so...
It's over.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure this is over. They're just
Zach
going through the
being
motions at this point.
very careful, but we are in garbage time.
I believe just attack with everything should end it here.
Assuming we have life totals correct.
That's true. We could always have life totals wrong.
Could be off by a point potentially.
Always possible. Nope.
We're not.
That's it.
Looks like we were correct.
Zach Ashton wins the game 2-1 over Bryce Edwards. His second match he's won in our feature match. He's being a really, really impressive showing from Zach this tournament. He's 4-0.
Wow.
Maximum magic, baby.
Maximum
Going to
magic.
turns.
We're getting along games, yeah. You know, we saw this Rakdos mid-range. It seems like a deck that's built a lot with Phoenix in mind. You know, you're playing Graveyard Trespasser, this Graveyard Hate, a lot more Graveyard Hate in the sideboard. His removal seems to be cultivated around these Phoenix decks, you know, with things like Extinction Event.
Yep.
Still wasn't enough.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't beat double Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, yeah. You know, killing the threats is important for some matchups. Like we saw the mono-white deck, it was very important to take care of Blue-Red Phoenix's threats. But if you're playing a slow deck like this, it's not the threats that kill you, it's the Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, Bryce Edwards' deck absolutely geared toward putting everyone in an attrition situation. I have no cards in hand, neither do you, but I'm going to kill you with my more powerful 3-drops. Unless, of course, you draw 6 cards. That would be awkward for me, wouldn't it? That would be awkward.
True. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break here before round 5. It won't be too long. All right, welcome back to round 5 of the Dungeons & Java's Pioneer RCQ. We're here with Jamil on Blue-Red Phoenix and Joel on Rakdos Sacrifice. This is not the Rakdos mid-range deck that we saw last round. This is a sacrifice deck built around Cauldron Familiar, Witch's Oven, Mayhem Devil, stuff like that.
Yeah, and Casey, like we brought up last game, the Blue-Red Phoenix deck is set up to go 1-for-1 with all of your small creatures and then reload with Treasure Cruise. And the Rakdos Sack deck is kind of showing up to that party like, I don't care about my creatures.
Yeah, a lot of the creatures are perfectly fine if they go to the graveyard.
They're here to die anyway. The only thing that I actually spent a card on is Mayhem Devil.
Yeah, there are some, really important creatures that they don't want to lose, like
Absolutely.
Mayhem Devil. But all of their, piddly 1-drops are super easy to kill. Do we have the deck list for
Oh,
Joel?
good question.
Can you go snag it? We just have this one. Thank you.
Yeah, there are a few, 1-drops. I believe it's Untimely Witness is a new 1-drop from, I think, New Capenna. 1 mana red, 1/1, that when it dies, you exile 2 cards off the top of your library, and you can play one of those. Fantastic for these sacrifice decks. Just a real nice, clean source of card advantage. When they are already putting a lot of creatures in their graveyard anyways, you might as well put one in there that lets you play a card for free. Yeah, I'm not sure. We're working on getting Joel's deck list so we can get exactly what flavor of sacrifice he is playing. We know there's a few different kinds. There's these Oni Cult Anvil, like artifact sacrifices. There are the Cauldron's Familiar creature sacrifices. There's a lot of variety.
I'm gonna take a bold guess here. I'm gonna say that I think that Joel's list likely has some number of cats and some number of ovens.
If by some number you meant 4 and 4, you were totally right. So we got 4 Cauldron Familiar, 4 Witch's Oven, 4 Unlucky Witness, not unlikely, 4 Mayhem Devil, 3 Obdixilus the Adversary, a really powerful card from New Capenna for these sacrifice strategies. 2 Kroxa, 6 of these effects like Village Rites or Deadly Dispute that let you sacrifice a creature to draw 2 cards. Super, super good against removal, especially out of these blue-red decks, right?
Particularly if you manage to combine it with Claim the Firstborn first, of which Joel has 4.
Yeah, Claim the Firstborn, really powerful card. Now, out of Blue-Red Phoenix, it doesn't have that many targets. It's looking like just the Thing in the Ices and the Ledger Shredders, but those are really important cards to kill. So being able to claim the Firstborn, something like a Ledger Shredder, and then cast like Village Rites or Deadly Dispute to sacrifice it to draw some cards is really, really powerful, especially if that's your second spell. You get a Connive, too.
Yeah, it's if you manage to combine those two with a Ledger Shredder, you are really laughing all the way to the bank. You killed their Ledger Shredder. You probably attacked with it first, and then when you sacrifice it, you're going to get the Connive trigger because it will see the second spell go on the stack before it dies.
Absolutely, yeah, a whole lot of value. On Jamil's side, it seems to be a pretty standard Blue-Red Phoenix deck. Looks like 3 Treasure Cruise, 2 Temporal Trespass, and the 2 Galvanic Iteration. So this is, once again, leaning in a bit on that extra turn thing. Now, we've had Phoenix in the feature match area. Is this the fourth time now?
This is the 4th time. We've
had
5
it's
rounds.
a lot of Phoenix. You know, it's doing well. It is the most popular deck in the room, so it's to be expected. I don't think we've seen a single extra turn taken. Right?
We have not.
No.
We have not yet. The only thing we've seen, get iterated galvanically was an opt.
That's not super powerful.
I mean, it was cool. It definitely did the thing that it was supposed to do, but it's not what you put it there for.
Absolutely. All right, so we've begun the game. We got an oven, and then we got a cat. So Joel will drain Jamil for 1.
It's Kentucky Fried Kitten time, baby.
Yeah, this is going to be happening a lot. A lot of life total tweaking throughout this match between the cat and the oven.
With apologies to our producer, who is going to have to keep track of all of those.
Yeah, lots of typing going on over here. Glad we have the easy job of talking. All right, Jamil, no 1-drop. No cantrip. No removal, though removal wouldn't be very good on this cat.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Jamil is clutching some kind of 1-mana kill spell for this cat and just deciding, why would I waste it now? Why would I waste it ever?
Joel being very smart with the timing here and not bringing the cat back immediately. Then it would be susceptible to removal and he couldn't get a food out of it. Instead, he's waiting until he can sack it again. So it's always, you're only having the cat on the battlefield when you have a Witch's Oven untapped. Mm-hmm. That way it can never be removed to reduce the number of foods you have. All right, we have an Is It Charm. It seems to be in response to the Mayhem Devil, just drawing 2 and discarding 2.
Trying to find an answer for this Mayhem Devil, no doubt.
Or potentially just putting some Phoenixes in the bin. Discards Galvanic Iteration and Electro Shredder. No Phoenixes, but Galvanic Iteration is a good one to discard. Alright, then going with a Consider. Nothing really explosive here from Jamil. No super powerful 2-drop, no Phoenixes in the
birds,
yard.
Yeah.
Hard to interact with what Joel is doing. A removal spell on this Mayhem Devil I think is going to be really key.
And is also kind of going to be the most that Jamil can do with his turn.
Absolutely. Though he does have a lot of cards in the graveyard, a Treasure Cruise would be online pretty quickly, so that could draw him into what he needs to turn the corner.
Joel being very patient here. Had the option to return the cat at the end after his Mayhem Devil resolved, and then sacrifice it again, get 2 Mayhem Devil triggers, and deciding he's not ready to do that quite yet.
Well, we're still on Jamil's turn, so he could do it on Jamil's end step.
Yeah.
I imagine that's going to happen. That's going to be worth quite a bit of damage. And the Thing in the Ice is the play.
ice.
So this Mayhem Devil is surviving. This is going to be a lot of damage from the Mayhem Devil triggers. Alright. Looks like sacrificing...
Sacrifice the food, bring back the cat, sacrifice the cat.
Okay, so
believe
all in all, that's
3 damage?
3 damage to Jamil, and Joel gains 1.
Kitty cat coming. Oh, are we still in? We're still in Jamil's end step,
Yes, we
and
are.
Joel is just demonstrating what his loop is.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's not quite an infinite loop, but it's good to get this shortcut down.
Sure feels infinite when you're on the other side of it. Now this
Okay.
Mayhem Devil,
He brought it back again, so I believe there's another... Joel gained another life, and Jamil lost
another 3.
another 2.
Oh my goodness! And here comes the second Mayhem Devil.
Okay, so yeah, we're not... It's we
Joel
can't...
demonstrating that he is ready to clock very hard.
So, 2
Sacrificing 2 there, coming back, another 2 there, killing the Thing in the Ice, draining Jamil for 1, and then we're going to probably get an attack for 3 from the Mayhem Devil, putting Jamil down to 10. It's a lot of damage real quick.
Now this Black-Red Sacrifice deck is very grindy and ponderous. It can go through 15-turn games, but what we're seeing here is that sometimes it also can just kill you very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Mayhem Devil, it kills very, very quickly. And it not just kills the opponent very quickly, it kills other creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that Jamil puts in the way to roadblock, like that Thing in the Ice, is not long for this world.
Especially not with 2 Mayhem Devils.
Right. Ledger Shredder is... Oh, okay. Well, we have one of the Mayhem Devils being taken out by a Fiery Impulse, and the Ledger Shredder is going to connive.
This is how Jamil gets back in this game.
Discarding a Phoenix, that's huge. Next turn, if he has another powerful turn with a few removal spells, maybe taking care of the other Mayhem Devil, then this Arclight Phoenix coming back could turn the corner for Jamil.
Now that Fiery Impulse on the second Mayhem Devil was actually incredibly clutch, because this Ledger Shredder is at 4 toughness at present, and Joel's best way to kill it... Oh, I suppose Joel's actual best way to kill it is to claim the Firstborn, attack with it, and then sacrifice it to the oven. Never mind.
Yeah, the power of the Red-Black Sacrifice deck is really coming into full force here, because already this is going to be hard for Jamil to beat, right? Just these 3 cards that Joel has on the battlefield. Joel also has a bunch of cards in hand. Animating Hive of the Ive Tyrant. Wow. Now this is going to exile the Phoenix from Jamil's graveyard. That's a huge play. And this is a 3/3 with Menace, so this is getting in there.
Kentucky Fried Kitten, famous for its ability to cook bird wings, bird thighs.
This is impressive. And note, the given how little Blue Red Phoenix can actually interact with the Cat Oven combo, it looks like, basically that's going to deal 1 damage every turn.
Yep.
Jamil does not have a single lick of life gain in his deck.
Absolutely no way to recover from these. He has to kill Joel before he dies to this inevitable clock of the Kentucky Fried Kitten.
Right. And not only is the cat going to be gaining life, or draining, is going to be dealing damage to Jamil, Joel's also going to be gaining life every single turn. So it's very hard for Jamil to kill on time.
This might be a matchup where those extra turns become very relevant.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, boy.
The time walks are probably Jamil's key to steal this game.
Where does he block? Here.
Okay, it looks like the Ledger
one of
Shredder
these.
blocked the Mayhem Devil.
And then
Hive
got-
Hydra has Menace, so that's 4 damage going in. Jamil's down to 6. Another 2 damage represented here just by bringing the cat back. If Jamil doesn't kill the Mayhem Devil now, he's dead. On the next turn, I believe.
Joel considering his options. They are winnowing. Hey, is a chariot? Appreciate the sub. Thanks. That's really cool of you. You get a free drink every time you come in, I think, right?
Once a month.
Once a month. Not every time. Just
That's
once.
a good deal. It's what, $5 a month to subscribe? And
Yep.
drink's about $5? Wow.
$5.25, in fact.
$5.25 plus tax.
Dang. Y'all should be subscribing. That's what I'm hearing.
Especially if you have Prime, like Chariot. That's
It's a good move.
that's just a free drink.
It's just pure value. Free real estate. Treasure Cruise, and this may be the most Desperation Treasure Cruise that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Mhm.
This needs to do a lot. This needs to find some removal. This needs to find some threats.
It's the only time I've seen a treasure cruise and winced for the opponent. Or
Yeah.
winced for the person casting it.
Because we're seeing a treasure cruise here, and it doesn't look like it's enough.
Jamil gonna pack them up.
This is another note for the Phoenix deck, right? When you are spending this much of your deck to devote to making Treasure Cruise and Ancestral Recall, which is obviously powerful.
Yeah.
But you have to jam a bunch of cantrips into your deck.
Yeah.
You have to jam a bunch of card draw. You have to jam a bunch of cards that don't actually do a whole lot. And it seems like, he didn't find enough removal in that game, and it cost him.
Just a clinic from the Black-Red Sacrifice player.
Absolute clinic. This seems like a matchup heavily in Rakdos Sacrifice's favor.
Let's see if it changes after sideboard. In the Blue-Red Phoenix's corner, we have 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Thing in the Ice, 1 Aether Gust, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Abrade, 1 Sweltering Suns, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Crackling Drake, and 1 Jace, Wielder of Mysteries.
There's not a lot for this matchup. I'm going to be real. I'm seeing the Abrades to kill Witches Oven.
Yeah, I'm surprised to not see Tormod's Whip. What is it called? Unlicensed Hearse.
Unlicensed Hearse would be quite good here from the Phoenix player, but we don't see any.
I killed our producer with that one.
You could potentially put in, say, the Aether Gust is a good removal for
Mayhem Devil.
For Mayhem Devil. Sweltering Suns is potentially an option if you're trying to clear a lot of Mayhem Devils, but I don't think it's worth it. I think the main things here are just the Abrades. It doesn't have a whole lot.
Abrade, yeah. Sweltering Suns, maybe. Thing in the Ice to bounce the board, again, maybe, but everything is in the graveyard anyway.
Right.
What do we have on the side of the Rakdos
So for Rakdos Sacrifice, he's got 4 Thoughtseize, 1 Kolaghan's Command, 2 Noxious Grasp, 1 Obnixilis, 1 Eaten Alive, 1 Fatal Push, 2 Alpine Moon, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, and 1 Gigantha. I'm not seeing anything.
Is that Gigantha supposed to be in the Companion Zone?
I believe he might have missed putting it in
Might
the
have
Companion
forgotten
Zone.
to
It didn't come up, so it's alright.
Yeah, Super did not matter.
I think the main things you want here are the Unlicensed Hearse. I think that might actually be it. Maybe the Obnixilis. Sometimes these red-black Phoenix decks, or red-blue Phoenix decks, they can have trouble dealing with Planeswalkers. So if Joel decides he wants a 3rd Obnixilis, that's totally fine. But mainly just the Hearse, to have some graveyard interaction.
Now, do you think Joel is in a position to aim himself at trying to repeat game 1, or is he going to need to worry about things on the other side of the table disrupting his engine?
I think Joel is absolutely going to be thinking about other things disrupting his engine. He's going to be thinking about Unlicensed Hearse. He's going to be worried about, maybe, I don't know what other hate cards Phoenix could play, but there's definitely going to be things considered. But I don't think they're really going to matter. I think Joel's going to try to do what he did game 1. It seems to be a really favorable matchup for him. Just try to repeat that game plan of beating Jamil quick and utilizing this Cat Oven combo, which Jamil's a hard time interacting with.
Absolutely. And on Jamil's side, so I will admit straight up that I'm not much of a Blue-Red Phoenix player, but it does kind of seem to me that on Jamil's side, he can't afford to be suckered into playing Joel's game, which is usually Jamil's game also. He can't afford to be trying to point removal spells at a cat or some other creature that is on the table. What he needs to do is kind of just combo off. And to me, that says maybe he wants the Crackling Drake so that he can just kill him.
That's fair.
Crackling Drake, importantly, immune to Claim the Firstborn, difficult to kill with Fatal Push, difficult to kill with all of the 3 damage removal spells. I'm thinking about on the Phoenix side. Never mind. They don't have 3 damage removal spells from
it is just
the Black-Red Sack.
Fatal Push and Claim mainly. But Crackling Drake could be good to curb that. the consideration here is, like, you're right that Jamil playing, this 1-for-1 removal game is not great against a lot of the cards in Rakdos Sacrifice, but that doesn't, get rid of the fact that he must kill Mayhem Devil.
Absolutely.
There is not an option. You can't say, oh, I'll let you have your stuff, I'm going to do my thing. Mm-hmm. You cannot do your thing through Mayhem Devil. That is a kill on-site card.
Absolutely.
All right, so they're shuffling up here for game 2. Pressure's really going to be on Jamil to have a strong 2-drop into some Arclight Phoenixes, I believe. And then potentially Crackling Drake if you put it in. I wasn't sold on it, but I think it might be a good idea.
I do kind of wonder if Jamil is disincentivized to have his 2-drops in post-board. Strictly because they are so vulnerable to claim the Firstborn. Admittedly, he did not see that in Game 1, but getting your 2-drop claimed and then sacrificed to Village Rites or Deadly Dispute is devastating.
Jamil knows this format. I'm sure he's aware of Claim the Firstborn, and I'm sure that's something that's definitely on his radar. That would be an interesting move on his part to say, I don't need Thing in the Ice, I don't really need Ledger Shredder, I'm just going to put in Crackling Drake and not have a single target for Claim the Firstborn in my deck. I think that's, that might be the best way to really curb what Joel is doing, because Joel might keep a hand with, some Witch's Oven, some Claim the Firstborns, and go, hey, I can interact.
Yeah.
And then Jamil says, not with this, you can't. No. Now, you can't touch these 4-drops.
Little MC Hammer there.
Yeah.
Banana.
I thought someone else was going to start singing it. That's why I was waiting.
I'm usually reliable for that, but I missed it.
I was expecting it. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm falling I'm falling asleep on the job here,
it
boss.
It will be looked at when we analyze paychecks.
Damn, it's gonna come up in my annual review.
Mm-hmm. You bet.
Ugh. Couldn't handle the pressure. We do have our first top 8 contenders getting into the list at this time. I believe, did Mono White Humans make it? Are they locked? Let's see. Mike Kaoudis and Zach Ashton.
So the
Zach
Blue-Red Phoenix player that we've seen play twice and win twice, he's almost certainly locked for top 8. What is Mike Kaoudis playing?
Still don't know. Still a mystery. We've asked it several times in the coverage booth. We still don't know.
Maybe Rakdos mid-range?
I feel like it's a black-red deck.
I'm pretty sure we're pretty sure it's Rakdos mid-range. We're pretty sure those are our first 2 players locked for top 8. But there's some other, there's a lot of contenders up in the 3 wins area. It's very likely that the winner of this match will be guaranteed a slot in the top 8. But there's a lot of people in contention.
Now, I believe that these players... Are these players playing for a top 8 lock?
So if they win here, as long as they can get their opponent to agree, they can draw in.
Okay.
That should be locked, I would think.
Right. So we have a turn 1 Thoughtseize from Joel taking the Is It Charmed. So now Jamil's stranded with a Consider and 2 Phoenixes.
Hang on.
Yeah,
there we go.
It's got to end up in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's... Wait, can't let that happen on camera.
But right now, there's no way for the Arclight Phoenixes to go into the graveyard. No Lightning Axes, and that Is It Charm was really important to Jamil's hand.
Yeah, Jamil was banking on that.
He was about to set up this incredibly fast turn 3, 2 Phoenixes, Hiya, and Joel shut that down with just a Thoughtseize.
Now this kind of tells me that Joel is not planning to repeat Game 1. He's looking to interact. He's looking to take the things that Jamil is bringing in to make the game more favorable to him. And possibly that Joel is on the lookout for, is my opponent trying to combo kill me with doubling up a Temporal Trespass or Crackling Drake pass, attack you for 27.
Right. When looking at Joel's sideboard, we said, the unlicensed hearses are good, maybe the Ob Nixilis. Thoughtseize wasn't on our radar, and Joel put it in, and it was incredibly good on that turn 1.
Blood Tithe Harvester on Joel's side of the table, coming across for a clean 3 points.
Getting the beatdowns.
Two mana 3/2. Just a good combat creature, it turns out. I was raised in Modern, back where Tarmogoyf was the order of the day.
Now Tarmogoyf isn't even playable.
It's a dark timeline that
tragic.
we're in.
It's tragic.
In the world of Figglepush.
All right, yeah, we have a Cauldron Familiar and as the Unlucky Witness. A great thing to sacrifice, gives you a lot of value.
Yeah, Joel just missing on something to shove these sacrifice fodder creatures into.
Yeah.
Village Rites.
I believe I
Deadly
did.
Dispute.
I spotted a Village Rites in Joel's hand.
Oh, sweet. Okay. So he's not lacking anything.
Yeah,
He's got it all.
Jamel has a charter course to get this Phoenix in the graveyard. That's a good start. That gets one of them in there.
Then it taps Den.
All right, looks like he's going end step, Village Rites on the Unlucky Witness. Now, can we pull up Unlucky Witness? Can you cast it until the end of your next turn?
That is correct, yes.
Wow, that is incredibly powerful.
Bonkers.
So you can cast one of those two cards, and I believe his options are Deadly Dispute and Thoughtseize. Good choices there. Going with a Thoughtseize to...
Ooh, what do you pick here? How do you say no to Deadly Dispute, but then also how do you say no to Thoughtseize?
Well, he doesn't have a great creature to sack right now. I guess he could sacrifice the blood, but Thoughtseize is probably going to be really instrumental in preventing Arclight Phoenix from returning, or just taking whatever removal Jamil has.
Here comes a Witch's Oven, Kentucky Fried Kitten online. I'm going to find a better way to say that.
Yeah.
I recognize that I'm saying it too much.
All right,
Now,
Thoughtseize.
Jamil being very thoughtful to his coverage team.
Taking a braid.
And
huge.
Putting
huge.
his cards in the center of the table.
Great move.
Listen, that's how you do it.
Taking the Abrade was instrumental there. Now, once again, he has Cat Oven online, and we have the situation where Jamil will be drained for one every single turn of this game.
Yep.
So the pressure is on him to kill and kill quickly, or find a second Abrade.
Yep. Jamil has maximum 12 turns.
Real fast, had either of you Thoughtseized an opponent and been forced to take a card with Dredge, as almost happened here by almost having to take an Arclight Phoenix?
That's true. That was very close.
It
Never
could have
done it.
been scary, I'm just saying.
Did you do the damage from the Thoughtseize on Joel?
I did.
Okay, perfect.
Because you got this going on earlier.
Yep.
All right, Jamil just casting a Phoenix, you know? Nothing wrong with casting a Phoenix. Leaving it back as a blocker, too, is fine. Now, the Blood Tithe Harvester... Well, is there still a blood sitting around? No, that's a Gigantha, so there's no blood for the Blood Tithe Harvester.
I bet the Gigantha was there the whole time. I just didn't see it.
Yeah, potentially.
Cool Duck Boy pointing out that it can be exploited. I'm not sure what it is here.
I think it's the fact that there's only the Phoenixes in hand.
Aha.
Potentially, yeah.
Oh, Rakdos
sure.
decks. Yeah, Rakdos decks can be exploited. You know what's great against Rakdos decks? The Yasharn that I've cast against Joel 3 times.
Woof, yeah. Yasharn, super powerful card, but we're not seeing many green-white decks. I don't think there's a single green-white player in... I mean, there's a few Abzan Greasefang players here. They might have a Yasharn,
Maybe.
but I copied a Greasefang list the other night, and it didn't have any Yasharns in it, so I don't know.
Somehow I imagine the Bant Spirits player is probably not playing Yasharn.
It would be a powerful card against this. I mean, it's essentially unbeatable, right? They have some fatal pushes, but it's hard to get Revolt.
It becomes very difficult for them.
All right, it looks like something
Joel,
took down this Arclight Phoenix. What was that?
It was a cracked Witch's Oven sacrificing the cat to enable Fatal Push Revolt.
Ah,
Channeling a Sokenzon. And I believe this is 2 1/1 tokens.
There
Would
we
you mind
go.
grabbing better dice for me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Jamel's getting beat down hard, and it's looking like this Cauldron plus Witch's Oven is going to win the game.
Sorry.
Joel for R putting on a clinic. Really beaten down. Now Jamil needs something to deal with this battlefield. I don't know what that would be, and also needs to answer this Witch's Oven.
These decks do play Anger the Gods to some degree, correct?
He's got Sweltering Suns out of the board.
Sweltering Suns?
Unclear
There's
whether he
one
brought it in.
Sweltering Suns in the sideboard. It's a lot to hope for right now.
Yeah. Phoenixes block a lot, though.
Yeah, and it looks like
Phoenix's block
this
really
Phoenix
well.
will be returning. He's already cast 2 spells. I imagine he's going to cast a third. Fiery Impulse on a Blood Tithe Harvester is the third spell.
There we go. Bring
All right.
back some birds, baby.
And I believe there's 2 birds, one that he played and died naturally, one which he discarded to Charter Course on turn 2.
Jamil's life total absolutely under duress right now, but he's still in this game without a doubt.
Absolutely, these can block the 1/1s. Now, if you're Jamil, do you ever consider attacking?
Not here, not in this position.
All
I don't
right. He's got to end it soon because this isn't a winning line either, right? If
Sitting
you're-
back and not attacking is certainly not winning at any speed. I think Jamil has to hope for it probably has to be Temporal Trespass. Then he gets a free 12 points of damage on his opponent.
Absolutely.
He still needs an additional turn, but Temporal Trespass effectively buys you a card back. He does not yet have the mana to go Iteration into Trespass. Whew, yeah.
Alright, that is a Den of
Definitely
the Bugbear.
not attacking.
Bringing
You gotta
along
block
another
that
1/1.
Den.
Yeah, Den is a must block here. It's pretty much just going to 1, I believe. Because 3 is going to come through. Cauldron Familiar represents another 1 point of damage once it gets flickered. I don't see how Jamil's coming out of this.
Blocking 1 spirit, blocking the den, looks like. And then Goblin, Spirit, Cauldron Familiar get through, put him to 2. And then Cauldron Familiar coming back puts him to 1. Jamil absolutely has to
Got a combo.
do something. He's got a combo.
But how much of the combo did he keep in? It's hard to say, but usually that is the first thing to get trimmed is some of these, super linear cards that are weak to graveyard hate. That's a lot of people are taking those out first thing when they go to sideboard. If he kept it in, he's got a chance. If he took it out, it's looking real rough.
Couldn't a braid potentially be good enough?
If you could deal with the
A
oven
Braid
now
plus
and-
Sweltering Suns might do it, but there's that few 1/1s. There's also another manland over there.
This absolutely does not do it. Jamil is dead on the table to this cat.
dead to the cauldrons.
Unless we have the life totals wrong, which is possible.
All right, looks like
We don't.
Jamil's going to go ahead and concede, and Joel wins the match. No, that's a 0-2.
Sorry.
0-2 for Joel. All right, wow. Rakdos Sacrifice looking incredibly impressive there.
Absolute
Against what we
clinic.
considered to be the top deck. We were talking about how Blue-Red Phoenix is so efficient, it's so cutthroat, and it's hard to interact with. And Joel says, you know what? You know what's even harder to interact with? Cat and oven. Jamil had no way to deal with that, and Joel won the game pretty easily there.
We may be looking to get a player interview here shortly, hopefully with one of the top 8 competitors, maybe with Joel Farrar, who just absolutely just worked it. Just walked up and down the catwalk. That was not an intentional pun, but we got there.
Yeah, that was pretty good. All right, so I think we're going to take a quick break while we set up a potential player interview. We'll be back shortly.
Hello, everybody. I'm Chandler on the commentary team. We have here with us Zach Ashton, who is, I believe, in first place and in position to double draw into top 8. Zach, this is maybe a redundant question, but how's your tournament going?
It's going fantastic, just
Nice.
how we drew it up.
Yeah, great. We've seen you on camera, I believe, twice. Remind me what I've forgotten what you played against.
On camera, I played against Black Red Midrange, and then I also played against Mono White Humans.
All right. Now, you come here with the most popular deck in the room. It's been the most popular deck in Pioneer for a long, long time, and has a huge target on its back. You came in here and have been doing great with it. Tell me more. Explain.
Well, to be honest, I didn't know it was going to be the most popular deck in the room.
Nice.
I mean, it's okay that it is. I don't have a problem with that. I would have more of a problem if people were specifically hating on it, which so far I haven't had too much of a problem with. But that said, I've played 4 rounds.
Yeah.
And I got lucky in some of those. I played against Blue-White Control, and he mulliganed to 5 in game 1 and 3.
Oof.
I played against that Mono White Humans deck, and he mulliganed to 5 in game 3, and then drew 3 Rest in Peace, which is too many. So the deck's good.
Yeah.
I think I'm playing it reasonably well,
Yeah.
but, better lucky than good.
Now, the biggest separation that we've seen so far in the Blue-Red Phoenix deck lists has been how deep you go on Galvanic Iteration and Temporal Trespass versus Treasure Cruise as your only delve spell. I believe you're on 2 Iteration, 2 Trespass. Is that correct?
I'm on 3, for those, yes. I'm on 3 Cruise, 2 Trespass, and 2 Iteration.
Gotcha. Okay. And talk to me about the decision making that went into that. Are you comfortable with that number? Are you? It seems like you're pretty comfortable with it.
So it hasn't come up that much today. I have
Okay.
one time that I comboed off with it, but it's very matchup dependent. And
Sure.
in a lot of quicker matchups, you just don't want it.
Yeah.
But when you're against control, when it's going to go somewhat long, but not grindy long, I guess, against black red mid range, I take out the combo.
Nice.
Against mono white humans, I take it out. Against spirits, I'm taking it out. It's one of the first things that comes out. But it is really important and really good in the matchups where it is really good. And especially in Game 1, that comes up more because a lot of the hate is really good against the combo, like Rest in Peace, that kind of thing. So that's where you want it, and then it comes out a lot post board.
Absolutely. Now, you mentioned that it's fine for it to be the most popular deck in the room, and you haven't seen a lot of hate for your deck yet. What kind of hate are you worried about in the format? What have you been expecting that you haven't seen yet, or what have you seen and maybe played through?
So, I mean, I have seen some hate. I've seen Rest in Peace from humans and from Blue-White. But, I mean, the big hate is Rest in Peace, Hearse, Unlicensed Hearse. The big one, if people are really trying to win the mirror match or win against is Narset's Reversal, which is basically just good against this deck, but is really good against this deck.
Can you tell the folks what's on the text of that card?
Yeah, you return their spell to their hand, and you make a copy of it and you cast it yourself.
Oh, that's
so
really
they
good
delve
against
all
Treasure
of their
Cruise.
7 cards. Theirs are still exiled, and they have to recast it, and in the meantime, you get to draw your 3 for
That seems
free
pretty
for 2 mana.
decent.
Yeah, it's really good. But even then, like you're still playing Mystical Dispute, you're still playing Spell Pierces, all that kind of stuff, and that's where the real game comes down to. In the mirrors and that kind of stuff is how the interaction plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, speaking of Narset and her reversal, Narset Parter of Veils classically has been the trump card against Izzet Phoenix. Have you seen much of that today, and how do you feel about it? Is it devastating to see it on the other side of the table, or is it something that you can play through?
Well, it's definitely very good against me. You can kind of play through it. I mean, like, you are, I don't know if happy is the right word, but you're very willing to opt in your main phase not getting the value off of it just to trigger a Phoenix to go and attack it.
Okay.
Because you have to get off the board. If the longer it sticks around, the worse it is for you. Your cruises aren't doing anything. You're not being able to get your Phoenixes back because you're not being able to, opt and consider and that kind of thing. So you really need to get off the board. But it is a 3-mana sorcery speed spell that you have a bunch of Mystical Disputes for, Spell Pierces for. So it's not the easiest thing for them to get down. And in that kind of way, I'm not so worried about it. I also haven't seen that much of it.
Yeah.
It's not played super often unless Blue-White Control is really gunning for it. But when I played against the Blue-White opponent that I did, they were just playing 2 in the sideboard that they brought in against me.
Seems like a low number. Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of metagame, you've said you've seen red, black, mid, mono white, blue, white, control, and then I've forgotten the 4th. But how has this meta lined up with your expectations and what you were prepared to face today?
It's about right. I was wanting to play, some of the more aggro decks. Mono white humans is a deck that I'm perfectly happy to see. Spirits. The thing that is at Phoenix though is there's not really a deck that you're like, oh yeah, this is the matchup. I just kind of crush it. It's super easy, and this other matchup I can't ever beat it. There's perhaps some fringe decks that's true about, but for the most part, it just has game against everything. Everything is kind of close and somewhat tough. There's a lot of play from both sides in Phoenix games, which I think is a lot of fun and gives me and my opponents an opportunity to express our skill.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I think that as far as the metagame goes, you can do weird things if you're expecting, a ton of Phoenix in the room, like Dimir Phoenix. I was considering bringing and playing.
Nice.
Because that's fantastic in the mirror when you get to play your Thought Seizes and your Go Blanks. I say mirror in the Phoenix mirror. But it's a lot worse against those aggressive decks when you're playing Thought Season. They're playing 1-mana 2/1s. So I think as far as my decision was today is I have, for the last few tournaments, tried to play that game of what's the meta going to be like, what's a cool deck that kind of works well in this, and it didn't work for me. And so this time I'm like, I'm going to show up with a good deck. I want to play the best deck and see if that works better than trying to, weasel myself around the metagame.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Yeah, show up with as many ancestral recalls as they'll let you register and just see how it goes. My last question before I let Casey or our producer ask you anything if they want to. You said that there aren't a whole lot of like decks where it's like, yes, this is great. I can't possibly lose this in a million years. What's your favorite deck to play against in the meta? Maybe not because you always win against it, but because the games are always engaging and interesting.
That's a good question. I mean, like, Black-Red mid-range, I think, is just a very interesting matchup. Sometimes it does come down to, like, do they have Graveyard Hate? Do they not have Graveyard Hate? And that's not that interesting. But the games do tend to go reasonably long. It's a place where you're taking out the combo, so you're not just winning out of nowhere. You're grinding, and they're grinding because that's their deck. That's pretty interesting. A lot of the other decks, I don't know. Like, Mono 8 Humans is fine. It's fun, but it's not like it's super interesting gameplay. You just kill their stuff, and if you have too many things, you die, and if you don't have enough things, then, they win. It's straightforward. I'm not exactly sure which decks when I sit down, it's much more often that I'm like, oh, I'm glad I'm against this because this isn't a terrible matchup, than like, oh, this will be a really fun matchup.
For sure.
So, but like in hindsight, thinking about it, I think Black-Red midrange is probably.
And we did see that. I believe you were the one on camera for that Black-Red midrange versus Phoenix matchup, and that was incredibly interesting. So many decision points, and
I definitely misplayed in that second game. I just a few times I played poorly in that game. One time I can think of in particular, I opted at the end step, and then on my turn, I didn't have 3 spells to get Phoenix back.
Oh, no.
Unless I cast 2 removal spells on their Bone Crusher Giant, which deals me extra damage and throws away a card. And so if I had just untapped with that opt, it would have been better. And so that point especially, I'm thinking about.
We did see you learn from that mistake, though, in the third game when you double tagged a Graveyard Trespasser with removal spells so that you could bring your Phoenix back, letting the second one get countered. That was slick. That was some very tight play.
It's definitely, it's an option, I had it on my mind. It's tricky because you don't know what they've got, and it's like if they just play if they stomp it, play a Bone Crusher Giant, you're like, well, that kind of sucked. Was that really worth the extra card? But even then, they had to stomp your Phoenix. Your Phoenix is kind of a card when it comes back. Right? I mean, it is a card, so they have to deal with it. And if they have to spend a card to do that, throwing away that removal spell is fine, because they had to throw away a card too. So
we've got a couple of questions in chat here. Guzman or Guzman, hello, Luis. What does Zach think about strategic planning, and is it Phoenix?
So the strategic planning versus Charter Course decision. The reason why I like Charter Course here is because I'm playing a lot more of the one-ofs and specific cards. So with Spell Pierce and Lava Coil, those kinds of things. That not the selection, but getting rid of it when it's a bad card with Charter Course, I think makes that better. While strategic planning on the surface, I think is slightly better just as a card. But when you're playing these one-ofs, that selection is a lot more important.
That makes sense.
So, yeah.
Casey, Mike, do we have any? Awesome. Well, Zach, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for giving us such engaging and exciting matches. We will see you in the top 8, assuming that everybody doesn't draw. Fingers crossed. Let's get some maximum magic here, baby. Yeah, we'll see you in the top 8. Thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you.
And good luck in your future matches.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's winning in time. You may remember Jamel from last round. He's in a sweater match. You know what? As I say that, it doesn't sound the way that I want it to sound.
Yeah. They're both sweating it.
An intense one against Jacob Snodgrass on blue-white control.
It is warm in here.
It is also warm in here. Yeah, we turned off the oscillator on the fan like noobs.
The winner of this match will be in the top 8. Almost certainly, there is a chance that Jamil, if he does win, there's a chance he could not make it on tiebreakers, but it's very unlikely. So this is almost certainly a win and in. So yeah, we have Jamil, who we watched unfortunately lose last round to Rakdos Sacrifice versus Jacob Snodgrass playing Blue-White Control. And this is the first Blue-White Control we've seen all day, and I'm very excited. I'm a huge fan of Blue-White Control. I cannot wait to watch this match.
We're here for Maximum Magic, as we've told you many times, and I think it's good odds that this particular matchup could go a while. Blue-Red Phoenix, you all have seen it. You know what's going on. Throw birds in the bin, bring them back. Blue-White Control, on the other hand, counterspells and planeswalkers.
Yep. Removal, a lot of exiling removal. This is going to be very relevant in this matchup.
Very important.
As we learned from Zach in our player interview, he was talking about how the Temporal Trespass and the Galvanic Iteration is most important in matchups like Blue-White Control. So we might actually finally see that side of Blue-Red Phoenix. We've watched it. I believe this is our 5th time actually watching Blue-Red Phoenix. There's a lot of Phoenix today.
Yep, 5 out of 6 rounds. We do apologize, but also that's the format. This is what we signed up for.
We might finally see the extra turn stuff actually pay off.
Now, Casey, can you talk to me about why Galvanic Iteration is so crucial against the Counterspell deck?
Sure. Well, so this is a copying spell that works kind of differently than a lot of copying spells. A lot of them say copy this target spell, and then if that target spell, say, got countered by a control deck, then the copy doesn't do anything, and of course the original spell is countered.
Right.
The way Galvanic works, you cast it first, and then it copies the next spell you play. So it can kind of let you double up on these time walk effects and say, like, hey, I'm threatening, you have to have 2 counters if you want to deal with both of these, which is very, very powerful against these control decks.
Yeah, Blue-White, excellent at leaving up 1 absorb, a lot harder to leave up 2.
A lot harder. Also, it's just another, powerful, card to cast. These Phoenix decks have a lot of removal. That's not very good against the Blue-White Control decks. Fire Impulse, Lightning Axe, Lava Coil, they do nothing. So just, having these other cards, these spells that you can play that actually can help you bring back your Phoenixes and flip your Thing in the Ices that do something is really important.
Now we see Jamil very smartly, I think, playing around the possibility of Censor. He ran out his pieces of the puzzle with an additional mana up, just in case his opponent decided to mana tithe him.
Yeah, that's an excellent move. It's important for Jamil to get these 2-for-1s whenever possible, and he got it here.
Jacob, meanwhile, doing exactly what he came here to do. He cast a Memory Deluge at the end of his opponent's turn. That's all that these Blue-White people... Blue-White players want just one thing, and it's disgusting.
Yeah. We certainly do. I will defend the Blue-White player here. He's drawing 2 cards. It's great. Portable Hole. Super efficient answer to this Thing in the Ice. We saw it earlier out of the Mono-White deck where it was fantastic, and it's still great from the Blue-White Control deck. Super clean, efficient answer. Yeah, I don't believe either player
No one has taken any damage.
There is potentially a shock land we're missing, but I believe it's 20-20. Yeah,
and in this matchup, the only player whose life total matters is Jacob Snodgrass.
Exactly. Now so the control decks are not as hard control-y as they used to be, right? I think a lot of us probably remember the Teferi Hero of Dominaria decks where that was the only win con.
Yeah.
Where they'd emblem and then it would tuck itself over and over to prevent decking. It's not like that anymore. There's a lot of win cons in this deck. In terms of spells, we have 2 Shark Typhoon and 4 Wandering Emperor. Those can win the game pretty fast, actually. Shark Typhoon not always cast. A lot of times just cycle to make a big shark.
Yeah.
But Wandering Emperor can churn out a bunch of 2/2s and make them bigger.
Yeah, Wandering Emperor, just a complete paradigm shift for the Blue-White Control players.
Absolutely.
I know everyone, when they saw that card, at least everyone that I listened to, kind of lost their minds. Like, oh my god, it's a Flash Planeswalker. This is so good. The abilities are so medium, but Flash on a Planeswalker, we've never seen that before.
It's
and
so
you know what?
versatile.
They were so right.
Yeah, it's an incredibly
This card's
powerful
bonkers.
card. Being able to play it, essentially on your turn 4, but after the opponent has attacked, so they can't attack the Wandering Emperor, almost guarantees you get 2 activations out of it. So you can exile a creature and make it 2/2. And speaking of, here's Wandering Emperor. We're just going ahead and getting the big dice in there for the Wandering Emperor.
Just making sure Chandler gets his steps, that's all.
Exactly.
I do get rewarded from my work. I get 75 cents if I hit 10,000 steps. Yeah, that's all it takes to make me exercise is the promise of a tiny monetary reward.
3/4. That's all it takes.
That's huge.
That's, big bucks.
All right, so the fact that the Wandering Emperor stuck is really important against this Phoenix deck because they do not have a lot of ways to answer a Planeswalker. Looking at this, I think it's... Is there any Strangles? There's 1 Strangle.
It's more than most have today.
It's 1 Strangle, 1 Brazen Bar, and that's
probably
kind of
the
it.
best answer that Jamil has to this Wandering Emperor is just attacking it with birds. But that's a risky proposition against the possibility of second Wandering Emperor.
Yes. Also, if it's, you're playing a bird, you're tapping out, you're attacking, you can get got by March of Otherworldly Light. You can get got by a Fateful Absence. You can get got by any of these removal spells, and then the Wandering Emperor is going to stick around.
Yeah, classically, against these Blue-White Control decks, the kind of the canon of how do you play against them is play your most important spell on the turn
10.
when they are about to cast their draw
14.
spell. And that no longer really works. Now when you play your most important spell, they can answer it with a Wandering Emperor instead of losing out on the opportunity to cast anything meaningful.
Yeah, being able to answer a threat and have the answer be a threat of your own is insane. It's similar, it's reminiscent of Ravenous Chupacabra, which is a really, really strong card.
Famously well designed, Ravenous Chupacabra.
And it just leaves around a 2/2. But Wandering Emperor, it's going to exile a creature, and then it's going to start making 2/2s. You can get a bunch of 2/2s out of it. All right, and Jacob, played a Teferi here. This is the hallmark card of the blue-white deck. This is what lets you turn the corner because it keeps you ahead on mana, ahead on cards. Very, very hard card to beat, especially for Blue-Red Phoenix. Doesn't have many ways to answer it in the main deck.
Now, anyone who's watched the stream before has already heard my little sermon on Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. Teferi has, legally speaking, technically speaking, he has an ultimate. It costs -8. The actual ultimate is I've just had a Teferi on the board for the last 7 turns, and you've already been Shindaru'd, my friend. You've been dead for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. The -8 is just the nail in the coffin, saying, "Hey, I know you thought you had a 1% chance to win this game. You now have a 0% chance."
It was 0 all along. Now here we see Jamil doing something incredibly clever. Leads on pieces of the puzzle to bait out the Dovin's Veto, and then punishes it hard with a Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, the fact
absolutely the more valuable game piece.
The fact that he was able to stick a piece of card advantage through Jacob's wall of counterspells.
Oh yeah!
And it was his 3rd spell.
Oh,
wow.
tasty!
Wow, that is huge.
That's a dead Teferi.
Teferi down. Now, Jacob's not dead. There's a lot of sweepers in
Absolutely
this
not.
deck.
He has so many ways to come back from this.
So he can reset it and say, hey, you need 3 more spells if you want to get him back. If he draws very well, he could have the Farewell here, which exiles all creatures. That would be fantastic against these Arclight Phoenixes.
I forget that Farewell exiles. God, that's a good card.
Yeah.
Really good card.
There's a handful of, exile from the battlefield spells for Jacob. No exiling from graveyard. So if his plan here is Supreme Verdict, there's nothing like a Graveyard Trespasser to eat the Phoenixes out of the graveyard. He's really reliant on exiling them from the battlefield.
Except for Farewell.
Except for Farewell.
I guess Farewell can exile
Farewell
all
counts.
graveyards as well. That's true. Looks like he's thinking both players have a lot of cards in hand here, so there's a lot of decision making to be done. He's going to go ahead and attack for 2, put Jamil down to 14.
Chandler, would you mind confirming that for me by chance? Thank you.
And then cashing in the Wandering Emperor to make another knight.
Sorry, can I just confirm? 16 to 20, 16 for you, 20 for you? We are saying stuff in the commentary booth that you can't hear. Oh, we can hear you now. 16, 20.
All right.
All right, 16-20. We had the life total slightly incorrect. I guess we double counted an attack, perhaps. Looks like Jacob's going to go ahead and play a Wandering Emperor while Jamil's tapped low and exile one of these Phoenixes. Great move. Getting the Phoenix dead forever is hugely important in a game that I'm sure is going to go long.
Is that
Bought the Wandering, or the...
buying a Yorion? All right.
Not a Yorion. That is a Kahira.
A Kahira.
Right.
Oh,
All right.
There's not a single creature in Jacob's deck. Therefore,
all of his creatures are elementals.
Kahira's text of make them all elementals or cats or beasts or whatever has been met.
Volcana in chat asking, what do you think is the best Pioneer deck right now? Goblins.
Well, if today's been any evidence, I think I would have to say Phoenix. Phoenix is definitely the first choice, but as we've also seen with Red Black Sacrifice, you can beat Phoenix if you want to.
Red Black Sacrifice set up so well to beat the Blue Red Phoenix decks. I don't know. I don't know that I would say with confidence that we have a best deck right now. There are a lot of contenders. Blue Red Phoenix absolutely is the most popular deck in the room. Is it the strongest? Is it the best? I don't know. I'm certainly not qualified to say so. I think at this point, Pioneer's in a cool spot where there isn't a de facto best deck. You know what's also neat about Pioneer is that you have to pay mana for your spells.
Yeah, no free spells here.
No free spells here. Except for Arclight Phoenix.
Well,
Please excuse.
I think Zach put it really well in his player interview where he said, I think Phoenix is like, it has good matchups against everything. It has no real, really bad matchups. Everything is at least fine. And that makes it a good pick in an open metagame. which is definitely what Pioneer is. It's a really wide open metagame. There's a lot of decks going on, which makes Phoenix a good choice, but not necessarily the only choice.
Yeah, you can tell it's super wide and diverse by the amount of Phoenix we've had on camera. It,
Yeah, well,
really reflects well.
That has been an anomaly of this tournament. You know, we only have the 8 Phoenix players here. It's only 18% of our metagame. It's just we've gotten a bit unfortunate with the matches we've picked, and you know we want to watch our exciting win and ends, and this is one of the biggest win and ends we have right now. So, we had to watch Phoenix in this round.
Also, it's just doing well. You know, like that's part of the other thing. We're not watching a whole lot of the 0-win bracket, and Phoenix has been, at least for the players we've seen, performing really well and just like putting up solid numbers. So, you know, it might not be everywhere, but if it wins, it wins. So
absolutely. So using Galvanic Iteration plus some Strangles, Jamil has gotten rid of Jacob's side of the board.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Cycling a Shark Type, and you can't counter that one.
How big?
I believe that's 6.
That's a hefty
That's all
shark.
of his
So
mana, yeah.
Lord Shark.
Big enough to survive a Lightning Axe.
It sure is.
Maybe not after it has
What
done
was
battle
that?
with
It's
a
a
Phoenix.
Cathartic Pyre, I believe.
Choosing mode, deal 3 damage to a creature.
What's the text on that card?
It's either 3 damage to a creature, or I believe draw 2, discard 2.
Yeah, I think it's a loot 2. It's either a loot 2 or a rummage 2.
Interesting.
Just a little two mana spell that says Phoenix players play this. That's fine.
If
I
there's
think.
side, that's okay. Yep, thank you. Could you, if one of you is available, could you just be around or in the area while they're watching? If possible. Thank you.
All right, looks like Jacob's going to go ahead and play the Kihira that he got back last turn. Now, Jacob's got a clock.
Powerful.
A vigilant clock. And that doesn't matter too much against this flyer.
But this game is slowly, transitioning into the late game where the exiled Arclight Phoenixes, it's really coming into play, right? This is, Jamil's gotten back Arclight Phoenixes quite a few times now, or at least had the ability to do so. So, exiling this one on the battlefield is really paramount for Jacob's plan.
I believe...
Ooh, that's an Aganjo.
Tasty.
Now, I believe technically he actually overpaid for that because he controls a legendary creature. But
He totally did. Oh my goodness.
that is not an ability that comes up very often, especially in these blue-white control decks that only has the one.
Nice catch. Jacob generously just floating mana to do nothing.
All right,
That's how it
attacking
goes
Jamil
sometimes.
for 3, putting him down to 13.
Those pile of sensors in Jacob's thing look pretty fantastic right now.
Yeah, the sensor has a, it's past its window. But that's a great thing about sensor is you can just cycle it.
Yeah, the window for censor never closes.
Exactly, you can always draw a card.
It's a very escalator can never be broken. It can only temporarily be stairs type of situation. Sorry for the convenience.
Exactly the metaphor that I was going to go with.
Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, coming down, and now Jacob is in certainly a commanding position. Jamil is not out of it yet by any stretch, but Jacob has secured his primary win con.
I mean, looking at the cards in Jamil's hand, they're not fantastic right
But
now.
Jamil does not know that. The most important part of any control deck player is
Oh, I was saying the cards in
the
Jamil's
dead
hand
stare.
are
Oh,
not
Jamil's.
great.
Oh,
I'm seeing.
yeah, no, that's a good
I'm
point.
seeing a lot of red. I'm seeing a lot of removal that is probably not super relevant here. Probably not able to kill Teferi. Oh, but we have a Galvanic Iteration getting Flash Pact.
Okay.
So the next spell that Jamil casts will be copied.
Insurance against counter spells, as we've brought up before. Possibly pointing 2 lightning axes at this Kihira.
I don't know what that would do.
Not much.
Was that a Brazen Borrower?
That's a Brazen Borrower.
Okay.
All right. Bounce both your stuff. Oh, and get back my thing in the ice. Not for very long, but for a little
I
bit.
think he's bouncing Teferi and Kihira. Oh, no, he is getting back the thing in the ice. All right.
Or portable hole. Thing in the ice coming back.
That is a temporary answer to Teferi, but I don't think it's quite enough.
Now, I believe that is 3 spells. Galvanic into Petty Theft into Lightning
That
Axe.
is true. The Phoenixes are coming back.
Caca!
All right. Jacob really needs a sweeper here. Not only is there the looming threat of Thing in the Ice, but now there are 2 Arclight Phoenixes. One of them is going to get exiled by a Wandering Emperor. Okay.
Nice.
I believe that was in combat, so yeah.
So Jacob will only take 3.
Takes 3, but also gains 2 from the -2.
Oh, right.
Something like this would be the perfect time for a Supreme Verdict. I see he has 2 in the list. That'd
Well,
be
so he does
fantastic.
still have the portable hole.
Oh, that's
in his
true,
hand because
yes.
it was only bounced rather than being destroyed.
There's also Teferi. You can always use Teferi's down tick to answer a Phoenix for a bit.
That's also true.
It's
Just
not exactly where you want to be against
Tuck him safely in bed.
Yeah. Night.
Pull the comforter up. Give him a lovey.
I think at this point, the game is firmly in Jacob's hands. I mean, Jamil's empty-handed. He's got no cards.
I mean, he's empty-handed for now. I don't know if you've heard this, Casey, but the Blue-Red Phoenix players are actually allowed to play Ancestral Recall in their deck, a thing that is legal in Pioneer.
It's a pretty good card. Is it as good as Teferi?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
I'm going to say that one confidently.
Yeah, look, Treasure Cruise always draws 3. Teferi can draw potentially infinite.
That, you know what? I have no argument.
Like, look at that grip for Jacob. I mean, we see at least the Dovin's Veto, probably some other counter spells. Portable Hole is going to take care of the thing in the ice. He's got
This
2
is interesting.
Planeswalkers.
So Jacob has chosen to tick his Teferi up, getting the card and the mana, rather than taking care of the Phoenix. And I think that's probably... It's a show of strength, is what it most clearly is, because he's saying, even if you attack with this Arclight, I'm still going to have a Teferi at the end of this.
All right, he's going to foretell a card. That is...
Yes.
That must be Behold the Multiverse. There's 1 copy of Behold the Multiverse. Unfortunately, no copies of Doomscar, the board wipe, which is also a cool card that we know for a fact what that must be.
I am bummed that the foretelling is not Alrund's Epiphany, just for maximum salt.
You mean value?
Also that.
Yeah, it would be pretty good with these Planeswalkers on the battlefield.
God, yes.
Oh. I think we got a good draw here.
Was it Treasure Cruise?
I think it might be. I think
That's
we
a fine draw. If
might
Jacob,
be sailing away.
He sure is thinking a long time for it to be Treasure Cruise.
we do know that Jacob has the Dovin's Veto in hand.
Does Jamil know that? Is that face up on the table? Or?
Oh, we don't. No. I'm saying
Okay.
we
Okay.
we have a sneak peek.
Oh no! Jacob being very disciplined and letting his opponent delve his cards before revealing, no ancestral recall for you, my friend.
So here's an interesting note, and this is something that came up in Standard ages ago with Dig Through Time. Jamil overdelved. He had so much mana that he could have used for the Treasure Cruise and decided to delve his entire graveyard. That is going to mean that his next delve spells are really a lot worse. Personally, if I was in this situation, I would probably pay a little bit more mana, keep a few spells in there so that... Because to win this game, he has to draw more delve spells, right? Those are the best cards. You want them to be as cheap as possible when you get them.
That is an aspect that I had never thought about. Having played against Treasure Cruise every time, more than a few times, every time that someone pays more than 1 mana for it, I'm like, are you sure? You know you're allowed to pay less than that, right? But you're right. That is, your graveyard is a resource.
Especially in a situation like this where, Jacob has a bunch of cards in hand. Jacob, I don't believe, has cast any counterspells yet this game. It's been mostly removal. There's pretty certainly going to be something in there.
He's vetoed several times.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
I must have missed the other vetoes. My bad.
Twice.
He's vetoed twice.
He only has
Okay.
2.
Regardless, there's a bunch of cards in hand. You're likely to expect a counterspell.
Yeah.
So you might want to save your graveyard as a resource when you don't anticipate the Treasure Cruise is resolving.
Yeah. Jamil may be hoping that he could have cruised into another Phoenix.
Sure.
Also leaving up some of this mana for Brazen Borrower, an important consideration. What just happened?
Now, that is a March of exiling the Phoenix.
Ooh.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's the 4th time a Phoenix has been exiled.
I think it may have been.
We might be out of Phoenixes.
We may be.
Might be 3.
Might be 3. There might be
could be
still
4.
one more in there. But I know Wandering Emperor's at least gotten taken care of too. All right, Jamil packs it in. Saying I can't beat all these counterspells. And that's a smart concession by Jamil, knowing that, hey, I need time to win 2 more games against Bullet Control. Maybe there's a 1% chance he wins this game. Not worth trying.
Yeah, these games are going to go long. He does not have the luxury of forcing his opponent to play it out.
Alrighty, let's look to the sideboards.
Yeah, on the Blue-Red Phoenix player's side, you may remember this from last round. Jamil working with 2 Spell Pierce, 1 Thing in the Ice, 1 Aether Gust, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Abrade, 1 Sweltering Suns, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Crackling Drake, and 1 Jace, Wielder of Mysteries. Casey, what do you like here?
So in this matchup, I think the obvious ones to like are the additional counter spells, right? So things
Absolutely.
like Spell Pierce, Disdainful Stroke, Mystical Dispute. You know, things like Mystical Dispute and Spell Pierce aren't hard counters, but oftentimes they're going to be good enough because Jacob's going to be trying to cast his Planeswalkers on curve. Disdainful Stroke is probably the best one, taking care of these Planeswalkers for sure. In addition, I think Jamil has so many cards he wants to take out, like these Lightning Axes and Fiery Impulses.
Absolutely.
That he has room to put in more threats. He can put in his Crackling Drakes. He could put in his Jays. He could potentially put in Thing in the Ice. I don't know. That one might be a little bit deep.
Thing in the Ice seems a little bit optimistic to me.
Yeah, I think Thing in the Ice might actually be coming out, potentially.
I would agree, yeah. You want Thing in the Ice in those aggressive creature-based matchups where you need it as a panic button. It is much, much worse against a deck that can answer it for 1 mana and has nothing on the table.
Absolutely. All right, now for Jacob. So Jacob has 1 Kahira, 2 Rest in Peace, 2 Devout Decree, 2 Aether Gust, 2 Dovin's Veto, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Narset, 2 Summary Dismissal, 1 more Supreme Verdict, and 1 Settle the Wreckage. So from Jacob's side, I'm most interested in these Rest in Pieces. Those are the biggest ones.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about earlier from the human side that Rest in Peace is an important tool against Phoenix. It is even more important from blue-white control.
Absolutely. And this blue-white control deck, in contrast to the mono-white humans player that we saw earlier, they're not looking to present a quick clock and establish a board presence early. Taking turn 2 off to cast a Rest in Peace is not that big a deal for the blue-white control player. They weren't going to use that mana anyway, except maybe on a Censor. Additionally, I love the Narset. Narset's
very good.
Very strong against these Blue-Red Phoenix strategies.
In addition,
I like the Mystical Disputes too.
Mystical Disputes are good. These cheap, efficient counterspells. Mystical Dispute, and you could consider Dovin's Veto. There's enough high-impact non-creature spells from Jamil that I think it's worth considering something that just negates, especially because Jamil's going to be putting in counterspells. They're much more likely to have a counter war, so having an uncounterable counterspell is really important.
Absolutely. And in this matchup, I think what Jacob is most worried about is Treasure Cruise and or Temporal Trespass with a Galvanic Iteration on it.
Right.
And in both those cases, what he needs is some kind of unanswerable answer to those non-creature spells, and Dovin's Veto is it.
Dovin's Veto is perfect in that situation. Some last cards to consider. Devout Decree is, it only exiles Phoenix, but it does exile Phoenix, and it scries 1.
Yeah.
So that's probably a fine card to include. And then potentially, if Jacob wanted to have a few more sweepers, Settle the Wreckage is decent against Phoenix because it exiles them, but there is a point where you're overcompensating and having too much removal. You don't want to go over the edge, right? Because at that point, what are you cutting? Because Jacob can't be cutting all of his card advantage or all of his counter spells. You still need some of those.
Absolutely.
So it's about striking the right balance, and it's up to Jacob if bringing in more sweepers is part of that balance.
Yeah, I think the more interesting question on Jacob's side of the table is, what do you take out? Can you afford to lose the portable holes? Probably. You're not expecting Thing in the Ice to be a major issue in this matchup.
There is still Ledger Shredder, which, it's a perfectly efficient answer to Ledger Shredder.
Ledger Shredder like a cotton-headed Ninny Muggins. Yeah, that's a really good card, and portable hole is a great answer to it. In that case, I don't even know. What do you remove?
Yeah.
Everything in this deck is so good.
Yeah, it's tricky. I think trimming on portable holes is fine. I think cutting Supreme Verdict could be fine, but
Sure.
It's an uncounterable removal spell, so it's tricky. Maybe trimming some of these one-ofs, like the Behold the Multiverse, maybe going down on some of the number of absorbs, because you're putting in these more hyper-efficient counterspells like Mystical Dispute and Dovin's Veto. Maybe Absorb is a bit too inefficient. But yeah, he's got lots of options. Alright, so we'll go back to the table. Jacob, up 1 game. This is a win-in-in, so if Jacob can win this game, he's into our top 8, and Jamil is not in our top 8. Jamil needs to win 2, back-to-back here.
I'm trying to come up with a good joke about UR Phoenix. I got nothing. We've seen it so much. It's mind-numbing almost.
Yeah.
Really good deck.
It's a very, very strong deck. As we're saying, probably the best deck in the format, but not by a huge margin. It's not like it's an unbeatable deck.
Yeah.
If there was a meta full of Rakdos Sacrifice, I think bringing Phoenix would be a pretty big mistake.
Pretty rough, yeah.
But there's other decks that beat up on Rakdos Sacrifice. It's like a rock paper scissors situation. So
Jamil going to be on the play here, contemplating his 7.
looks like Jacob's going to take a mulligan. From a peek in that hand, it looked like it was only a few lands, and one of them was a Field of Ruin.
Oof.
I love Field of Ruin. There's a lot of times it can be like super, super impactful, but doesn't help cast your Absorb, which I also saw in his hand.
Color requirements in this blue-white control deck are steep, especially in the early turns.
Absolutely, yeah. You need to have white on turn 1. You need to have blue-white on turn 2. You need to have blue-blue-white on turn 3, and then you need to have white-white-blue on turn 4. There's a lot that your mana base, that your spells are demanding of you. So playing these colorless lands like Field of Ruin, it can be a bit risky.
So Casey, I'm curious, from your perspective, how does Jamil want this matchup to play out now, post-board? What is he looking to accomplish after this? After he's taken out all of this useless creature removal, what is he looking to do?
So now that he's taken out all the creature removal, I think he can go toe-to-toe with Blue-White Control's card advantage, right? They are kind of on the same footing in that they have some number of threats. In Jamil's case, it's creatures. In Jacob's, it's planeswalkers. They have some number of card advantage, and they have a good amount of counterspells. So Jamil is wanting to play a longer game. I'd be very surprised if we saw him discard a Phoenix at any point in this match.
Oh, interesting.
I think actually his plan is likely going to be, I'm going to cast Phoenix on turn 4.
Sure.
Once it's answered, I'll bring it back.
Yep.
Now that's not to say that they won't end up in the graveyard at all. I'm sure they might get milled over with pieces of the puzzle, maybe a consider. But something like a Charter Course, I don't imagine that is going to be discarding Phoenix. I imagine he's just wants that to be a draw 2 cards spell.
Jacob playing a tap land on 2 and refusing to represent Censor is interesting.
It makes sense because in game 2 he has Mystical Dispute. He is representing a counterspell for that pieces of the puzzle.
Good point.
In game 1, I actually imagine he would have shocked there.
Yeah. So Jacob may be hoping to bait Jamil if Jamil, like me, forgets that Mystical Dispute is a card.
And Jamil's going for it.
Here we
the piece
go.
of the puzzle.
Resolves. All right. Mystical Dispute, not an issue today. Not right now.
All right, Jamil is looking at, wow, there are
There's
Mystical
Dispute, Pierce, Shredder,
Visit Charm, and Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah,
So
okay.
of the spells that Jamil's looking at, all 4 of them have the ability to counter a spell.
Yeah.
This is a tough look for Jacob. He's seeing this and he's thinking, how am I going to stick a Wandering Emperor or Teferi?
Yeah.
And the truth is, he might not be able to for a while. This game is going to go a lot longer than our first one.
Yeah.
Think of it like how when Phoenix is playing at Sacrifice, right? And both players have a ton of removal. Now it's similar, except with counterspells, right? Yeah. There's going to be a lot of these tight interactions, these back and forths. It's just going to go a lot longer. A lot of people think that when there's these control matchups and there's a lot of counterspells that the games are boring or nothing's happening, but there is a lot of intricate play happening between these players. Now I believe we saw pieces of the puzzle. I think he took Spell Pierce
and Dispute.
And Dispute.
Yep.
Okay, so the 2 one mana pieces of interaction. Jamil is really prioritizing being hyper efficient. I really like that play.
Passing back to Jacob, this is the classic control mode, and really speaks to the power and versatility of the Phoenix deck. Like you were saying, a match ago or a match and a half ago, we saw Blue-Red Phoenix up against Black-Red Sacrifice. We're both kill spell decks. We're both just doing a ton of tiny interactions. Not Sacrifice, I'm sorry. Black-Red midrange. And now the Phoenix deck has completely changed its posture to be a resilient control deck with a bunch of counterspells.
Exactly. They're fighting on the same axis now. And like I said, Phoenix aren't getting discarded. He's just casting it, and it resolved. And Jacob didn't seem to do anything on that turn. Very interesting.
Jacob, no doubt, keeping in mind that Jamil has Spell Pierce available to him.
And he just does it to tax Jacob for 2. Very interesting. You don't see that play very often. But I guess he's just saying, or Jamil's just saying, I really want to resolve whatever I'm doing next turn. I want to make sure you're tapped out.
Is that Devout Decree a sorcery?
It is a sorcery.
Brutal. Okay.
Jacob?
So Jamil deciding to... Yeah, you're right. He's forcing Jacob into a position where he's tapped out. Jamil has a turn completely unmolested. He can do whatever he wants this turn.
And we can see some very strong things from Jamil. Starting with a piece of the puzzle. Great thing to do when you're tapped out.
Incredible start.
Also to note, Jacob is missing his 5th land drop. Now he has 4 lands, he can cast most of the spells in his deck, but 5 lands is where you start to really be able to 2-spell or to play Teferi.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so it looks like Opt and Consider going into hand from Piece of the Puzzle. Just a straight up draw 2, nothing fancy there.
Kind of mind-boggling to remember that a few months ago, Blue-Red Phoenix was allowed to do this with Expressive Iteration.
Yeah, true.
That card was allowed.
This deck has survived a ban. A ban, yeah.
Arguably, Phoenix, the best deck at recovering from the Iteration ban. Please pardon the beeps from our safe being accessed. I say our. I'm not an employee here. I'm a freelancer. We've gone back to Jamil's turn after going to Jacob for his 5th turn. He did find his 5th land drop, but now has 4 mana up, representing a draw spell, a Wandering Emperor. Jamil, very cognizant that the world is his oyster, but that oyster is threatened. Oh yeah, Jacob should be at 17, I'm pretty sure.
Oh wait, no, yeah, I did miss one.
Absolute maniacs.
Usually the coverage team has to do our own life total changes, but since we have a producer in the room with us, he's doing it for us, and we've become lazy and indolent.
So what did I miss? Looks like a lot of...
Jamil's drawn a lot of cards.
A lot of posturing, a few counter spells, a little bit of interaction, but these games are going to go a lot longer. This is a lot more similar to a control mirror than an aggro versus control matchup.
Have y'all covered this? Do you think, or have you seen, / do you potentially know, if Jamil has brought in the Jace? Jamil is one of the people who was playing that, correct?
Almost
He
certain.
does have Jace in the deck. We have not yet seen it, but it does seem like a strong option as a threat that does not die to Supreme Verdict and or Farewell.
Yeah, or March Really Really Light, right?
Also that's really important.
Yeah, I think it's just these fateful absences that can destroy Jace, and Jacob probably took those out. They're not
Here
great
we
in
go.
this matchup.
Jamil is
Galvanic
here to
interaction.
iterate galvanically, which is different than iterating expressively. You can't do that anymore.
You're not allowed to.
And this is what Zach Ashton was telling us about. Galvanic iteration going to get countered to prevent the double spelling, but now Jamil is free to do as he wishes.
Yeah, shields are mostly down for Jacob.
Let's go for a cruise.
We could see a mystical dispute, but Jamil could pay for it. So, yeah, this is going to resolve, it looks like.
Are there any Phoenixes in the yard?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing just to reiterate about this matchup, at this point, Phoenix becomes a resilient threat. It's a threat that you cast, and then is destroyed, and then it returns. It's not like in other matchups where it's a threat that you cheat into play. In Blue-White Control, you really want to, or against Blue-White Control, you want to maximize the ability for you to play Phoenix just face up as a 3-2, and have that be a threat in itself, and then continue from there.
Demand answers multiple times.
Exactly.
In this matchup, you really don't as much want to be doing triple Phoenix return on turn 4.
So it looks like Jamil just treasure cruised and then passed, and then Jacob just passed back.
Oh. Jacob in a tight spot. Choked on mana, choked on ways to interact with his opponent.
Chart of course resolves here. No attack with the creature, so a card will be discarded.
And Jamil is getting to a spot now where Hall of the Storm Giant or Hall of Storm Giants? Oh, that's right. It's so for all of the other ones, it's X of the singular noun, and then for this one it is Hall of Storm Giants. I think.
There's a the on the deck list.
Is there a the?
It is the and then singular.
Really?
It may be
Oh, there's just
misspelled
one
here.
storm giant.
Yep. Hall
There's
of the
just one Storm Giant?
There is.
I'm completely misremembering then. In any case, it's about to become a threat. Like a meaningful thing that he can point at his opponent.
Right.
Admittedly, it does get shut down entirely by this Field of Ruin. But
A
I
field of ruin that I'm surprised hasn't been activated yet. You know, I think, yeah, Jacob had the opportunity to on that end step, but he didn't. I'm wondering if he's holding up some threat.
I'm going to be absolutely insufferable with my co-host right now because it
gosh.
is actually Hall of Storm Giants.
Wow. There's multiple storm giants. Who knew?
All of them crammed into that hole. Into that hall.
Must be very large. Makes sense why
Must
it's
be
a 7/7.
really huge.
But so it's not the storm giants. So it's not.
Yeah.
These aren't any storm giants in particular.
No,
These
this
are
is just-
your generic storm giants.
Look, this is
Regular.
This is silly branding. Okay, every other card in this cycle has X of the singular noun, Den of the Bugbear, Hive of the Eye Tyrant, Cave of the Frost Dragon, and then all of these dang Storm Giants. Dang it! Oh man, I've completely lost the moral high ground now.
All right, so while that was happening, something's happening over here. I believe this is a Brazen Borrower just being cast as a 3/1, and then an Absorb trying to counter it.
And then a
that's being
Mystical Dispute
disputed.
tagging the
This is
Absorb.
something we saw Jamil do earlier where he spell pierced when Jacob had 2 open mana, just saying, hey, tap your lands. You know, I just want you to be tapped out for my next turn. And it looks like Jacob's saying, I won't this time. I'm holding something up.
Smells like Wandering Emperor up in here.
But Jamil's loaded up on counterspells, right? Like he boarded in so many.
He did.
And he also, we've seen him put quite a few into his hand with pieces of the puzzle, and I don't think all of them have been cast yet.
It's cruise time again.
So many cards.
And he is once again choosing to do max delve.
And here I think it's a perfectly great play because he
Yeah.
has so many cards in his hand. He needs this to be efficient.
A ton of Jacob's card. I mean, the most dangerous card typically is going to be Mystical Dispute, and that is not going to be an answer, nor is Absorb against this Spell Pierce.
Yikes.
The turn 10 spell pierce is maybe more brutal than the turn 1 spell pierce.
By a lot.
Absolutely.
By a lot. Now, our blue-white control player stuck on 7 lands. I say stuck. I mean, for any other player, that would be almost an embarrassment of lands. But against Jamil's, what? We've got
More than 7, that's
more
for
than 7?
sure.
5.
Well, I mean, we saw in these early
Jamil's
turns-
only at 8,
Uh-oh.
but still has all the money in the world.
Oh, that's 2 turns.
boy!
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
it happened!
So we've finally seen it happen. Jacob's all tapped out. This is going to be powerful.
We've finally gotten to the matchup where this extremely matters.
2 extra turns. Does Jamil have a Hall of Storm Giant?
He does.
He does.
Hall of Storm
Hall of
Giants.
Storm Giants.
So many giants.
That's
Many
just lethal
giants
then, right?
sticking, just kind of cuddling up in the hall. Is it lethal? Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That is going to be 3 in the air
3
from
plus
this
10 plus 10.
Brazen Borrower, and then plus 10 plus 10. Yeah. Jamil has splinter twinned his opponent.
I think Jacob's probably regretting not finding a spot to use this Field of Ruin. You know, there were a few turns there where he was untapping. You know, he wasn't using any of his mana, and now it's probably going to punish him. Often from control decks playing Field of Ruin against manlands, they want to do this thing where they want to wait for their opponent to activate the manland and then they hit it. You know, because you want them to use their mana.
Yeah, you want to time walk them.
You want it to be efficient, but Jamil has very expertly found himself in a situation where, like, hey, you need to use Field of Ruin now, and you can't. I know because I have positioned it so that you are tapped out.
Oh, this is even bigger.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is the first of Jamil's 2 extra turns. He will be taking another turn after this, and that is almost certainly going to be lethal.
This Crackling Drake's got to be like a 25-4, right?
100%.
Just enormous. And we're going to draw a card, and we're going to get in. Like, there's no way that this... Let's see. With this Brazen Borrower attack, he's going to be at 11. That Crackling Drake does not have haste. There we go.
Even if we were playing Modern and Jacob, say, had, like, Solitudes in hand, right? Say, had some hypothetical zero mana way to interact, Jamil has so many counterspells, I don't think it would matter.
Dead.
Alrighty.
Dead.
Off to game 3 we go.
Super dead.
So something notable about Jacob's sideboarding here, if we want to take a look at his deck, he seems to have kept in all of his absorbs, that was a card I pointed out as something that you might actually be wanting to trim in this matchup.
Not the most mana efficient counterspell, especially against the deck that is going to be bringing their creatures back without needing to cast them and put them on the stack.
Yep. It's not mana efficient. It doesn't generate any card advantage. And we saw him keep it in game 2, and there were some spots where he cast it, and I believe one time it successfully countered a spell. But there was also that other time where a 2-mana counterspell would have been a whole lot better against the Spell Pierce. There's times where he was he was struggling to hold up mana, and Absorb really isn't great in those spots.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, I think what Jacob may be thinking here, what his incentives might be, is that he knows that Crackling Drake is a card legal in the format, and
For sure.
Absorb is the second best card after Mystical Dispute to answer that kind of card. Barring, I suppose, Wandering Emperor. Never mind, Wandering Emperor is really good too.
That's fair.
But Absorb is the cleanest answer, right? Without permitting Jamil to draw a card off of his Drake.
Yeah, absolutely. So, there is some merit to keeping Absorb in.
You are right, though. It's not mana efficient. Jacob was extremely starved for mana that
Absolutely.
game.
And we say extremely. It's not like he was stuck on 2 lands or whatever. He was stuck on 4 lands. He missed his 5th land drop.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decks that once they get to 4 lands, they're perfectly fine. Like we saw Mono White Humans.
Yep.
Hit 4 lands and it was more than enough.
Plenty.
But in this case, Jacob needed just a little bit more. And I'm wondering, he obviously put in quite a few cards. What did he take out? If not the Absorbs, what was he cutting? Was he cutting removal spells? Was he cutting
Shark Typhoon, maybe?
Was he cutting card advantage? Something like Shark Typhoon is actually fantastic in this matchup where both players have a lot of counter spells. It's an uncounterable threat.
Yeah.
It's an uncounterable threat, and this is after Jamil has removed most of his removal.
Yeah.
I guess there's a Brazen Bar still there, which answers a Shark really well, but Shark Typhoon, I think, is probably one of Jacob's best cards in this matchup. I'm concerned he might have taken out things like Censor and Memory Deluge, these things that can draw cards that can help him hit land drops. That's what I'm concerned he's missing now, and that might have cost him in that second game. Oh, wow.
We got 4 minutes left in
4
the
minutes left on the clock.
Plus 4 minutes for their delay.
So they have 8 minutes, but it's going to be tough.
Tough for both of those players, especially with Jamil's post-board configuration. He's built to do a 14-turn game now.
Exactly.
He's certainly better set up to kill someone in 6 turns than is Jacob, but neither of them are in a great spot to be killing someone in 8 minutes.
It was a tough position. It's pretty likely that this might be a draw, and if in the case that it is a draw, I believe Jacob would get in, and I believe Jamil would not. Is that a correct assessment?
Your guess is as good as mine. Let's see.
I mean, we have a bunch of 4/1/1s. Looking at our standings here, so.
So Jacob is certainly the favorite to get in.
Yep.
We have another. We're gonna have a 4/1/1 currently at table 5.
My boy Maxon
That could
made it
take
in.
it.
Probably, potentially, we'll see. Is it hard to tell? Okay, but they are underway quick. They have, they realize they only have 8 minutes or so to play, and they are getting off to the races. Jamil is spending turn 2 to cast a Ledger Shredder. Seems to resolve. Jacob has no thing to do about that. Jacob's going to pay 2
representing
life.
Absorb very hard.
Putting in a Hallowed Fountain. Saying, hey, I dare you to cast a piece of the puzzle. I dare you.
Do it.
This could also be something like a March of Otherworldly Light on the end step.
Would be quite strong.
It could be flexible. Oh, wow. Second Ledger Shredder here.
Does it resolve?
Jacob would love to have a Supreme Verdict here. It's not always a great card in the matchup, but boy, would it look good here. A clean 2-for-1, uncounterable. That would be powerful.
That Shredder will resolve. So that Absorb being represented, not there. Maybe. Possibly. Have to think it would be tagging the Ledger Shredder if it was there. But Jacob abiding by the control player's axiom. If they think you have it, you have it.
Wow. These Ledger Shredders are looking impressive.
Put a
And
bird
that
and
was
a
Phoenix,
useless
yeah.
lightning axe in the bin.
So, I said that Blue-Red Phoenix is unlikely to be discarding Phoenixes because they want to play this super long game of casting Phoenixes. That might change now that there's only 8 minutes on the clock.
Not if it's an 8-minute match.
Jimel might be saying, no, I have to beat down, I have to put this in my graveyard, and I have to cast some spells next turn.
And now Jacob is in the unenviable position. Okay, great. A March taking down the Ledger Shredder. Interesting that he did not do it in response to the Ledger Shredder going on the stack and prevent an additional connive trigger.
No, it makes sense if he's trying to just like get it under a Spell Pierce or I guess it is just Spell Pierce, but that is an option.
Spell Pierce we know is in there.
I'd imagine Jacob just wanted to represent a counterspell for pieces of the puzzle while
Sure.
also like leaving himself the option to deal with this Ledger Shredder.
Sure. Jacob no longer obliged to cast Supreme Verdict on his turn, which would undoubtedly have been punished by Jamil bringing back a bird and continuing the beatdowns despite the sweeper.
Well, it's hard. It's hard for, if Jamil's saying, I'm going for it, I'm going to bring back a bird this turn, it's hard for Jacob to stop that,
Yeah.
What's he going to do, counter the spells? Phoenix doesn't care if the spell's resolved. It
That's
just cares
true.
if they get cast. So going for a Phoenix is actually a great thing to do into open mana. Instead of, you could go for a Treasure Cruise that might get countered, or you can go for a few ops and considers or whatever that bring your Phoenix back.
Fair point.
Looks like Jacob's casting this Foretold Behold the Multiverse.
We love it. Love to see it.
Following it up with a Fateful Absence to destroy Ledger Shredder. Another card I'm slightly surprised to still see in the deck, but it's an
That'll be a
efficient
connive
answer.
trigger.
Ooh, yes, it will.
That's a bird in the bin. Oh no!
Oh my gosh. Ledger Shredder triggering off the opponent's cards. Very, very impactful.
Incredibly important. That's time in the round. That little chime that's just been going off. I'll be setting my timer for 4 minutes here.
Got disputed.
Oh, it got disputed. Brutal.
What did...
That Fateful Absence got
Oh,
tagged with a
okay.
mystical dispute.
The
Full
pull-
cost.
the full
Turns out
cost
it can
dispute.
it can be cast on other spells.
Yeah, wow, powerful. Another Fateful Absence.
Man.
It's really interesting to see these Fateful Absences. I guess it makes sense if Jacob's afraid of potentially Planeswalkers like Jace Wielder of Mysteries, and also these 2-drops. It's a versatile answer. It is awkward that Jamil's going to be getting a clue. You hate to give your opponent any sort of card advantage when
It
you're
feels
playing control.
so bad.
Especially in this sort of matchup that's going to go, could potentially go long.
Yeah, Jamil's not so bothered. I mean, that Ledger Shredder did so much before it turned into a clue.
Right? It looted twice. It put Phoenixes in the bin. It's a very powerful Ledger Shredder.
Oh my god.
It's a Galvanic Iteration.
This is Galvanic Iterate. I bet it's Galvanic into Treasure Cruise.
All right, well, this got Mystical Disputed.
Oh, you hate to see it.
And a Consider
Oh.
is the follow-up.
All right.
I believe that's the third spell.
Jamil baiting out a valuable, like, Mystical Dispute, one of the most valuable counterspells in the matchup.
Certainly.
And being thrown on something that would have copied a Consider.
Well, we don't know that it would have copied a Consider.
That's true.
Perhaps if it resolved, it would have copied a Treasure Cruise.
That's, yeah. The dream.
Either way, great sequencing by Jamil.
Despite losing that first match, or the first game in this match, Jamil has displayed an absolute mastery over how this matchup is supposed to play out from the Phoenix side. He knows exactly what his priorities are.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with this pivot towards being an aggressive deck in Game 3 where they're low on time. How much time left?
2 minutes and 2 seconds.
2 minutes. All right, he's cutting it close. But they're going to have these 5 extra turns. And our producer's pointing out, settle the wreckage.
And crossing his fingers.
And I really hope it happens as well. We were
Pieces of
talking
the
about
puzzle gonna
maybe
be-
it's something that you can put in. And I did see Jacob doing some posturing.
There it is. Oh my goodness. Wait. Nope. It
Disdainful
gets better. D-stroke on Settle the Wreckage.
Wow.
Oh my
Wow.
god. That was incredible. Jamil knows what's up, man.
That was great.
Oh
That was
my
excellent.
goodness. Wow. Oh my goodness. Our producer's having a cardiac event in the booth.
I do want to point out something subtle that Jacob did, but when he was about to be attacked with Cellar Wreckage, he had a hand motion that was very resigned. He was like, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
You know, he kind of played that psychological game of like, this is rough. You know, unfortunately, it didn't matter because Jamil did have the counterspell, but fantastic, you know, psychological play from Jacob.
The proverbial reach for the life pad, right?
The pen trick.
Yeah. Oh, is that a summary dismissal hitting a treasure cruise?
It sure
Interesting.
was.
I was not expecting that card to come in.
Oh.
Hey, that is a card that can stop Phoenixes from coming back.
It
That
is a
counter
card
the
that can
ability.
stop.
Wow.
But wow, okay.
Masterclass.
Jamil very quickly runs over Jacob to win this match 2-1, and is almost certainly in our top 8.
Locked for top 8. Oh, man.
Well, not quite a lock. There's a lot of.
Not locked?
I think it's a lock.
It might be a lock.
We'll see. I think there's exactly 8 people at 4-1-1, but we will see.
Well, folks, we will see about getting an interview in the booth shortly. Maybe with Jamil, possibly, if we can get him. And then thereafter, fingers crossed that we get a top 8 matches, rather. Not always guaranteed. Sometimes players decide very congenially to just split their prizes. That being said, you can't split the invite to the regional championship.
Yeah, so we're almost certainly going to see the top 8 being played out. Very excited to see those matches.
Maximum Magic, baby. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It's top 8 of the Dungeons & Java's Pioneer RCQ. I'm Chandler Birch, and
I'm Casey Miller.
And, folks, we really tried hard to find a match that didn't involve Blue Red Phoenix. They literally don't exist.
Look, there's a lot of Blue Red Phoenix players here, and 4 of them got into our top 8, and they are scattered such that there is 1 Phoenix player in each one of our quarterfinals.
Yeah, 4 Phoenix in the top 8.
So it was unavoidable. It's not up to us.
No mirrors even. We didn't even get lucky with that.
Oh, go ahead and adjust. It's not blue red. It's not blue red control. This is red black sacrifice
Good
versus blue red Phoenix.
Where is this? There we go.
Yeah, so we have Joel Farr on Red Black Sacrifice. We watched him earlier, as well as Michael Boland on Blue Red Phoenix. We haven't seen him today, but his Phoenix list is interesting. He has a lot of different things going on than a lot of the other players that we've seen today. You can see one of them already in one of the lands he played. That's a Kazul's Fury. That's the Fling land.
Yep.
Super cool with Crackling Drake. But you say, why would that matter? Crackling Drake is sometimes a sideboarded card at best. No, he's got 2 in the main deck and another 2 in the sideboard. He's really all in on Crackling Drake.
A believer.
Yeah, he's absolutely
that's what we
a believer.
call those.
He's also got a main deck Anger of the Gods, which could certainly be relevant against Rakdos Sacrifice.
Yeah.
But
admittedly not on this particular board, as Joel has started with double Witch's Oven. Absolutely nothing is going to get damaged this game.
Right, exactly. Another notable exclusion to make room for these Crackling Drakes, Michael Boland is not playing any copies of Ledger Shredder. No copies of Ledger Shredder.
A fascinating difference between him and the other Blue-Red Phoenix players. And, I mean, he's in the top 8. I'm not going to disagree with him. It seems like a cool innovation. Yeah,
it seems to be working well for him. It's just, it is surprising because I saw Ledger Shredder as kind of the card that rejuvenated this deck after the Expressive Iteration ban. But it seems that Michael Boland says, no, I'd rather just have some Crackling Drakes.
Or possibly that Michael Boland said, no, I would rather have $100 more in my bank account than I otherwise would, which is also a completely legitimate reason to not buy Ledger Shredder.
That'd be super valid. He also has a 4th Thing in the Ice. A lot of players we've seen today have 1 or 2 main deck, and then maybe another 1 or 2 in the sideboard. But Michael Boland has all 4 in the main deck. Definitely a strong meta choice. He's saying I think I'm playing up against decks where I need Thing in the Ice, such as Mono Green, and clearly that has worked out somewhat well for him as he's in our top 8 today.
Absolutely. Thing in the Ice has been on the downtick in the other Blue-Red Phoenix players that we have seen. But like we said about Michael Boland, he's a believer.
Yeah. Believes in the heart of the Thing in the Ice. The heart of the ice? I don't know. The middle of the ice?
The cold...
He believes in the Thing of the Ice.
Okay, so Casey, this is an important question. How many licks does it take to get to the chewy Tootsie Roll center of a Thing in the Ice?
About 4 spells, I would say.
That's a good answer. That's the correct answer.
It says it on the card, actually.
Oh, that's a good point. If I had only read, I would understand. Croxa going to tag another Thing in the Ice out of Michael's hand.
This is a sick play with Croxa that we see sometimes where they let the discard trigger resolve, and then they sack it to Witch's Oven to generate 2 foods, and that's what he does.
Joel is going to Thanksgiving dinner today, baby. food out the
A
wazoo.
lot of food. Not a lot of like real pressure coming from Joel, however. No Mayhem Devil, no Cauldron Familiar.
It's true.
It's kind of just a lot of card advantage-y sacrifice stuff, which is a fine place to be, but if Michael can generate a quick clock, Joel might be in some trouble.
Now, this is a very important aspect of the top 8, is that deck lists are public information. So Joel knows that this is a slightly different Blue-Red Phoenix list than is typically seen. Michael Boland's opponents up till now have not known that information.
Right.
And that could be very important in terms of how Joel has selected his hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Joel might be playing around the one of Anger of the Gods. He might be saying, he might be valuing things like Claim the Firstborn less because there's no Ledger Shredders. There's definitely decisions that Joel's going to make because of the differences in Michael's deck list.
Joel getting across with the cheeky, I'm going to send my unlucky witness into combat. And Michael, I think probably correctly calling his bluff. I will block you with my Infinity 4.
Yeah.
Let's see. So that Crackling Drake is at literally just 2,
Just 2. It's just a 2/4 right now. But as we know with Crackling Drake, it can get big quick.
In a hurry.
And keep in mind, Crackling Drake is another card out of Phoenix that is fine through Graveyard Hate. It counts the number of instant sorceries you control in your graveyard and in exile.
Mm-hmm.
So it's okay if you delve away your whole graveyard. Crackling Drake will still be counting those, and it will get big, big, big.
That being said, by a lot, the most modest Crackling Drake I've ever seen.
Oh, wow, it's up to 3.
Yeah, it won't be modest for long.
Yeah, it does not take very long for this card to get out of control, and it seems like Joel doesn't really have an answer for it. I mean, there's no cat in the graveyard, so it's hard for Mayhem Devil to take out this Crackling Drake.
Pieces of the puzzle coming down. Michael looking to start his engine up.
Another notable difference with Michael's deck is while he is playing Piece of the Puzzle, he's only playing 2, not the full 4.
Honestly, I dig that. Pieces of the Puzzle I know has been really clutch in a lot of these matchups that we've seen so far, but it's so mopey. It's dirtlesome.
Yeah, this is not the matchup for Pieces of the Puzzle, right? Against Rakdos Sacrifice, you need to be putting on a quick clock, and you need to be killing these Mayhem Devils. Pieces of the Puzzle can find you removal, but that's pretty much the best thing it's doing in this matchup. And it did find him removal.
Also grew Crackling Drake by 3 sizes.
That is a good point. So I guess with Crackling Drake, Pieces of the Puzzle does represent a threat.
Hello, Arclight Phoenix.
And a Milled River Phoenix, wow.
Let's get busy.
That dice there represents the Crackling Drake's power, so this is an attack for 12, meaning Joel will go down to 8.
Lordy.
All right, remember a couple rounds ago when we said that Sacrifice looked to be a really good matchup, or Sacrifice looked to be really favored against Phoenix?
Yeah, I think we might be eating our words.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
Joel, meanwhile, kind of eating his teeth in the face of this Crackling Drake.
Yeah, he might have to be eating some food soon to survive. I think he's really looking for a fatal push. I mean, I believe there's 3 in his list, perhaps 4. But being able to crack a food and destroy this Crackling Drake would be huge. Doesn't seem like he has the option.
Producer, could you pull up Joel's deck list for us to reference, just in case?
Yeah, it looks like there's 3 Fatal Push, and there's also 1 Eden Alive, which is another removal spell. It's a bit harder of a way to do it, as you have to sacrifice a creature. It doesn't have any despair right now. Wow, okay.
Joel gonna pack it in.
Joel's down. Wow, the Crackling Drake was very, very impressive.
Huge. Now, Michael Boland, we've commented already on the fact that he has no Ledger Shredders in his main deck.
Yeah, let's take a look at this funky list.
Kind of has set him up incredibly well to deal with Joel's list, which is leaning heavily on Claim the Firstborn. Joel is going to know that going into Game 2, that he can't claim any Firstborns except Thing in the Ice. And boy, that's a tough way to do it. I mean, I guess it'll kill it, but really the Claim the Firstborn is in there for those cheeky, can I borrow your Ledger Shredder for just a moment? I'm sure I'll return it in peak condition.
Exactly. So let's take a look at Michael's list and see what exactly he wants to sideboard.
Yeah. Out of Michael's list in the sideboard, we've got 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Tablet of the Guilds, I believe. 1 negate, 1
That's like a
Shrap.
braid.
Is that a braid?
Yeah, 1 braid, 1 Weathered Runestone, 1 Anger of the Gods, 2 Narset, 2 more Crackling Drake, Mystical Dispute, a Collective Defiance, and a Hullbreaker Horror. So, Weathered Runestone is a really interesting one. It is a 2 mana. It's effectively a what's that card called? Oh shoot!
Prism Ring?
No.
No?
Non-land permanents in graveyards and
Weathered
libraries.
Oh, my
it's,
bad.
it's like a Grafdigger's Cage.
It's a Grafdigger's
It's like
Cage.
a Grafdigger's Cage,
I
which
was
is
thinking
interesting.
Tablet of Guilds again.
It's very interesting because he is playing a Phoenix deck, and he has
That's a symmetrical effect, huh?
Exactly. It is a symmetrical effect. It also prevents people from casting spells from their graveyard. So maybe that is his tech for the mirror. You know, he's saying he's all in on Crackling Drakes, and he wants to have this effect to stop his opponents from doing Phoenix stuff. I don't know.
Pretty sharp
but
dodge, honestly.
it's an interesting maneuver, and it could actually be really good against Rakdos Sacrifice, stopping Cauldron Familiar from ever re-entering the battlefield.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
In addition, I imagine he'll be putting in a braid to deal with Witch's Oven, and I think that's just about it that really stands out, but there's other cards that he could want.
I would love to see the Hullbreaker Horror. I don't know if it's good, but it's definitely sweet.
I think that's a bit slow for this matchup. I think that's likely part of the mirror match plan.
Sure.
So let's take a look at Joel Farr's Rakdos Sacrifice deck. We saw this earlier today.
2 Alpine Moon, 2 Noxious Grasp, an additional Fatal Push. I have no idea what that card under the
That's
Fatal
another
Push is.
Eaten Alive.
Eaten Alive. 1 K Command, 1 Obnixilis, 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Hearse, and Gigantha, who is just a buddy.
Gigantha's just chilling, never really coming in the deck. I imagine the hearses are the obvious ones, to answer
Absolutely.
the Phoenixes. But we also saw Joel put in Thoughtseizes against his previous Blue-Red Phoenix opponent, and they were really, really impactful.
And arguably going to be even more important in this matchup where Michael is hoping to resolve a 4-mana Fatty Boom Boom and then ride it to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. When Michael's plan is revolving around Crackling Drake, these Thoughtseizes look really, really, really impressive. Definitely seems like a better card to play than Claim the Firstborn.
Oh, by a lot.
We could also potentially see the Fatal Push and Eaten Alive coming in if he really wants a little bit more removal to deal with these Crackling Drakes, but that is not certain.
Now, as we brought up in the previous time that Joel was on camera facing against Phoenix, as have almost all of our matches been. Again, we apologize. This is just the format. We don't set the format. We just talk about it. Is that the way for the Blue-Red Phoenix player to go over the top of Rakdos Sacrifice is to use those extra turn spells and the Galvanic Iteration, because Rakdos Sacrifice has very few ways to interact with that. And I believe Michael's pretty long on that combo, is he not?
Not playing a lot of it. I think it's just the 1 iteration and the 1 Temporal Trespass.
Extremely short on that combo. Please excuse me.
Yeah, really not all in on that. His game plan is quite a bit different. And I do want to point out this Kazul's Fury, this land that has the effect of fling, sacrifice a creature, deal damage equal to that creature's power to anything. In this case, probably the opponent, is really, really powerful with Crackling Drake. You can win out of nowhere just by going Crackling Drake, bop ya for, that's going to be at least 10 damage late in the game. Can win out of nowhere. Now, I don't know if that's going to be really relevant against Rakdos Sacrifice, but it could, in these instances where Joel's grinding with Cat Oven, this could be a surprise win that lets Michael take the match.
Look, I know when that hotline fling, that can only mean one thing.
Man.
I don't apologize.
Oh, man.
I have no regrets.
Yeah, good one.
Not a single letter. Did y'all talk about the top 8 decks and what we've
Oh
got
yeah,
going
good
here?
point. I mean, we whined about how 8 of them are Phoenix. That's not true.
So going through our top 8 here, Mike, the first seed, is playing a mono green devotion deck.
Yep, one of our 2 mono green devotion players in the top 8.
Joel's playing, as we can see, a Rakdos Sacrifice. He's the only Rakdos Sacrifice player in the top 8.
Zach Ashton on Blue-Red Phoenix, and then Nora Stein, whom we've also seen on Mono-White Humans.
The only Mono-White Humans player in the top 8.
Jamil on Phoenix. Andrew Shaw on Mono Green.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Boland on Blue-Red Phoenix. And Maxon McFain, also
on
Phoenix?
Yep.
Okay.
So we have 4 Blue-Red Phoenix decks, 2 Mono Green decks, 1 Rakdos Sacrifice deck, and 1 Mono-White Humans deck. So, it's not a super diverse metagame, but we have, 4 different decks represented in the top 8?
Phoenix, Green, Humans.
Yeah.
And then what was the last? And red, black, sack.
Yeah, so we have 4 different decks represented in the top 8. We have a clear most prominent deck in Blue-Red Phoenix, but we also have a lot of people who are very clearly prepared for Blue-Red Phoenix.
Know what they're doing, know what they're up against. I have been surprised at how little, like Zach Ashton was saying in our interview, how little hate Phoenix is experiencing in the room for being 20% of the metagame coming in, and then 50% of the winner's metagame.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that conversion rates are super important a lot of the time, and the only thing that converted better than Phoenix was mono green.
Yep.
That was
2 out of 3.
66% of players top aided, which is obviously a small sample size, but is also very significant.
Huge.
And then 50% of a much larger sample size is also maybe even more impressive to have that wide range of players use the same style of tools to accomplish similar goals in such a dramatic way. So kind of crazy, honestly.
It's a small sample size, but also 50% of the Mono White Humans players made it in the top 8. It's only one of 2, but that's still impressive.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
And was this one of 4 Rakdos sack? Is that what we had?
Let's
4
see.
Rakdos sack?
We had 5 Rakdos sacrifice decks. I mean, some were, I believe one was Jund, one was the artifact thing, but there's quite a few different flavors, and Joel was the only one to top 8 with this strategy.
Yeah.
All right, we're underway. Joel has a great turn 1 in Witch's Oven.
Into
Following it
double
up
Witch's Oven.
with another Witch's Oven. Okay.
Getting flashbacks.
I don't see a cat in the hand yet. The Witch's Oven isn't doing much if he doesn't have the cat to go with it.
Is there any world that there's a Stony Silence we missed coming out of Michael Boland's deck?
There
Because
is
I have
not.
a feeling that these artifacts are about to be a problem. There's a third artifact in the hand of Joel that is
Yeah, an unlicensed hearse. Now, there could potentially be Abrades that have come in, and there could be a Spell Pierce that could nab this. Consider. Oh, he's looking.
He's looking.
I wonder if he's just bluffing that he has Spell Pierce, or if he's actually looking for it.
Doesn't have it.
All right, the hearse resolves. This puts Michael under the back foot. This hearse is going to be really, really strong. It's not only going to prevent Phoenixes from basically ever coming back onto the battlefield, but is going to be a huge clock.
We also see Joel, I think smartly, activating his hearse immediately upon entry, aiming to shrink the size of Michael's graveyard as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
Not so much worried about an Arclight coming in.
Yeah.
And
He's just
honestly,
trying to stop a Delph spell.
Just stop the Delph spell. Prevent your opponent from casting Ancestral Recall. That is job number 1. Honestly, I don't know. I think there are some incentives for Michael to have taken Arclight Phoenix out in favor of Weathered Runestone, among other sideboard cards. It would be weird.
While I agree that
but-
the Weathered Runestone is quite strong against sacrifice, I don't know if you need to take the Phoenixes out.
Yeah.
If there's only the one Runestone, there's 4 Phoenixes, you might as well just play the Phoenix as a 3-2 if you're not doing the combo thing.
That's true.
All right, we have a Thoughtseize from Joel, and now we can actually see what's going on in the hand here. Oof. So there is an Abrade, there's 2 Treasure Cruises, a Crackling Drake, a Charter Course, and then I believe that's 2 lands. Glare's catching one of them, so it's hard to be certain.
Yeah,
It's a
two
pathway.
lands, a
Okay.
pathway, and a storm-carved coast.
Interesting.
So those cruises are in an awkward spot.
Yeah. I think the most scary card here is either the Crackling Drake or the Abrade taking out the hearse. He decides to get rid of the Crackling Drake, which means this hearse is not long for the world.
Fingers crossed for second Thoughtseize here.
Oh, a second Thoughtseize would be fantastic. He's taking the Crackling Drake, taking the Abrade. Now, these Treasure Cruises are going to let Michael refill really quickly. Unlicensed Hearse is good at removing cards from the graveyard, but it can't do it fast enough to compete with Treasure Cruise, it seems. Alright, looks like he's going to do it main phase again. Really put the strain on these Treasure Cruise. If Michael wants to cast it, he's going to need to pay 3 mana.
Now, I don't know that Michael would turn his nose up at that, honestly.
Yeah, 3 mana, draw 3 cards. That's perfectly fine. Better than a Divination.
I also think he drew... Well, he's got the Abrade. We already knew about that. This part is scripted.
Oh my gosh, did he just draw a Hullbreaker Horror?
I hope so.
Wow.
Tasty.
Wow.
Oh boy! All right.
All right, we're going big this game, I guess. But
That's
he
the
missed a land
exact
drop.
correct time to... No, he...
He
played a
did
fourth.
play his 4th land. My
Yep.
bad.
The exact correct time to draw your one of Hullbreaker Horror is after they've already spent the Thoughtseize.
True.
That's the best time.
Looks like I think Joel at some point got a Gigantha in hand. Is that a Gigantha? Okay.
Spent his mana last turn, maybe. Oh, yeah. I think so.
That would make sense, yeah. So Joel's engine is really not coming together. Not a lot of stuff to sacrifice. These 2 Witches Ovens are not really doing anything. We were talking about how these are things that are really important to kill. We were talking about a Braid and how he really needs a Stony Silence, but the Witches Ovens haven't done anything yet, and Michael's still churning through his deck.
Our fan has been unplugged.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Gotta fix that. I believe that is the Weathered Runestone that is in play.
Okay, yeah, Michael Boland has cast the Weathered Runestone, which means that now non-land permanents cannot enter the battlefield from graveyards or libraries. This means that Arclight Phoenix is turned off. But so is Joel's Cauldron Familiars.
Oh, we got a Weathered Runestone on the table, huh?
We sure did.
Sweet.
Oh, we found another Thoughtseize.
The Thoughtseize is hitting this Hullbreaker Horror is going to be huge if that's what he chooses to hit.
Yep.
Great move, great move.
I like to think that I've been responsible for some trauma in Joel's mind, having to do with Hullbreaker Horror.
Boy.
Oh, wow. He was thinking about it. He pointed at the Hullbreaker Horror, but it looks like he decided on Crackling Drake. The Crackling Drake does represent a faster clock. Perhaps he's hoping to win the game before Hullbreaker Horror comes down. I believe Michael's at 17
Yeah, I
now,
just
by the
saw
way.
that.
Not unavailable.
It's going to be real tough through that treasure cruise to find more lands, though.
Yeah, Michael's really just trying to hit his land drop so he can play this Hullbreaker Horror. Now, Joel could have some removal for it, right? Eaten Alive could take care of it, but that's pretty much the only option to destroy Hullbreaker Horror in Joel's deck, I believe. Is that the tablet?
Runestone.
Oh, you're certainly right. Thank you so much, Scissors. Okay,
Life
yes.
then.
So we can presume that Michael named blue red, and then now he's starting to gain some life. Well, that is pretty good against the Cat Oven situation as well.
Yeah.
Not quite as much of a lock as Weathered Runestone, but it will still be powerful.
What's this black card that we have on top of
I believe this is Eaten Alive, sacrificing the Unlucky Witness to destroy Thing in the Ice.
All right.
Which is, once again, scary. I mean, I just mentioned that's probably the only way in the deck that Joel can deal with this Hullbreaker Horror. And he goes for a Spell Pierce to counter the Eaten Alive. Joel has the mana to pay for it. There could be another Spell Pierce down the line,
Yeah,
though.
Michael maybe... Michael with Is It Charm in hand to Spell Pierce again, if he should desire to.
Okay, wow.
There it is.
Okay, so the Eaten Alive is not going to resolve. And Thing in the Ice sticks around. This is going to be a fast clock on Joel.
Now, interestingly, Joel did not choose to attack with the Mayhem Devil there. He could have. And then maybe could have sacrificed the Mayhem Devil if the Thing in the Ice blocks. Doesn't feel like a winning line, but it does feel like a Thing in the Ice killing line, potentially.
And now the Thing in the Ice is going to flip, bounce this Mayhem Devil. Joel's going to be dead real soon if he doesn't have a way to answer this Thing in the Ice. Now is the point where Claim the Firstborn would be pretty strong on it.
Yeah,
And
Joel, I think, probably on 0 claims post board. I don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
For certain, he's a much better player of this deck than I am.
We were talking about how they did look a lot worse against Michael's deck than most Blue-Red
By a
Phoenix players
lot,
because
yeah.
there's no Ledger Shredders.
Man, we focused so heavily on the Hullbreaker, but it turns out the horror that's going to end this game is costs 2 mana.
Wow. That's actually pretty sick because I believe Thing in the Ice bounces all non-horror creatures.
Oh, yeah.
So if he had the Hullbreaker Horror on
Oh,
the
yeah,
battlefield, it would
baby.
stick in. That's really cool.
That's a combo, a synergy. Good deck building.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm seeing a claim in Joel's hand.
Fatal Push, pushing this Thing in the Ice. Michael says nah. No,
Negate,
thank
and
you,
that is gonna be the game.
please. Michael Boland taking it down with an off-the-beaten-path Blue-Red Phoenix list.
Yeah, now his Phoenix list is quite a bit different than the ones we've seen. Let's take another look. There is, notably, no Ledger Shredders. His threat base is much different than these Crackling Drakes. He's much lighter on the Time Walk and Galvanic Iteration combo. A lot of the other parts are the same, but it's the main thing that is most interesting here is his sideboard plan. The Hullbreaker Horror and the Weathered Runestone seem to imply a really interesting strategy for the Arclight Phoenix Mirror. We don't know that for certain, but I think that would be a good guess. We might try to get him in for an interview to talk about his deck list. We will see. Is he coming up?
Boland will be in here shortly.
Excellent.
Why don't you take this one, Casey?
All right, I will be doing this interview.
Great. Chandler, do you want to go do some reconnaissance and find out what we might have for other results? Because I don't know if they've submitted them, so...
Good, sure.
It sure would be interesting if we got into a semi-final situation filled with 4 Phoenix decks, which is theoretically possible.
It is possible that we are going to end today with 2 more Phoenix Mirror matches, because there is one in every single quarterfinals. And Michael, hey, he won his quarterfinals with Phoenix, and we thought this was going to be the most, actually the worst matchup for Phoenix. We were going into this thinking Rakdos Sacrifice is going to be really favored against Phoenix, and he just really beat him up.
Yeah. So,
oh, wow. It looks like he did take out his Phoenixes.
Yeah, he still had one in, because he had it in hand at the very end of the game there.
Okay.
But, yeah, I think the tablet is definitely an interesting choice. I don't know if that would have necessarily been where I would have gone, only because although they do nickel and dime you and take you out of the game with Rakdos Sac, it feels like a lot of the time while they're doing that, most of the things you're doing are going to be basically useless anyways, which just means that you gaining like anywhere from 3 to 8, maybe 10 life might not actually make much of a difference when you're facing down a cat that's still going to kill you over the next couple of turns anyway. I don't know though. I haven't played Phoenix on this side of the matchup, particularly with a tablet before, so it's tough to say because things look different on paper and play out differently. So, you know, I mean, I can doubt it all I want, but like it worked.
It's working out. You know, it's worked for Michael throughout the tournament, and it's worked for him here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's notable, like, if we talk about our last match where Joel Ferrer beat another Blue-Red Phoenix player, we were talking about how, like, this is just such a good matchup for Rakdos Sacrifice because Phoenix can't gain life. And if he's putting in these tablets and saying, like, hey, actually, my game plan is based around gaining life. It's based around churning through my deck, casting a bunch of spells, and gaining as much life as I can. You know, and that is going to work against Rakdos Sacrifice. It seems like he's built a very intelligent sideboard to account for a lot of different decks in the metagame.
Yeah, it'll be interesting when we get him in here to see, but I'm curious if he had this deck on his radar while constructing it with a lot of the deck decisions that were made. It very well could be.
Certainly, yeah. This seems like a very meticulously designed deck.
Yes.
There was a lot. There was clearly a lot of thought put into it, and it's working out really well.
All right.
So we're gonna get him in for an interview as soon as possible. I think in the meanwhile, we're going to take a quick break and be right back in a few minutes. Alrighty, we are here with Michael Boland, who just won his quarterfinals match with Blue Red Phoenix against Rakdos Sacrifice. We were talking throughout the match how this is one of the more interesting Blue Red Phoenix decks we've seen. So can you explain your thought process of why you picked Blue Red Phoenix, and specifically why you picked this version of it?
Yeah, well, I play a lot of Pioneer on Magic Online. Like, it's my main format that I play. So I've been playing Phoenix since it's existed. The stock versions of Phoenix now have a bunch of like pieces and less land than I have, and they usually have Shredder, and instead of those I have like a couple more lands. I have some Crackling Drakes and no Shredders, just a bunch of Thing in the Ice. And the there's like reasons behind each of those, but basically the 4 Thing in the Ice was for mono green because they struggle to beat that card, and they can often just go over the top of Shredder, and it doesn't like clock them very fast. But like, if you flip one Thing in the Ice, you generally like stabilize against what they're doing, and you can kill a Planeswalker, and then like you flip another one, and then they lose. That's like how the matchup ideally goes.
For sure.
I haven't played against mono green yet today, but on Moto, that's how it has been.
But when you do, you'll be ready.
Yeah, ideally. I mean, mono green is, I think mono green might be the single best deck, but mono green and blue red are both the top tier decks. So like, I kind of tried to build my deck to be prepared for that. And then the Crackling Drakes are for the mid-range matchup, the black-red, like, Chandra, Graveyard Trespasser deck that's quite popular on Magic Online. There wasn't a ton of it today. There was like a couple people playing it, but that's why I have 4 Drakes in the 75, because it's like one of the best cards you can have against them.
So what else do I have? I have more lands because I find missing land drops with this deck is like instant death. So I just have like 1 or 2 more lands than a lot of people have.
Makes sense.
And I don't know, it just wasn't. You can't play Shredder. You can't play like all the Shredders and all the things and all the Phoenixes and Crackling Drake because then you don't have enough room for spells and lands.
Right,
So you gotta
right.
like shave somewhere. And Shredder was on the cutting room floor there.
All right,
But,
makes sense. You're cutting
yeah.
the new hotness and going
I
back
am
to the old
cutting
classics.
I tried it. It was just
Yeah.
not as hot as you might want the hotness to be.
So
But,
to ask about some specific cards then, we were really surprised to see Weathered Runestone in the sideboard,
Yeah.
which seems to be like a sideboard card against Phoenix. Can you explain the rationale behind that?
Well, yeah. I beat a Greasefang deck with it earlier today. It's like Cage, right? Like it's a graveyard hate card /
Sorry.
playing
Sorry,
stuff
folks.
off the top hate card, but it's slightly different than Cage because it prevents non-creature things from coming away from the graveyard.
So we'll stop the Parhelion.
It'll
at a
stop
Grease-
Parhelion, which Cage doesn't. It'll stop cards like Karn being put into play off Storm the Festival. It'll stop. It'll stop Light Pause auras. Nobody plays that anymore, but it stops some random stuff that Cage doesn't. So that's why I have that there, and I tend to board out some or all the Phoenixes when I do board that in, so it's not as awkward. Like that game, I left in 1 Phoenix because he had a bunch of Obnixiluses that I was like, maybe I'll need to kill these Planeswalkers, but ideally you take out all the Phoenixes when you board that card in because obviously it stops Phoenix from coming back into play, and that's not good.
For sure.
Yeah.
And then you're just pivoting to Crackling Drake plus Hullbreaker Horde,
Yep.
you know, a more controlling
Like a
role.
control, yeah. You often your graveyard is under attack after sideboard. Basically,
For
everyone
sure.
has like Hearse or some Tormod's Crypts or whatever. Like my burn opponent had Tormod's Crypt. Everybody basically has Hearse. Mono green accesses these cards in game 1. Stuff like that. So
Yeah.
like, against everyone, you kind of need like different ways to win other than Phoenix after sideboard. So that's where the extra threats come into play. I haven't got to do the Narset plus collective thing to anybody today, but that's a fun one too.
I did spot that in the sideboard. That's a very cool combo.
Yeah, if I play against that blue-white deck, or I guess no one's playing blue-white. If I play Mirror, maybe it could happen. Yeah.
So, you know, regarding the whole format, not just what you might see in the
Yeah.
top 8 today, what is the deck you're most scared of? Because we've heard Phoenix is kind of like this jack of all trades, doesn't have any
Yeah.
really bad matchups. Is there anything that you really don't want to see?
Mono green is terrifying, even if I've built my deck to kind of beat it. But they can literally make like hundreds of mana really quickly in the game. So that's never a fun experience. What else? What is like the worst matchup? Mono red with 4 Eidolons. If they have a good draw and they win the roll, that's scary. I beat that earlier in the Swiss, but it was really stressful. I was at like 2 frequently. So
What's your worst matchup?
That's
Why
why-
this, but I beat
well,
it. It's-
if you look at the sideboard, you could decipher what my bad matchups are. Like there's the
Fair.
tablets because burn is hard. There's the Narsets and stuff because like blue-white control can be hard. So I don't know. There's no like auto loss matchup. I don't think just because of the way I've built my sideboard.
Okay.
If that makes sense. But
Excellent.
I don't really want to play against mono green
Sure.
ever in my life.
And then one more question. I'm sure you've played the Mirror quite a bit. There's a lot of
have
people
played the
playing
Mirror.
Phoenix. Is there any tips or tricks that you have for the Mirror?
Don't miss your land drops early is important. I think my build might be a little disadvantaged in the mirror because I don't have Shredder, and that one is pretty good in the mirror.
Okay.
I also only have 1 Temporal, which can be not good because you can often chain those in the mirror. Cards like I'm playing 2 Spell Pierces and only 1 Mystical, so I have like less Mysticals than most people will have. The mirror's hard, basically. I don't know. You
that
gotta-
does seem like a very hard matchup.
It's all about resolving your treasure cruises, keeping up with what your opponent's doing, hitting your land drops. Narset can be good if she resolves, but she's an expensive sorcery speed blue spell, so that's a knock against her, you know. I'm going to board in Hullbreaker. That can be insane. If
Hell
they
yeah.
go in on a Hall activation, you can just like, here's my 7/8.
That
Super
does win
cool.
combat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
block
sometimes,
it.
sometimes they can take a bunch of turns and you can still win if you have Hullbreaker because they go in, they're like, okay, I'm planning to haul him 4 times or whatever. You can just be like, nope, eat the haul, and then sometimes you can go from there. But
Wow.
I don't know. The mirror it's the mirror, right? Like we have mostly the
Tricky.
same cards, and you kind of just gotta being on the play is good. Hitting your land drops is good.
Yeah, be good at rolling dice.
Yeah, treasure cruising before they treasure cruise is often very important. I tend to board out my Thing in the Ices, but I've heard a lot of people say Thing in the Ice is really good in the matchup.
Okay.
I don't like it because it dies to Lightning Axe. Not, like, it's really hard to flip it. And even if you do flip it, they can kill it or Odawara it or something. So, like, if I play a mirror on camera, you'll probably see them with Thing in the Ice and me with not Thing in the Ice. But,
Sure.
yeah,
All right.
we'll see. Mirror's tough.
Yeah. Either of y'all have any questions?
No, but Mirror is probably coming up in your future at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I figured, right?
All right, we
Should
do
be
have some
exciting.
questions from the chat, though. Are you Boland on MTGO?
Yeah. So if you look me up, I've played tons of this archetype. If you look up like on MTG Goldfish or something.
Okay.
I also, me and my friend built a really cool Greasefang deck, like a 4-color Greasefang. It's Mardu, Greasefang, Splashing Treasure Cruise.
Monstrosity?
Yeah.
Sick.
And I played that last week. I really, really, really liked that deck, and I wanted to play it today, but it is just atrociously bad against mono green because like Karn, Parhelion.
Sure. Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
work.
that's tough.
So-
That's tough.
If mono green didn't exist, I'd be playing a way sweeter deck. You guys would be amazed at the sheer amount of different colored cards that are in it.
Hope
But
to see it one day,
If
yeah.
you look up Boland on MTGO, that's my handle. I also stream on Twitch, so you can look me up there.
Cool. Will do. Another question from the chat. Have you had a fling kill today with Kazul's Fury?
No, not yet, but it
All right.
could easily happen in the mirror. That's the sort of thing that could happen in the mirror because it goes long and like you just on turn 25 or whatever, you're just like here it has 20 power, fling it at you.
Awesome.
But yeah.
All right. Cool. Well, I think that does it for the interview.
Awesome.
Thanks for talking to us, and good luck in the semifinals.
Thanks.
Alrighty, welcome back to the semifinals of the Dungeons and Java's Pioneer RCQ. We have a bit of a good news, bad news, good news. Good news, there's no Phoenix on camera this round.
Woo!
Bad news, it is a matchup we've seen already with Mono White Humans versus Mono Green. Oh, we might want to change the subtitle for Mike. Mike is playing Mono Green, not Rakdos Sacrifice.
Oopsie doopsie.
Try to trick us all.
That's on me.
But the last good news is that match was one of the most exciting matches we watched all day. So Mono White Humans versus Mono Green is going to be an exciting 3 games of Magic, hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah. So we have Nora Stein, who we watched earlier in the day, playing Mono White Humans, and then Mike Kaoudis, who was the first seed, but somehow dodged our feature match all day.
Inexplicably, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how it happened.
He was just winning a lot. We didn't get a chance to watch him, and then rounds 5 and 6, he double drew into top 8.
Absolutely,
So
yep.
we kind of missed our opportunity, but we caught him at least here in the semifinals.
Too busy winning.
Yep, he's on the plate, and he's leading with a Llanowar Elves. Great start.
Now, in game 1 particularly, that is huge. Nora does not have her portable holes to answer these elves,
Right.
and is in just at a disadvantage. Mike is on turn 3, and Nora is approaching her turn 2.
Yeah. This 4/4 is going to brick wall all of Nora's creatures for at least a few turns here until maybe Luminarch Aspirant can get big enough or Brutal Cathar can clear the way. And there is the Luminarch Aspirant.
Here we go. Aspirant putting a counter on itself.
I believe this is the best play because it enables training next turn. If you somehow clear the path, then when you attack, the Hopeful Initiate can get a counter as well. All right, Mike's going to use a Oath of Nissa. All right, Oath of Nissa, he's really thinking about it. Not sure what he wants to get here. Unless he already decided and we missed it. Oh, we might have missed it.
We missed it.
All right, 2 more
Double
Llanowar Elves,
Llanowar
though.
Elves.
Wow.
Probably one of those.
That could have
That
been.
makes a lot of sense. Looks like Mike may be missing a 3rd land. Not that it matters too much. He's got 5 mana.
Has anyone here ever heard of the card Goblin Chain Whirler? Just
Oh,
out of
I
curiosity.
That
have.
would be fantastic.
I have. Gonna be a tough time casting off of these triple plans.
I was thinking Declaration in Stone, but I know
That'd be
she's not
dope.
playing that, unfortunately.
A bummer. Now, Nora's best draw. Please pardon our telephone that won't stop ringing.
Yeah.
I think Nora's best draw here probably Brutal Cathar into attack you a bunch.
Absolutely Brutal Cathar. You just want to get that out of the way. You want to get some training happening, and
There it is.
That's huge.
Ooh, tasty.
So Hopeful Initiate could potentially get... Oh, wait, it can't quite get 2 counters this turn. But Luminarch Aspirant will grow, and then the Hopeful Initiate... No, not another missed trigger. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Nora.
Training is a weird mechanic. It's easy to miss.
It's a 4, right? 16?
Yes. That's all right. This is still a favorable matchup. Playing well so far. 1 missed trigger. Probably not going to be her downfall. Cavalier of Thorns for Mike.
Sponsored by
Oh.
Bagels, pointing out
Oh.
that this is a sweet matchup compared to the Graveyard Bird.
True. Yes.
That is correct. I love this format, but boy, we've had a lot of Phoenixes on the screen today.
What's the plural of phoenixes?
Uh,
Is there a cool name?
So I would want it to be Phoenixes, but I'm pretty sure that's incorrect.
You know a lot about the English language, so I'm going to defer to you.
It's my only marketable skill set.
I'm gonna keep saying phoenixes. Phenai?
Yeah.
No, there's no way.
It's
Phenai.
definitely not Phenai.
Well, if there's
Phoenixes, I believe, is the more common. Push his glasses up nose. I believe it's the more common formulation. Well, let's find out.
So a brutal Cathar here is probably what Nora really wants to see. Just something else to take out this Cavalier of Thorns, keep beating down, set up for a big Brave the Elements turn shortly.
It is Phoenixes.
Okay. All right, a fourth land. Notably, none of these lands do anything yet.
Yeah, all basic planes.
A Mutavault here would be really nice to really keep the aggression going, but, basic planes, they cast your spells.
On this board, too, Sheffet Dune's not bad.
Sheffet Dunes would be good, yeah.
I wonder if I'm misremembering how training works.
I believe it's when it attacks with a creature that also has higher power. We've seen it come up. It's just a tricky thing. And keep in mind, all these players, this is what they've played 6, 7. This is their 8th round of Magic today.
8th round of Magic
so
today.
There is absolutely some mental exhaustion happening to everyone here. We shouldn't harp on people too bad for a few little misplays.
Lieutenant?
Oh
Lieutenant!
my gosh! Okay, well I know for a fact we're running out of the big dice. So yeah. Wow.
Man, they weren't kidding. They needed extra dice.
Chat, we do require our players to use the big dice when they're on the camera. I pointed this out to both of them, and they said, we need more. And they're correct.
Yeah, this is huge. I'm wondering, I think it'd be too risky to attack here, but I'm tempted.
Right? Philosophy of Fire, baby. Just get on in there. Go thump thump.
Put another counter on the Brutal Cathar. I like that. Keep that one big. Especially because if a turn goes by without any spells being cast, Brutal Cathar will transform to a 3/3 with Ward and First Strike. It's huge.
First Strike and a huge... What was that?
I was just going to say,
Mike?
this seems like your thing, so what's the Brave the Elements math here? What's happening?
Yes, of course.
It's beyond lethal.
You're the
right?
only
So
one
we
of
got
us here
4,
who can count.
5, 9 plus 6 is 15. It is almost lethal. Lethal if she remembers the training triggers.
Or if another human would then be played for the Lieutenant, correct?
That would also do it, yes. Brave the Elements, very, very close to lethal here. Now, notably, he played Anissa, one of his few colorless blockers, one of the few things that would help him survive a Brave the Elements, and said, no, I don't need it. I'm going to tap my
Immediately
forest.
tapped it for the Storm the Festival. Could present another colorless blocker. It's not out of the question.
It's going to be
Kiora
tricky.
into Untap My Forest.
That would be cool.
That'd
But
be
Nora
super
has
heads
just
up.
absolutely been buttering her toast with people who don't remember that Brave the Elements is a kill.
Yeah, Brave the Elements is a crazy, crazy powerful card. All right, so it looks like is that just double Cavalier?
Cavalier Forest is what it was.
Oh, Cavalier Forest, right.
was in play, yep.
We already had a
Now we've
Cavalier.
got a Cavalier Trigger.
Really looking for Nykthos, and there it
Hello,
is, but I
Nykthos.
don't... Oh, and the Forest came into play untapped. Okay, so this Nykthos can be activated immediately because of Nissa.
Boy.
And we're looking at 3, 6, 9, 12 Devotion, so that's 12 mana right away. He could flash back the Storm if he wanted to.
Now, Nora's been in this position before of staring down 300 mana worth of permanents on the other side of the table and keeping her level head.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to congratulate her on that because I'm anxious.
There's a lot happening over there. Now we have talked about the win with Mono Green Devotion. There is a kind of storm off type win. If he gets a Karn, he could get a card from the sideboard that allows him to rebuy Planeswalkers. Do that a bunch, and then there's a win somewhere in there. We don't need to delve into it right now.
Yeah, we'll worry about it later.
Oh no! That is a
running out.
Pelucranos.
Oh no!
Time's running out.
But that was off the Flashback Storm the Festival, so there's only 2 mana floating. So I don't believe Pelucranos can Monstrous for a whole lot.
Correct.
So we need to Brave the Elements right now.
Yeah.
And we need to remember those training triggers.
Pelucranos World Eater. Famously, the better 4-drop than Siege Rhino. That's a Thraben Inspector. That's a redraw. Do we have it?
Was it a white card? I mean, it should be a white card, right?
It's almost certainly a white card. If it's not Brave the Elements, I don't know what's going on. Or rather, if it is Brave the Elements, and she's waiting,
Oh, we're in combat.
maybe counting.
No, I think that was from the was from the Thraben Inspector.
Thalia's Lieutenant trigger.
I
Mike
believe
is
he's
calling for a
out
judge.
that was a missed trigger. Which, we are at Comp RAL. I think if she didn't verbalize it, that might be missed at this point, unfortunately.
Oof.
I don't know exactly what the ruling is, but I'm sure we'll find out shortly.
Boy.
Players taking a brief timeout to discuss whether this Thalia's lieutenant gets an additional trigger from the three-man inspector.
Looks like it's not
whose
going to.
clue Nora has already cracked.
Yeah.
So one thing I'm interested in, since Casey, you're the math person here now, is how much damage can this Pelucranos spread out given current state of affairs?
I'm gonna say a lot. So let's really delve into it.
Let's see. So the monstrous trigger is XX
3,
green,
6,
right?
9,
Correct.
12, 15. We're looking at Nykthos tapping for 17.
And
So
then
that's
being
17
retapped
plus-
with Nissa, right?
10 is 27. Go down to... So we're looking at 42. So it can do 20. So Pelucranos can wipe the entire board and attack for lethal. I believe. Yeah, she has less than 20 toughness worth of creatures.
That seems okay.
Oh, wow.
Seems
This Pelucranos, I guess it's a
okay.
good card, huh?
Wow. A one of in Mike's deck, but absolutely punishing.
Yeah, really,
This matchup.
really powerful. Really powerful find.
I also want to comment, chat's already noticed this, but Mike has put a lot of effort and thought into mismatching his forests.
Yeah, and I applaud him for that.
I guess.
You do?
Yeah.
Do you?
This is, some in the chat might know. I play with mismatched cards whenever possible.
You're fired.
4 different Lightning Bolt art, 4 different Counterspell art,
Unbelievable.
4 different Path to Exile art,
See, look, here's the thing.
4 different
I
ops.
thought we had something really awesome going, and I was super psyched. I was like, man, I'm going to ask this commentating crew to come back. But then you had to drop a bomb like that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Now,
It's right. It's all right. It's all right.
The world's been turned.
I get that I'm not coming back. That's all right.
So
Alright.
it looks like this mistrigger is not going to matter because...
Yeah, she's dead. She's real
Because
dead.
Kaboom?
Pelucranos is about to monstrous for, you said 42?
Well, X is going to be equal to 20, but that's probably enough. Now, the Nora can buy another turn by sacrificing Dauntless Bodyguard to have a blocker, and I don't think there's enough creatures to kill aside from the Pelucranos, so I think one indestructible...
we drew another Nykthos.
Okay, wow.
Your
That's
math,
not great.
your math just changed a lot.
Baby. That is rough. Okay, yeah, math is... Yeah, I mean,
So
it was
now
already
this
enough.
Pelucranos is tapping for 40? Or is monstrous thing for 40? Never mind.
Somewhere above the 20 mark.
Yeah.
We'll have another 8 to it, because Nykthos is doing 17. Yeah, it's enough. It's really enough.
Hold on, I'm a PE teacher. Let me count again. Give me a quick second. Yeah, that's enough.
Okay.
I think players are doing math just to confirm that 12 is indeed less than 82. And it does appear that way.
Brutal. Nora was live there to draw Brave the Elements.
Maybe the elements would have been fantastic. Seems all in on that card for this matchup.
Yeah.
You know what would have been even cooler, personally? If Nora had 2 Brave the Elements, and instead of killing Mike, passed, let him activate Pelucranos, Brave the Elements,
Brave.
untap
Yeah.
Brave, do it again.
Yeah.
Personally,
They survive. Now I'm
that's-
going to kill you.
That's the style point there. Just
Yeah.
throwing that out there.
That seems a little bit...
Would have been cool.
Hmm.
Would have been cool. Alrighty.
What you
Anyway.
might call complexity syndrome.
All right, let's take a look at the sideboards. So for Nora, we have 4 Portable Holes, 2 Containment Priests, 2 Selfless Spirit, 3 Rest in Peace, 1 Giant Killer, 2 Archon of Emeria, and 1 Tomik. So from last time we watched this matchup, Nora put in the Tomik at least, and I believe the Portable Holes. Did we see the Portable Holes?
We saw the portable
Yeah.
holes previously.
It's really powerful just to be able to prevent Mike from ramping really, really hard, and the Tomik is good against Kiora, good against Nissa, stops Nykthos from basically untapping and doing the real nasty stuff.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about Archon of Emeria here?
I
It's gotta
kinda-
be good, right?
So I was tempted by it initially and then thought back to it because I think most of the turns Mike is casting one enormous spell. He'll multicast in the first 3 turns, and so maybe Archon prevents like double elf on turn 3, but I don't think it does much after that. It is a flyer, which is not nothing.
It can potentially stop some stuff later on, particularly with I believe it has text non-basic lands enter the battlefield tapped.
Correct.
Important for Nykthos.
I think that is actually maybe more relevant than the 2 spell thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's totally an option.
I was also thinking purely having a flyer to go over some of these things on the non-Cavalier draws might be good enough to pressure some of those Planeswalkers in a spot that you couldn't normally do on the ground without using a Brave the Elements to, like, massacre a Karn that you might need to save for later, potentially.
Do the Nissa lands have reach in addition to Vigilance?
Nope. No.
Just Vigilance? Okay.
No, they're not 2019 design. That was 2020, I think, right? Is that the difference?
I guess.
Something along those lines? Yeah. Craziness.
I think you may have had... never mind.
I'd consider putting the Archon in, but it's not necessary. But let's take a look at Mike's sideboard. Now, once again, with these mono green decks, they're not doing a whole lot of sideboarding. Right?
Yeah, everything is in here for Karn.
Except for these 2 Voracious Hydras, but those are certainly coming in.
Absolutely.
So, Mike's really doing his maximum sideboarding and putting in 2 whole cards.
I wonder what he takes out when he brings in cards. Oath of Nissa, maybe?
No, it's hard to cut a cantrip. You could maybe cut Old Growth Troll.
Sure.
You could maybe trim like a Wolf Willow Haven.
Yeah. Maybe just cuts across 4 different 4-ofs.
I would think maybe some number of, like, 1 elf as well, too. Particularly when you know that portable holes are coming in. I played a ton of Winota. And the common strategy a lot of the time was to trim 1 or 2 elves post board, specifically against decks with Portable Hole and March in them. Because if your draw was too dependent on that too early, it could potentially lead to complications later on. And they're not great top decks. The difference in this, though, is the devotion count, which is why I don't know that that's necessary, but could maybe be a thought. Who knows?
Also, notably, I think it might be a bit different with Winota, because I'm pretty sure when you're the Winota deck, you're almost always the aggressor. And in this case, Mike is playing defense. So he can't have time to be like, oh, I don't need an elf, I'll just play my 2s and 3s on time. It's like, no, he needs a blocker now. He needs to do his thing now, because Nora's going to kill him as soon as possible. So I think him having the ramp is really important. I would not cut any of the elves. I consider cutting like Wolfwillow Haven just because it's less efficient, and it's like it doesn't have the explosive nature of the elves, but he needs to have that elf on turn 1 every single game.
Sure, and maybe in the face of Thalia, the Wolfwillow Haven's just better to cut anyway.
That's valid,
especially when you're on the draw. Like if they get to turn 2 Thalia, your Wolfwillow Haven sits for forever.
And Tomik.
Mike will know that there are 2 Tomics on the other side of the table, and may be worried about his Wolfwillow Havens getting completely turned off.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That 100% checks. Interesting.
Speaking of Winota, how are you doing emotionally, Mike?
Oh, I was so happy that deck got banned. I was maybe, this was weird, I was maybe the most vocal proponent of it needing to be banned while also smashing people's face in every Monday night with the deck.
Yep.
And then proceeding to apologize that people allowed me to play it. So
I got well used to the taste of curb while you were allowed to play Winota.
Yeah, that deck was heinous. The play pattern sucked. Nothing was cool. But when they told me that there was a Pro Tour invite potentially somewhere down the line, I said very explicitly, I will play this deck until they take it from my hands. And then they took it from my hands.
They heard you.
And
it's a deal.
Now I haven't touched Pioneer since. So.
All right.
Wildness. Looks like Nora's taking a mulligan here, by the way. How do you feel like these decks mulligan? I mean, I know that like every deck mulliganing is obviously inherently worse than 7, but obviously decks have different, mulliganability. Ability to
resilience to mulligans,
yeah,
maybe?
Yeah, that's the English for it. Regardless, what are your thoughts?
I think ramp decks notoriously mulligan pretty poorly, right? Because they are looking for so many different pieces, right? Like, they need the turn 1 elf. They need these mid-level ramp things like Kiora. And they also need, like, the top end. And it's really easy to have a hand that it's like, well, this is all of one or all of the other. Whereas Nora's deck, it's like, yeah, all these cards do the same thing. They attack, except for Brave the Elements, which
wins the game.
Which wins the game, exactly.
Do you think there's a world where Nora would look at maybe a reasonable but not great hand that didn't have a Brave and potentially send it back, knowing that like Brave could be so good that it makes a big difference? Obviously, you're not going to disrupt a good curve, but maybe an awkward hand.
I don't think so. I think Nora is hoping to develop a board and then draw Brave. Because Brave, just on its own, is so... It doesn't do anything, right?
It's not good at those first few turns, It's not good at developing your board. You need to have a developed board. So if you have that 7 without Brave, and then you mulligan it for a 6 with Brave, you're essentially looking at a 5-card hand in terms of development, right? And between that, you need 2 lands at least, and you need some creatures. That's a hard ask of 5 cards.
Yeah.
So I probably wouldn't mulligan explicitly for Brave the Elements.
I think Nora's strategy is to trust in the heart of cards and kill every elf that she sees.
Good
That's
strategy.
Always been a fantastic job.
Honestly, so I think on a mulligan, what Nora is looking for is land, Tomic, and portable hole, and then maybe like a Luminarch aspirant to catch back to pour on the damage.
I really like Adeline.
Adeline's great.
Fantastic,
That card is a whole army in a can in a way that could make up for a mulligan in a pretty impressive way, honestly.
Really rough though against Old Growth Troll specifically.
Yes.
Yeah, true. I think notably, Nora really wants to find a 1-drop creature in this matchup because she's on the play. Like a portable hole on turn 1 isn't going to do anything, so she really wants.
Not bad.
She really wants a turn 1 creature, and then turn 2 potentially like portable hole, another 1-drop creature.
Yeah.
Kill the elf, do a thing, keep it moving.
Yeah.
Looks like they're seemingly ready to go. I don't know what they're waiting for. But they've had their hands ready.
Nora maybe deciding on which cards to put on the bottom. I don't know if she's done that yet.
Perhaps.
I don't know if she's drawn the second hand yet as well either.
She definitely did draw
Did
a
she?
second hand of 7.
Yes. We were
and-
debating.
Oh,
the
she was
mulligan
thinking about the
decision.
mulligan.
Going to 5.
Okay.
Okay,
This
well,
is down to 5.
Down to 5.
Yikes. Okay.
yeah. My assumption based on the oopsie looksy thing there was that there was a low land hand that she was debating trying to keep, and then when she flipped over the top card, it was to say, was there a land there? Would I have gotten paid off? And I will always say that if you look, the bad card will be there, but if you kept it, the good card will be miles away.
That's some real Schrodinger's type thinking there.
Oh yeah, it's been my experience 11 out of 10 times.
Nice.
Well, you don't know because you didn't look.
Well, that's true, but every time I did look, it was always there.
I always tell people never look because it'll mess up your thinking.
Yep.
And then I always look. So
If you make the right decision, it doesn't matter what was there, right? That's supposed to be the way to do it. But then you see the second land on top and go, all right,
Dang it.
I'm keeping that next time.
all right,
Nora on a mulligan to 5.
it's looking rough, but there's definitely 5s out of mono white humans that can win it, right?
Absolutely.
If we're talking 1-drop creature into 1-drop portable hole, followed up with maybe an Adeline or a Tomik, find a Brave the Elements down the way, you got it.
And it also it depends on what Mike has, right?
Yeah.
Like if Mike doesn't
Sure.
have an elf, maybe there's a wider range of 5s that can get the job done too.
Yeah, he could have kept a sketchy 7. We don't know.
I'm gonna leave this back to
The
y'all.
body
now that I
language
have
on
some
those
work to
hands
do.
does not tell me sketchy 7. Of course, I'm reading into the motion of fingers to find out a man's emotional state.
Hey, I mean, the last round of the Swiss, I called that shot with the Settler Wreckage.
You sure
I
did.
saw him sigh, and I went like, I know he's got it. I know he's got the Settler Wreckage. That's the classic, pretend I'm so dead. I just need you to attack me with everything.
I'll just pick up this life pad. I'm probably, what am I at? Call an ambulance.
Yeah.
But not for me!
Uh-oh. All right.
All right, turn 1, no creature. Mike
Versus-
follows it up with an elf. All right, 2 lands. That's good.
That's a start.
And a Tomik. This is not bad.
There we go.
It's not bad at all. Now, a portable hole would have been like the ideal play there, but this is fine. Maybe a Luminarch Aspirant, start loading up the Tomik. It's really strong.
Kiora coming down.
Kiora can untap the elf to make mana.
Can we get some big dice out there?
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Thank you.
Kiora untaps the elf to make mana,
Please.
and then
Thank you.
elf taps for an Oath of Druids, which Mike is thinking about now.
That's an oath in this, homie.
Yeah.
Oath of... No, so you're right.
That's
Oath of Druids would be less well,
Pretty illegal.
regardless.
pretty illegal, yeah.
It'd be a judge call.
All right, what... Oh, wait. Did you catch what he revealed? Sorry, I went real quick.
I did not either.
I think it was a land.
Okay, powerful. It's kind of awkward that we were talking about how Tomik shuts down Kiora. Well, it shuts down Kiora untapping Nykthos, but Kiora can still untap an elf to make
Yeah.
mana.
Kiora incredibly powerful and very overlooked up until like 4 months ago.
Absolutely. There are some really, really cool things that you can do with Kiora, not just in Mono Green Devotion.
Yeah.
But, you know, there were times in Standard where that was untapping Glorybringer.
Yeah.
That was a cool one. Because you go turn 4, you play it early because of Kiora,
Oh,
then
yeah.
you draw a card, and then it untaps it, so you
Yeah.
exerted it.
Vigilant Glorybringer.
That's cool.
Tasty. That was my first Pioneer deck, actually. It was
Oh.
red-green Kiora Dragons.
Awesome.
Back when Smuggler's Copter was legal.
We go face.
I was playing something very similar, but it was red-blue for Silumgar's Scorn.
Nice.
Because you can still play Kiora. Yeah. All right, so Luminarch Aspirant, putting a counter on Tomik, that's pretty good. You know, this is a clock. This is a clock in the air. It's going to be hard for Mike to block.
Nora in the unenviable position of deciding whether to attack someone's face or attack someone's Kiora. Awkward.
I think she made the right decision by attacking face. Oh, wait, what was that?
That's a Cavalier of
Oh,
Thorns,
right.
baby.
He just drew a card first because of the Kiora trigger. I was confused why the card was going in hand, but that makes sense. So Nora's really going to need land Brutal Cathar here, and even then, I don't know if that would be enough.
Would be a start.
It would be good. That looks like a land.
Nah, I think that's Athalia's lieutenant. What about Sia? Oh, I was
Called
wrong.
it. Called it. I knew
I'm
it.
gonna stop. I'm gonna stop talking.
We got to start betting Mike and store credit. See how much we can get.
Hey,
There's the Brutal
called
Cathar.
it.
Tasty.
Land Brutal Cathar.
Why
All
did I
right.
think there was anything except for you being correct?
Honestly, that's on you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're the one who hired us.
All right,
Right.
attacking
You know
for
we're always
5.
right.
Mike's gonna go down to 12. This is good. You know, the reach blocker's out of the way. We got a huge flyer. This is what Nora needs.
This is how she drew it up, right? Like, admittedly missing on the kill an elf, but she's still in a strong position.
Absolutely.
Oh, come on.
Oh, this looks like a Storm the
This is
Festival
a
to
Storm
me.
the Festival.
Oh
no, it's so much worse.
Well, that's only so that's.
It's 4/4.
Kills the
Oh,
Brutal Cathar, brings back the
no.
Cavalier.
Oh, draws a card.
Cavalier draws a card also.
Draws a card.
Oof.
Whoa.
Oh no.
Okay. So now here's the plan: 2 Brave the Elements in hand, 2 turn clock. How about that?
I don't hate it.
Does Tomik get to start attacking through the Cavalier yet?
Very close. Very
let's
close.
see,
It
he's
becomes
at
a
2/3,
5/6.
he's now a
next
4/5.
turn. Give it 2 turns. Now, of course, Cavalier can block, and then it has that triggered ability that you can exile Cavalier from your graveyard to essentially put a card from your graveyard on top of your library, which is really powerful. You know, that could probably get back a Storm or something insane. So, putting Mike in the situation where he can block with the Cavalier and get value out of it, it's not the best. Another Brutal Cathar could be good. Brave the Elements would be good. But it's looking dicey.
I think Nora really wants to at least get up 1 or 2 more creatures, if possible.
For sure. Right now she can't really go wide around these threats, but with a few more creatures she could.
Guardian of Thraben,
Yeah, okay.
Goth Thalia.
And then a pass. Alright, now's
Now,
the
Tomik
turn.
is larger than anything on the battlefield right now.
It's the same size as Cavalier.
It's the same. Pardon me. It's the same size as Cavalier. So Mike cannot make any headway attacking Nora, and next turn she will be able to attack through the Cavalier. Well, into the Cavalier rather.
It's getting close to the point where Brave the Elements is going to be lethal. It needs like 1 more creature, or Thalia's Lieutenant would do it.
Thalia's Lieutenant into Brave has got to be the hope here. Man, and Kiora with the Mana Elf has been such a clutch
No,
card.
that is going to be tough to beat.
Devastating.
Kiora's drawn so many cards also. This is the 4th card that Kiora has drawn. Because the Cavalier came in twice.
Yep.
Yeah. Looking rough.
Nora came back from enormous boards on the mono green side of the table the last time that we saw her on camera, but those games she had much more of a board.
Notably, Portable Hold would take out these Voracious Hydras.
It's not nothing.
It's not nothing at all.
That looks like
To meet number 2, I believe.
all right. Well, that explains. That makes sense. Card stranded in her hand.
That's a rough thing to happen when you're on a mulligan to 5. Is seeing a duplicate of, and there's only 2 in the 75, right?
Yep.
Brutal.
Maximum punished.
you want to bet the other last card is a second Thalia?
No bet.
Okay, fair
That
enough.
could be likely, though. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just considering where to put this counter from the Luminarch Aspirant. I think it's just got to go on the Tomik.
I find it kind of appealing to put it on the Thalia here. Build up your first striker.
That's also fair. I don't know if she has that much time, though. Kind of like just putting on a flyer, trying to get in as much damage as possible. Oof. Okay. Well, that's a lot of mana. Now, keep in mind, Kior cannot untap that Nykthos because of Tomik's ability. But Nykthos can certainly make a lot of mana here. It's currently tapping for, what is that? 3, 5, 7, 10.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good land.
There are layers in play. Hydras, the mainland.
There are layers of the Hydra in play.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What is this
That
card?
is Pelucranos once again.
Oh my goodness.
Well, dang. I guess-
Mike very cleverly drawing his one of both games.
Yeah, it's a good one up to
Strong
draw.
strategy.
Making a bunch of mana, and I believe this is just going to be tearing apart Nora's board. This might be a defensive Brave the Elements.
We
incoming.
hope.
Yeah. I've been assuming she has the best cards possible in hand. That's
Still hasn't been great.
yeah, it's kind of where you have to be when you're on this mulligan to 5. You're like, okay, if I draw perfect, how do I win then?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, you need to find all of your outs.
Nora in a tough position.
Oh, 5. Okay, that's a lot.
Did not have the brave.
Ugh.
Okay.
I believe that we are entering what one might call garbage time.
And now, oh, he had a 1 mana floating from the from the previous Nykthos activation,
Oof.
so he gets to untap now that Tomik is gone. Activate Nykthos again.
And probably flashback Storm the Festival. Why
He's
not?
got so many cards in hand. He might just do one from his hand. Save the mana.
I think I see a Karn in there.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he doesn't win this turn. Because he has exactly 15 worth of attackers. He can Karn for something to kill this Luminarch, such as a Meteor Golem.
Wonder if he's... How much mana does he have floating? Ah, Sky Sovereign will do it.
Yeah, the
Skyboat, kill your
Boat will
Luminarch, get in the red zone, and that's all she wrote. Never mind. Containment Priest.
We're not dead yet. What are we taking?
Nora throwing the
Block weapon?
Containment Priest under the Cavalier of Thorns bus.
You know that from her list she does not have any sweepers, so I don't think this is going to help much. All right,
Goodness.
and that is the
What
match. Mike wins 2-0 over Nora. Which is surprising. I mean, we saw this on camera. We saw Mono White be pretty advantaged against Mono Green, but this Pelucranos was huge. She took some rough mulligans. There's a lot of play to this matchup.
Wow.
Yeah, Nora's performance against Mono Green, last time we saw her on camera, incredibly hype. This one, much more disappointing.
Yeah. I mean, her deck wasn't complying. It didn't go great, and then Mono Green just really did it all. And not seeing any removal for those elves was rough.
Just realizing that Mike drew both of his sideboarded cards and his one-of.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he drew both the versus.
That's a
He
strategic
has to roll to
victory.
5.
Yeah. Well, all right. So
Good strat.
Now, one thing we know for absolutely certain is that Mike Kaoudis is going in against Blue-Red Phoenix. Doesn't
Right.
matter who wins on the other side of the bracket. It's a Phoenix player.
our other semifinals is Phoenix versus Phoenix, Boland versus who was that other Phoenix player?
I believe it was Zach Ashton.
Boland versus Zach Ashton, the two people we have interviewed facing off against each other. Interestingly, we still have a chance for a mirror match in the final, but it would be the Mike mirror match, not the not the deck mirror match.
How's it going?
you
My first and most important question, Mike. How do I pronounce your last name?
That's Kaoudis.
Great, awesome.
Yeah.
Chat had it correctly. Great, I'm glad to hear it.
Chat knows what's up.
You have some fans in chat. First of all, congrats on being first seed all the way through.
Thank you. That feels really good.
Yeah, going into the finals, it's huge. You are one of, I believe, let's check our 3 one of 3 mono green players
Wow, yeah.
in the room. What factors led to you bringing this deck here today?
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few things. I think it's fairly well positioned in the meta, but the interesting thing, and I think the reason probably why we only see 3 copies in the field today, is that in the online meta, mono green has been kind of increasingly hated out. But interestingly, what I think that's resulted in is some decks doing better that then have worse matchups against mono green, because there's kind of this rock, paper, scissors that you see where you have mono green, the decks that beat mono green, and then the decks that beat the decks that beat mono green.
Aha.
So I feel like once that cycle goes to just the right point, then mono green is absolutely great again.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to see like the numbers of red black especially in the field today, and not very many spirits, and not very many red white prowess at all. So that makes me really happy.
Nice. Yeah. We also see. Now, your list is fairly stock. We do have some spicy, one spicy one up that we saw in most games. Paulo World Eater, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know.
That card's a beater.
Maybe after Paulo rotates, we can have some Siege Rhino. That was incredible. So how did you land on Paulo for your flex slot? And what were the factors that went into that decision?
I mean, there's a few things. There's kind of 4 flex slots in the deck, and that's the Pelucanos, the Paulokranos, however the heck you pronounce it. I don't know.
Big old Paulo.
The Nissa, and then the 2 Voyaging Satyrs that I'm playing. A lot of people are also playing Sylvan Caryatid in that slot, but there's a fair amount of variety. There's a lot of main deck Voracious Hydras that you see, and it's really just about kind of the matchups that you expect. Personally, I think that Pelucanos is one of your best cards in those bad matchups that I mentioned of Spiros and Boros Heroic, because it gives you a way of having any instant speed interaction, and without that, you're just completely cold to a lot of the things that they're trying to do.
Makes a lot of sense.
And as you saw in some of those games, it can just be absolutely ridiculous. Clear an entire board, attack for lethal. It's
incredibly devastating. Yeah.
Although, I mean, if you make 45 mana in a turn and you're not winning, you're probably doing something wrong. But
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not have Plague Wind in mono green? You know.
It's exactly right.
Seems really good.
Plague Wind that attacks for 20.
Now you expected kind of, I assume, a meta that looked a little bit like this one, correct? We've got a ton of blue-red Phoenix. We've heard from Phoenix players that they're really not excited to see you on the other side of the table. Rakdos Sack in second place, and then Blue-White X Control, Rakdos midrange. All of these seem like pretty strong matchups for you.
They're reasonable matchups. The Phoenix matchup especially is a pretty interesting one. It's pretty close, in my opinion, and it especially depends upon what their main board configuration looks like. Most Phoenix players now are down to 2, or in some cases 0 Thing in the Ice. That card destroys mono green.
Sure.
Just like straight up destroys it. So it's really a question of what you see from the Phoenix list. I know that one of the Phoenix lists that's remaining in the semifinals has 4 main board Thing in the Ice, and the other one has 2. So definitely rooting for whoever has only 2 Thing in the Ice in their main board. But other than that, I would say Blue-White Control is actually a pretty tough matchup.
Sure.
Farewell is a card that just blows you out. But everything else, I'm really happy about the other decks that we're seeing in the field today. So it made me feel good, because I was kind of waffling back and forth on whether or not to bring this deck again after doing well but not quite getting there in the last couple of RCQs. I updated the last 2 Pioneer RCQs.
Oh, wow. All right. Yeah. Nice. Congrats. What other decks are on your radar that you might have brought today?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few. Definitely Phoenix was one of them. It's a top contender. Maybe if I hadn't been lending my my Temporal Trespasses off, then I might have played that. Other decks that spring to mind are some of the new Humans lists, actually. I do really like the Mono White Humans deck that I played against. I think that there's a lot of different ways that you can build that deck, and it hasn't really been fully hammered out yet. So I was kind of hesitant to bring something that I feel like just isn't quite as figured out and optimized as some of the other lists that are out there, but I think it's a very strong option. And those were kind of the 2 primary other choices that I was considering.
Gotcha. Now you've mentioned Mono Blue Spirits as a deck that you don't want to see. Thing in the Ice is a card that you don't want to see on the other side of the table. I notice you're not on... Oh no, I've lost it.
Skylasher?
Skylasher.
Yeah. Skylasher. That's a card, it's very good against Mono Blue Spirits.
Yeah.
It's also only good against Mono Blue Spirits.
That's correct.
So it's in my opinion, in an open field like this, especially when I'm expecting to see a little bit of a decline in Spirits, as decks like Rakdos Sack pick up that have a very good Spirits matchup.
Yeah.
That just leads me to really not want a card that's only for that one matchup, and that just really is not that powerful overall. Voracious Hydra is also a very powerful card in the matchup. So.
That's for sure. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know if I have many other questions. Chat has only contributed that they really don't like mono green.
Yeah, no, I get it. The player on the other side of the board just like spits out their entire hand and then their entire deck, and then you lose, and it feels bad. And
It is difficult to
Nykthos
feel...
is a messed up card.
It's really slept on for, well, I guess not the first few weeks of Pioneer when Mono Green Devotion was the only deck in the format. I guess it's the more things change, the more they stay the same. We had big mono green, and the only thing that has disappeared from the original Pioneer metagame is mono red Stompy and mono black. Rest in peace.
They're true.
Shout out to our other commentator, Casey Miller, for helping in getting the Green Ley line banned, by the way. Winning
Well done.
some number of some things with that deck and advocating heavily.
That card is a little bit too much.
A little bit too much. Little bit too much.
Just a little bit.
All right. Anything else, gentlemen?
No. Anything from you? Any thoughts on whether Nykthos needs to be banned? I know people are questioning about that.
I mean, as long as I keep winning with it, I don't really want it to be banned. But,
Reasonable.
something format health. I don't know. There's a lot of strong stuff you can be doing in Pioneer right now. I actually think the format is still somewhat underexplored.
For sure.
With the new decks that we see coming out, the humans lists, both mono white and a variety of multicolored lists, both like Collected Company or Pyre of Heroes or whatever value engine they want to run. So I think the format's pretty fun right now, and thanks everybody for watching.
Yeah, you heard it here. There are 8,000 Phoenix players, but the format is unexplored, I promise. There are other things to do. Anyway, Mike, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's been great.
Good luck in the finals. We're excited to see your match. Welcome back, Twitch. Casey, you can take your mask off if you want.
We're in the booth.
So I know that we promised finals soon. First of all, not soon. That was a really long time.
There was the Phoenix Mirror match was long and grindy. There was a lot of cool stuff happening. Zach ended up beating Michael Boland. So the conventional Is It Phoenix deck beat the unconventional one.
Indeed. Putting the conventional Phoenix deck up against the mono green Devotion deck for the finals. Except that they drew.
They decided not to play it. They said, Mike is going to take the invite, so we can see. I guess he's the winner. He's the one going to the regional championship in Atlanta. So his deck list here. This mono green deck, and then
so we
Zach
have
took all the money.
No more Magic to show you. Casey, what did you think about the day?
I mean, this was a fantastic tournament. I really liked watching all this Pioneer. There was a bit more. There was a bit too much. Is it Phoenix for my liking? But the games were really interesting. Like, even though the deck is kind of something we've seen a lot of, like there's still a lot of play to it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decisions to be made. It is the best deck in the format, and it is like the staple of the format, but I think it's a good, healthy one to be there, right? Like, nobody can't beat Is It Phoenix. Nobody completely beats Is It Phoenix. Like, it's a healthy, best deck of the format, I think. And it produced a pretty healthy and fun tournament. We saw a lot of really cool games, a lot of cool decks, a lot of cool innovations.
Yeah, I would perhaps quibble, admittedly, with healthy metagame, given that we did have Blue-Red Phoenix in literally every side of the bracket, every single match of the bracket. But it is, I can't deny it's a fun deck to watch. It was sweet off camera for the semifinals.
It's tragic. I wish we could have gotten. We could have maybe tried to get them on for Game 3, but it was tough timing.
As of right now, our setup is a little bit too shoestring budget to afford a backup match camera, which is unfortunate. But yeah, it was a dope match to have watched. Let's see. We've got.
Yeah, it looks like chat's been dead for a little bit. That's old comments. So we're sorry to leave the stream there and just kind of end it unceremoniously with no actual finals. But they decided to draw. Mike's going to the regional championship, which is great for him. And then Zach got a stack of money. Yeah. So they're both happy.
Everybody leaves happy. And now we all can leave. God, it's 7:00 here.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Time gets away from you.
But we thank you all for tuning in. It's been a great stream. Thanks for everyone in the chat for interacting and watching some really exciting games.
Absolutely.
It was a great time.
A pleasure to commentate.
Yeah. I hope we can do this again. This is my first time, and I had a great time.
We'd love to have you back. All of you, take care.
All right. Peace.